Disney's Haunted Mansion is one of the most famous theme park rides of all time. A ride whose scenes and characters are so iconic that they've gone on to become symbols of general popular culture. Regardless of whether or not you've been to a Disney theme park, you can no doubt recognize the stretching room, Madame Leota, the hitchhiking ghosts, the phrase, "Welcome foolish mortals." The ride has an incredible visual style, and it's full of clever moments, combining horror and comedy in a way that truly makes it stand out. But one of the Haunted Mansion's most famous and iconic characters comes from one of the ride's darkest moments. After seeing an amusing party full of ghosts in the mansion's main hall, your doom buggy turns and enters a nearly pitch-black attic. This scene is home not to a bunch of partying ghosts like you'll see before and after, but instead to a lone, solitary figure. A woman in the corner of the attic, floating ominously in a wedding dress. This is the bride, easily one of the Haunted Mansion's most famous residents. The appeal of this character is immediately obvious. She is visually striking, mysterious, and leaves you wondering what her story is. Who is this woman? Why is she up here in the attic, in a wedding dress? Did something happen to her, or did she do something? What makes the bride even more intriguing is how she's evolved over the years. While most of the Haunted Mansion hasn't changed much over time, the bride and the attic have been updated time and time again. At the time of recording, Disneyland's Haunted Mansion has gone through 6 different versions of this character. Something unprecedented for every other character in the ride, most of whom still look the same as they did on opening day. The bride's story has constantly changed, evolved, and inspired other versions of herself. If you visited the mansion in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, you'll no doubt remember the Beating Heart Hride, a silent, solitary figure with a glowing heart. And if you've been on the American mansions in the last 20 years, you've no doubt met Constance Hatcahway, the current version of the character who has a full backstory laid out right there in the ride. But it goes so far beyond just those two. If you've been to Disneyland Paris, you've probably seen Phantom Manor, their version of the Haunted Mansion, which features a complete storyline all about a separate bride named Melanie. Then there's Tokyo Disney, with their own version of the bride, and movies, and comics, and video games, and live appearances. In the last 20 years alone, there have been dozens upon dozens of new incarnations of just Constance, making her everything from a cold-hearted serial killer to a zombie-like monster to a preppy rich girl. She's even tried to seduce Pepe the King Prawn. The bride has been so many different things in the decades since the Haunted Mansion opened. And in this video, I will be breaking down the entire history of every single Haunted Mansion bride and bride appearance, from the early days of Haunted Mansion development in the 1950s to July of 2026. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Uptown Funk. I'm your host Ty, as always, and it's finally time. This video is a massive passion project that I've been working on nearly every day since last August, and I am so excited to finally show it to all of you. The Haunted Mansion has always been one of my favorite rides. The attic has always been my favorite scene, and I've always found the bride character so fascinating. And I can't wait to dive into and showcase her entire history. So please sit back, relax, please consider subscribing if you enjoy the video, and don't pull down the safety bar. I will do it for you. Now let's begin. The Haunted Mansion took a very long time to create. Disney animator Ken Anderson was put in charge of the production of the ride in 1957, 12 whole years before it officially opened in 1969. In that time, a wide variety of different plans and scripts were drafted for the attraction, which was originally intended to be a walkthrough. And while there were a variety of different concepts attempted for the Haunted Mansion, there were 2 pretty consistent through lines that showed up again and again in Imagineer's work. The first, a married couple where one of them is murdered. And second, the concept of some sort of ghostly marriage or ghost bride. Ken Anderson wrote 4 different scripts for the Haunted Mansion. His first one focused heavily on pirate lore, which may seem strange until you remember that the Haunted Mansion in Disneyland is in New Orleans Square, so the pirate theming fits with the location. In fact, the land's other ride is none other than Pirates of the Caribbean. This version of the ride came from when the Haunted Mansion was still a walkthrough, and it was set to be hosted by a butler who would tell you the backstory of the mansion. It was owned by a former pirate captain named Captain Gore. Seems like a stand-up guy. Captain Gore was married to a woman named Priscilla, who eventually found out that he was a pirate captain, and because of that, he killed her, stuffing her body into a trunk and putting her in the house's cellar. There were several different versions of the Captain Gore story that were played around with. In one, the butler would take you to the backyard of the mansion and tell you that Priscilla was drowned by Captain Gore in a well. He would write this off as just a rumor, but suggest you look in the well yourself, and when you did, you would see that the water in the well was completely blood red. In at least one version of the story, Priscilla and Captain Gore weren't married yet, and after she learned about his pirate past, she refused to marry him, and then she was murdered. In one later version of the script, it would be revealed to guests that Gore walled Priscilla up in the mansion's fireplace before going back to his life as a pirate. This resulted in Priscilla's ghost beginning to haunt him. Finally, we have a ghost of a woman haunting her former husband who killed her. Eventually, Captain Gore would drown at sea. Unfortunately, as cool as this sounds, a lot of it was backstory that you wouldn't actually see, you would just hear it from the butler. But in this version of the script, you would actually see the undead forms of Priscilla and the captain. At one point in the attraction, you would walk into Captain Gore's bedroom, where his ghost would suddenly appear, covered in water, seaweed, and shells, laughing maniacally. Later on in the scene, Priscilla's skeleton would pop out of the chimney screaming. Eventually, she would make contact with Gore, and both of them would spontaneously disappear. Apparently, this scene was actually built by Imagineer Yale Gracie and shown to Walt Disney, with all the effects intact. But it couldn't be fit into the ride because it was simply too long and complicated for a walkthrough scene. One other version of the script claims that Priscilla's ghost drove the captain mad, and he eventually hanged himself inside of the mansion. One of the final Sea Captain scripts takes Priscilla even further, making her the main antagonist, revealing that she was a witch the whole time. She would have put an effigy on her husband, who out of sheer terror would have taken his own life. Eventually, the Captain Gore storyline was dropped from the ride, but in case you ever wondered why so much Haunted Mansion media heavily incorporates pirates, that's why. After it was decided not to go through with the Captain Gore story, Anderson penned several other scripts, and nearly all of these heavily feature a wedding as part of the storyline. One storyline proposed named the mansion Bloodmere Manor, home to the Blood family. The daughter of the Blood family was set to be married in a big ceremony, but an event that, according to the butler, was too terrible to mention, killed everyone in attendance, the family, and all the guests, resulting in them being ghosts with unfinished business, haunting the house, trying to redo the wedding to lift the curse and free them. This storyline feels a lot more in line with what the mansion would later become, and it seems to be a direct inspiration for the storyline of Disneyland Paris' mansion, Phantom Manor, which we'll get to a bit later in the video. There was a big internal debate at Disney regarding whether the Haunted Mansion should be more scary or more silly, and another one of Anderson's scripts definitely leans more towards the silly side, as the mansion's story shifted to be about the wedding of Monsieur Boogeyman and Mademoiselle Vampire. Great names, guys. In the first draft of this version of the script, the butler would at one point direct you to Mademoiselle Vampire, who was so nervous about her wedding that she was losing her head. The second version of the Mademoiselle Vampire script took her nervousness a step further. In this version of the script, she gets cold feet, doesn't show up to the altar, and the wedding is plunged into chaos, By the way, in this version of the script, the wedding was to be attended by several famous monsters from pop culture, including Frankenstein's monster, the Headless Horseman, and the Lonesome Ghosts from the Disney cartoon of the same name. What a weird concept. By the way, before we move away from Mademoiselle Vampire, I just want to mention that it's never been confirmed whether or not this character was supposed to be an actual vampire, or if the joke was just that her last name was that of a famous monster. We don't know. In addition to writing scripts for the mansion, Ken Anderson did a variety of sketches and concept art, including this piece of the mansion's exterior, which is basically verbatim what it became. A lot of these drawings seem to simply be spooky concepts that could perhaps be incorporated into the ride. At one point, Anderson drew a sketch of an abandoned attic in the mansion, with notes saying to add bats and spiders to the scene. None of Anderson's scripts really prominently featured an attic, but the room would make its way into the final version of the ride. Another one of Anderson's sketches features a ghost bride standing at the end of a hallway, hovering and holding a candelabra. This image seems to be pretty clearly inspired by an infamous ghost photo from 1936, depicting an alleged ghost known as the Brown Lady of Rainman Hall. Rainman Hall is a large home in Norfolk, England, and there have been legends of this ghost haunting it dating back to the 1800s. According to legend, it's believed that the woman pictured here is Dorothy Walpole, the sister of the first Prime Minister of Great Britain. When her husband, who had an infamously violent temper, realized that Dorothy was cheating on him, he locked her in Rainman Hall, where she would never leave, eventually dying of smallpox. There are a few different versions of this story, but they all end with Dorothy ending up locked in the home, unable to leave until she dies, and now she allegedly haunts the home. Always seen wearing a brown dress that she died in, hence her name, the Brown Lady. Back to the mansion, eventually its story changed to be, well, much less of a story. It was eventually decided to have the Haunted Mansion be a retirement home for ghosts, and to have it be an Omnimover style dark ride with some walkthrough show scene elements. While the new approach didn't have as deep of a storyline as previous incarnations, it ended up being a genius idea, allowing the Haunted Mansion ride to simply be a tour through a haunted house that puts scenes, characters, and atmosphere first, with each room introducing you to new, interesting characters, concepts, and visuals. Catching word that Disney wanted ghosts from all over the world for their new retirement home, Japanese television company Nippon sent them a package in 1965 featuring the bust of a famed Japanese ghost bride named Oiwa. Dude, imagine you work at Disney and you get a package in the mail one day and inside is this. Oiwa comes from the 1825 kabuki play Yotsuya Kaidan, which is considered one of the most influential Japanese ghost stories of all time. I'm sorry for any of my horrendous pronunciations throughout this part of the video. In the play, Oiwa is about to be married to her fiancé Lemon, but another woman named Oime gets jealous and wants him for herself. Afraid that Oiwa is prettier than her, Aome and her family concoct a plan, sending the woman a facial cream that's actually poisonous, resulting in her face being horrendously disfigured after she uses it. Enraged after seeing her disfigured form in the mirror, Oiwa accidentally cuts her own throat and dies. Her fiancé goes on to marry Aome instead, but on the night of the wedding, Oiwa returns as a ghost, and she tricks him into killing Aome, eventually driving him to madness until he too is dead. Disney rejected the pitch for the character to be used within the ride, but they kept the bust sent to them by Nippon, and it still sits in the Disney archives to this day. In the early 1960s, Imagineer Mark Davis became heavily involved with the production of the Haunted Mansion, and he took Ken Anderson's Ghost Bride concept and ran with it, drawing several new sketches of the character. One piece created by Davis in 1964 features the bride holding a bouquet of flowers in her left arm for the first time. She seems to be looking directly at the riders, and she's standing in front of an archway, with the mansion's organ player placed in the room behind her. Another piece depicts her on top of a staircase in front of a set of double doors. Another piece that Davis did depicts the bride changing from her normal self into a decrepit corpse-like figure. While many assume that this is a changing portrait that went unused, it's also been speculated that this is actually concept art for the bride figure itself, and at one point, Davis wanted this to happen to the bride as you pass by her on the ride, likely pulled off with different lighting tricks. Davis did yet another series of sketches of the bride character in 1968, just a year before the ride opened. It's very impressive that, despite all the changes done to the mansion throughout its early production, the bride consistently stayed in it. She's really the only consistent through line that you could find in nearly every version of the ride, other than the concept of the ride having some sort of host character, of course. But as you could see from a lot of Davis's concept art, it was unknown at the time where exactly in the ride the bride would be put. But eventually, they decided to put her in the attic, one of the ride's final and scariest scenes. It's the last part of the house you tour before falling backwards out into the graveyard. This was part of the ride's silly versus scary concept. Eventually, Imagineers agreed to incorporate both elements, have the house parts of the mansion be a bit more scary, and the graveyard part at the end be a lot more silly. And the bride scene in the attic is placed as sort of the culmination of that house scary aspect. In addition to his very human-looking bride design, Davis was also working on some more disturbing ones. This lankier, more corpse-like bride design gives her a candle in one hand, while the other clutches her pet, a small black cat. This wasn't the only time they imagined the bride having some sort of pet, as this far more abstract design for her depicts her with a skeletal dog. This design made the bride's heart fully visible in her chest, and also added several other lights throughout her body, an evolution of a character that Davis designed called the Moving Lights Ghost. This piece of concept art was the pretty clear inspiration for this. This is a clay maquette of the bride placed in the attic scene of a scale model of the ride the Imagineers were using. As you can see, the dog and more abstract elements of the design were dropped here, and it was made much more in line with the other bride concept art. The beating heart remained, but her human face, featured in so much of the character's concept art, was dropped, in favor for an all-black look with glowing eyes, completely shrouding her look in darkness. The bride was placed about halfway through the attic on its left side, while the back left corner was taken up by a small window. The attic would be filled with all sorts of random junk, and while the famous April through December painting appears here as part of the clay maquette, it was later moved out of the attic and into the changing portrait hallway. Eventually, a bride figure would be fully constructed. If you've ever looked into Haunted Mansion history online, you've likely seen this image before, often credited as the first bride, and that's only sort of half true. While many claim that this is the bride design placed in the ride on opening day, it's actually not the case. This was a prototype design of the character used early on. Regardless, it depicts her with a lot of the features the final bride would go on to have. Stringy white hair, glowing eyes, a glowing heart, a candle in her right hand, and a bouquet of flowers in her left. These look particularly dying and wilted. A finalized bride design would later be created, and she and all of the attic's other props would be put in place, ready for opening day in August of 1969. But before we get to the ride on opening day, there's something else that I should mention. Earlier on in the video, I said that two of the through lines during Haunted Mansion development were the bride and the concept of a married couple where one of the two is murdered by the other. For whatever reason, much like the bride, this just kept showing up in version after version of the Haunted Mansion. There are a couple cases of husbands killing their wives, such as with Captain Gore in that first ever draft, killing Priscilla in whichever way you choose. There were several, as we saw. But there was also a character named Mr. Meeker. Designed for one of the walkthrough versions of the ride by Imagineer Dick Irvine, you would see a picture of Mr. Meeker on the wall, and the host would tell you the following information about him. Mr. Meeker was a very simple man who lost each of his 5 wives in a very tragic manner. They died in bed, apparently of natural causes. Mr. Meeker's only compensation was that his wives were all insured. He smothered them with affection. It's at this point the host would flip a switch in the bedroom, causing the bed's canopy to fall down, crushing it. They would then continue. One night, he was testing the mechanism while his cat was sleeping on the bed. When Mr. Meeker found out that he'd killed his pet, he was heartbroken. He hanged himself. While these two characters exist, with Mr. Meeker being surprisingly similar in concept to a certain someone we'll meet a bit later in the video, most of these concepts featured a wife killing her husband. Several pieces of concept art exist out there of changing portraits where the twist was a woman murdering a man, including this dancing couple resulting with the woman stabbing the man, this couple where the wife chokes her husband, and a portrait of a woman holding an axe next to a man who she's trapped inside of a pillar. This motif was incredibly consistent throughout Haunted Mansion development, and one case of a wife killing her husband officially made it into the final version of the ride in the stretching room, which we'll get to in just a minute. Why this showed up so much in the ride's development, I'm not sure, but the concept of having a couple where one kills the other has been prevalent in media for hundreds of years. Taking a romantic relationship, something that's expected to be warm and happy, and twisting it in such a dark way always seems to resonate with people. Because it takes the human concept of loving someone else, and then twists it and perverts it. The Haunted Mansion, as well as many other pieces of media, then take this and make it almost lighthearted and comedic, which adds yet another twist, and makes this whole concept fit in perfectly with the macabre feel of the Haunted Mansion. I also think the Haunted Mansion, so often having the woman kill the man, is another part of this twisting what's expected. Nowadays, there are all sorts of stories where wives kill their husbands, but in the 50s and 60s, when this was being developed, it was certainly more taboo and would be considered more surprising, more of a twist. Or perhaps I'm thinking too deep into this, and much like the bride herself, this was just a concept that one Imagineer really wanted to incorporate in the ride, and it stuck. Regardless, we've now covered the early history of the Haunted Mansion, so it's time to discuss the ride on opening day. Eventually, the Haunted Mansion would land on its final design, an Omnimover dark ride that begins with some walkthrough elements. The retirement home for ghosts house tour concept ended up working perfectly. Each scene, each character, every second of the ride was incredibly well detailed, well thought out, memorable, and immediately iconic. The Haunted Mansion officially opened on August 9th, 1969, and after years of planning and consideration, a ghost bride successfully made it in for opening day. Once you walk into the ride, you enter the stretching room, where you see 4 paintings that seem innocent enough, that is, until the room begins to stretch, revealing their true natures. One image depicts an old woman holding a rose. As the portrait stretches, we see that she's actually sitting on a tombstone labeled "Rest in Peace, Dear Beloved George," the bust of George underneath having an axe in his head. While the final version of the ride doesn't feature any commentary on who this character is, an unused 1968 script by Ex Atencio features the ghost host calling out each of the stretching portraits by name. He refers to this one as Widow Abigail Patecleaver, who was preceded by her husband. The script went unused, and Abigail Patecleaver's name was never officially used anywhere by Disney, leaving this character without a name or official backstory. For now, she's just a fun gag character in the stretching room without any lore, but that'll change several decades down the line. But now, let's make our way onto the ride itself. Past the endless hallway and the corridor of doors, past the seance room where Madame Leota lets you be able to see the ghosts, past the ballroom where you see all of them dancing. After this, you'll take a left turn into complete darkness, before ending up in the attic. The jovial ballroom music fades out, and you are left in complete silence, except for the occasional scream, and in the background, the consistent sound of a beating heart. On the right as you enter, you'll see a green skull jump out of a hatbox and then make its way back in. This is one of 2 blast-up ghosts placed in the attic to jump out at guests and startle them. The second one appearing a little bit later on your left. The attic is full of what you'd expect to see in an attic: miscellaneous chests, crates, and boxes. A couple of mobiles of bats float around overhead. About halfway through the attic, you'll see the bride. Decked out in a wedding dress, her original incarnation features a completely skeletal face with glowing eyes, wispy white hair, a bouquet in her left hand, and a single candle in her right. One of her most prominent features is a glowing red heart, the sound that you've been hearing all throughout the attic. The bride also had smaller lights placed all throughout her body, which glowed and twinkled. While this isn't nearly as well remembered or well documented as her beating heart, these lights were a part of the character all the way until 2006, and this old blueprint of hers shows you just how many there were placed all throughout the body. This 2.5-second clip is pretty much the only footage we have of the original bride. She unfortunately wasn't shown in promo material, just the attic was. The images I've been using throughout this segment and will continue to use are behind-the-scenes photos where the character isn't even lit up, because it's really the only look we have at her. What the original bride looked like lit up is almost completely lost, save for that 2-second clip. And all we have to go off of these days is this mock-up that's floated around online for years. You'll see this all over when people talk about the first bride online, but it's not an official image. It's just artwork recreating what she supposedly looked like lit up. And she's really freaking scary, man. Now, the bride is not a Pepper's ghost effect, like so many of the other ghosts in the ride are. You actually physically see her real figure in front of you. She's not reflected off of any surface. She's really there. So, to make her appear a bit more ghostly and misty, they placed a large plastic sheet in front of her, slightly obscuring her, but this lasted a very, very short time before being removed. Definitely the right choice. At the end of the attic, on its right side, stands the Hatbox ghost. A ghost whose head disappears from his body and reappears in his hatbox every time the bride's heart beats. Or at least you would see him for roughly 2 weeks, because his effect worked so poorly that he was pulled almost immediately after opening. He'll be back. In like 45 years, but he'll be back. Clearly, the original intention was for the bride and the Hatbox ghost to have some sort of close connection. His head disappeared as her heartbeat, after all, and there were also other ghostly heads popping out of hatboxes throughout the attic. Well, we could find out more information by taking a look at the first ever Haunted Mansion adaptation, The Story and Song from the Haunted Mansion, an LP record released in 1969, and giving us our first ever lore outside of the ride itself. This was made so early on that the Hatbox ghost is still featured. The record features 2 teenagers, Mike and Karen, who get stuck in the mansion and basically go through it scene for scene, but it's not a ride, it's an actual location here. When they get to the attic, a heartbeat sound starts playing, and the narrator says the following. Mike and Karen entered the door and came face to face with a ghost dressed as a bride. She was strangely illuminated, and her heart glowed red with each heartbeat. The room they were in was an unfinished attic, and as they turned to run out of the door, another ghostly manifestation appeared and blocked their way. He was a cloaked figure, with an evil grinning face. A hatbox hung from his hand. With each beat of his bride's heart, his head disappeared from his body and appeared in the hatbox. So it is explicitly stated here that the Hatbox ghost is the bride's husband. Couple goals right there. Additionally, a 1969 Disney magazine short story claims that the mansion has both phantom brides and forsaken bridegrooms. Though they don't appear, this is just Mickey flexing all the cool ghosts in his new ride. Now that we know they're married, let's answer another question. Why does the Hatbox ghost's head disappear when the bride's heart beats? Well, some people believe that the Hatbox ghost's head disappearing, combined with the skulls popping out of the hatboxes, implies that the bride decapitated her husband. Which is crazy, she would never. The bride and Hatbox ghost would be featured together again in a 1970 book and record set. This book is incredibly similar to the story and song, but it's a lot less detailed, and it doesn't mention the bride and Hatbox ghost being married. Regardless, I've got to mention it because it's our first ever Haunted Mansion book adaptation. Regardless of the implied storyline here, the Hatbox ghost was removed from the ride so early on in its lifetime that no further explanation of said story was ever given. With the Hatbox ghost gone, he and the bride stopped having any sort of connection, with her instead becoming a lonesome, solitary figure, standing all by herself in the attic. With the Hatbox ghost gone, the attic needed a new final scare at the end, so the bride was moved from her spot on the left to the Hatbox ghost spot on the right, where she would remain for the following several decades. This is definitely the bride in her most iconic form, this mysterious figure standing all alone in an attic. You don't know why she's up there. You don't know why she's still wearing her wedding dress, holding up a candle and bouquet as if she's waiting for something. Anyway, after you pass by the bride, your doom buggy turns backwards and exits the attic, going on a decline until you land in the graveyard, starting a long-running fan theory that you die in the attic and fall out the window and become a ghost. Which is why the ghosts in the graveyard are no longer trying to scare you like those earlier in the ride are. You're now one of them. This isn't canon. If you want to once again use the story and songbook as official canon, the two teenagers climb out the window and there's a staircase by the balcony. But still, it's a pretty fun fan theory, one that once again implies that the bride might be up to something kinda nefarious. Unless you just tripped and fell. I don't know, it could go either way. In October of 1971, Walt Disney World opened in Florida, and with it, a new version of the Haunted Mansion. Instead of being in New Orleans Square, which doesn't exist in Florida, this mansion was placed in Liberty Square and was given a new facade to match, themed after a Dutch colonial Gothic design. Canonically, this version of the mansion exists somewhere in upstate New York. The Florida version of the ride is very similar to its California counterpart, but it has a few additional scenes and some other notable changes throughout. One of the biggest changes was regarding the changing portraits. In the California version of the ride, you walk past the changing portrait hallway on your way to be loaded in. These paintings start out normal, but they slowly change into creepier versions of themselves. Nowadays, their other form is revealed when lightning flashes every few seconds. In Florida, you ride through the changing portrait hallway instead. It's actually the first scene of the ride, and a set of new paintings were developed for it, dubbed the Sinister 11. 5 Sinister 11 paintings were put on each side of the hallway, with the final one, the Mariner, placed overhead at the entrance to the library. These paintings don't change form like their California counterparts. Instead, they were designed to have glowing eyes that appear to follow riders as they pass through the hallway. A lot of these paintings are really cool, with great designs and some very interesting lore behind them, but the one we're here to focus on today is the second painting on the right side of the hallway. The Opera Glasses Lady. The Opera Glasses Lady, also known as the Seer, is a very lanky and spectral-looking figure. She's a very stylized and ghostly painting with a unique color palette of gold and purple. In one hand, she holds a black cat, and in the other, a pair of glasses that appear to have their own eyes inside. These eyes would be the ones that followed you in the ride. You might be wondering why I included Opera Glasses Lady in this video. And it's simple. She was directly based on this piece of bride concept art that we talked about earlier. As you can see, they're in the exact same pose. They have incredibly similar face and body shapes. She was simply modified to not be wearing the bridal gown and was given a pair of glasses instead of the candle. The cat got to stay, though. Good for the cat. Despite being based on the bride, the Opera Glasses Lady is her own distinct and separate character. And while we're on the subject of the Sinister 11, I should briefly mention another painting here known as the Sinister Couple. This painting features a husband and wife just kind of scowling at you as you pass by them. Now, many of the Sinister 11 were based on unused changing portraits, and the Sinister Couple is one of those. Specifically, it's this one that we talked about earlier, where it was supposed to be revealed that the wife is killing her husband by choking him. While it's cool to see it make its way into the ride, unfortunately, since these portraits don't change, we don't see the other phase. Now, just like Opera Glass's lady, the sinister couple has no official lore, unless you want to consider that unused concept art a canon part of their story. It has been speculated by fans, though, that the painting in the background of their image is supposed to be the Florida mansion itself, suggesting that these two could have lived in the mansion before they died. After you finish going through these new rooms in the beginning, the Florida Haunted Mansion becomes pretty much identical to the California version. You go through the endless hallway, the corridor doors, the seance room where you can see the ghost, the ballroom, and then, of course, into the attic. Upon opening, this scene was basically identical to its California counterpart, complete with a skeletal bride figure placed at the end on the right. The bride herself is a little bit different than California's skeletal version, but there aren't that many pictures of her out there, and they are very similar. Really, the only major difference with these two attics at first was that the Florida version was built without enough space to fit the Hatbox ghost, since they knew they weren't going to include him here, since he didn't work over in California. But the original incarnation of the Florida bride only lasted 2 years, being replaced in 1973 with an updated version. This version of her ditched the skeletal face concept, giving her a human face but painting it completely pitch black, making her appear as if her face was shrouded in shadow, letting her glowing eyes stand out more than ever. The dress and veil were also redesigned, and this version of the bride would stay in Florida from 1973 all the way through to 1997, making it, to this day, the longest-lasting bride figure in an American park. Disneyland would similarly receive a faceless version of the bride a few years later in the late 1970s, replacing the original corpse one. This would last in the ride until 1995. Also in the 70s, the stretching portraits would be repainted, including our dear old friend, Old Woman Sitting on Tombstone. Since these are hand-painted, they wear away over time, so Disney brings in new artists every once in a while to repaint them, causing all the stretching paintings to have some slight changes over the years. I won't cover every time this happens to the old woman sitting on the tombstone, just know that she is going to look different every few decades or so. The third and current version depicts her as notably older. This will be important later. I swear everything about this character will be important later. Before we move on to the next decade, there is one more detail from Florida's mansion that I'd like to mention. Bluebeard's Crypt. As you leave Florida's mansion, you'll see several crypts on your left side. One of them, a very large one, containing the body of Bluebeard, the infamous pirate, and his 7 wives. This being placed, no doubt, as a reference to the old Captain Gore pirate storyline the ride was supposed to have. Bluebeard is a famous fictional pirate from an 18th century French fairy tale. His story goes, exactly as the crypt shows. He married 7 different women, killing off each of them. Penelope in 1434, Abigail in 1435, Anastasia in 36, Prudence in 37, Phoebe in 38, Eugenia in 39, and then there's Lucretia, who saw through Bluebeard's lies and killed him. Thus, her death date isn't listed. But Bluebeard's is, and it's of course the next year, 1440. The text below reads, 7 winsome wives, some fat, some thin. 6 of them were faithful, but the 7th did him in. Of course, this is based on the pre-existing story of Bluebeard, but it's yet another example of the Haunted Mansion's obsession with married couples that end up killing each other. And it's another case where we see someone get married several times only to kill off their partner each time, very similar to the Mr. Meeker concept. Bluebeard's crypt remains outside of the Florida mansion to this day. This is actually a picture I took of it just last week. In 1983, Tokyo Disneyland would open, and their version of the Haunted Mansion, much like many of the other rides there, was simply a copy of the one found in Florida at the time. And while the attic remained the same as Florida's, the bride figure was actually given a slightly different outfit to better reflect Japanese bridal wear and bridal culture. A very nice and subtle change to make her fit better with the country she's placed in. In addition to that, she also has a different hairstyle, with bangs, and most notably, her face wasn't painted fully black. Instead, it was painted a similar blue color to all the other ghosts, allowing you to see the bride's facial features clearly for the first time. Meanwhile, back at Florida's mansion, as the years went by, guests and cast members alike began to notice something. Something that would go on to become one of the Haunted Mansion's most legendary myths. At one point in the ride's queue, not far from where you enter the mansion itself, people started to notice what appeared to be a wedding ring engraved into the pavement. Those who saw it, of course, connected it to the bride and began to speculate and tell stories on how it could have gotten here in universe. Cast members apparently came up with a story that the bride jumped out the window to her death, and the ring was left here in the ground. This ring was an incredibly clever detail, a great piece of world building, and just a really cool Easter egg. There's just one problem. It wasn't a ring. It's actually just the base of a metal pole that was supposed to be in the line but was removed. Regardless, its resemblance to a wedding ring gave it an entire second life. An Easter egg that wasn't supposed to be one, which has gone on to gain legendary status among Haunted Mansion fans and cast members. Now that the bride's design has stabilized, and they're going to stay the same for the next several decades, let's break into the character's lore at this time. While nowadays nearly every character in the Haunted Mansion has an official name and backstory, this wasn't always the case. For the first several decades of the ride existing, these were simply just spooky characters in a haunted house, and it didn't go much further than that. What you saw was what you got. But in 1988, this all began to change, when a group of Disney cast members who worked in the Haunted Mansion in Florida began to spend their downtime writing backstories for each of the characters. These would all be collected in a large binder that became known as the Ghost Gallery. This would be worked on for the next decade, becoming an encyclopedia of interconnected character backstories. Now, this is not official Haunted Mansion canon. It was simply a set of stories written by people who worked on the ride. But many of the things introduced in the Ghost Gallery have actually gone on to become official Haunted Mansion lore, especially character names. For example, you may have seen the hitchhiker ghosts be referred to as Phineas, Ezra, and Gus. That was first created by cast members in the Ghost Gallery, and Disney later adopted that as their official name. So look at this as kind of semi-official fanfiction. With the bride standing all alone, with her heart still beating, still in her wedding dress, holding a bouquet and candle, people began to see her as a potentially tragic character. Why is she up here, all alone? What happened? Well, the Ghost Gallery writers came up with a very interesting backstory for her. The Ghost Gallery names the bride Emily Kavanaugh Gracie, the second wife of Master Gracie, the owner of the Haunted Mansion. She was born March 17, 1925, in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, and died very young on November 1st, 1941. The following is her backstory in the Ghost Gallery. The second Mistress Gracie, Emily Kavanaugh, was born to the very wealthy Kavanaughs of Rhode Island. Being an only child, Emily was destined to inherit the entire family fortune. Much to her parents' dismay, she was a flighty girl and given to disappearing for hours on end, contemplating flowers or patterns on wallpaper. Much was done by her parents to teach Emily the responsibility of her station, but the girl refused to grasp the gravity of her situation. When her parents were suddenly killed by a runaway carriage, the entire wealth of the Kavanaughs fell on her unprepared shoulders. At the funeral, she met Master Gracie, who, having recently lost his first wife, was prepared to offer her consolation and guidance. An impressionable girl of 16, she fell in love with the authoritative figure of the master and his boyish good looks. When he proposed marriage, the unwitting Emily accepted. The wedding was a beautiful affair and the bride was radiant. The trouble began on the honeymoon at the Gracie mansion. Madame Leota waited there for the young bride, killing time until she could dispose of the bride. Now would probably be a good time to take a break from the story and explain Madame Leota's role in the Ghost Gallery, as she acts as somewhat of an overarching villain for the stories, a far cry from her role in the current canon of the ride. The Ghost Gallery states that Madame Leota was a medium who held seances and palm readings and was really great at getting people to give her their money. When she met the very rich Master Gracey, she realized that he would be an easy target, eventually moving into his giant mansion. Despite seeming like a scam artist, she actually had some form of magical powers, as she had been raised in the occult after being kidnapped as a child. Gracey's wife, a performer named Lillian, hated Leota and tried to get her out of the house. Leota retaliated by hypnotizing Lillian during her tightrope walking act, making her jump to her death. Not wanting another woman in Gracey's life, Leota's attention turned, of course, to Emily. Now, back to the story. Being young, Emily was still playful and decided to play hide-and-seek with her new groom. So eager was she to begin this honeymoon game that she didn't even wait to change out of her wedding gown. She found herself in the attic, and hearing George calling her, she quickly hid in a large sea trunk. The trunk was uncomfortable and stuffy, and just as she prepared to come out of hiding, she heard the sound of scraping metal. Madame Leota had seized the opportunity and locked the trunk. The poor young bride suffocated. I think this is a very interesting backstory. There are some parts of it I like, there are some parts I don't really like, but I'm a big fan of how they made sure to incorporate the attic element. I like tying her in with the owner of the house. There's a lot of very interesting stuff here. Emily's story was actually continued in another Ghost Gallery entry, explaining the backstory behind her wedding ring engraved in the pavement. Yes, they took the rumor of the ring being in the ground and roped it into the Ghost Gallery lore. This story goes as follows. After discovering his young bride's untimely demise, Master Gracey felt the need to announce his continuing dedication to her in order to avoid rumors that he only married her for her money. Gracey arranged to have the funeral services in the courtyard of the mansion so that the entire town could be present. With the Gracey household and the town as his audience, only Madame Leota mysteriously failed to attend. Master Gracey stood on the driver's bench of the hearse buggy and prepared to announce his undying devotion to Emily. He planned to place the ring on his little finger as a reaffirmation of his dedication to Emily, and so that she would always be close to him. Suddenly, before he was able to place the ring on his finger, something spooked the horses, and Gracey was thrown from the buggy. As the horses galloped wildly away, a wheel of the buggy rolled over Emily's wedding band, embedding it into the cobblestone walkway. Despite his best efforts, Master Gracey was unable to free the ring from its cobblestone grave. The ring remains there to this day. The servants were sent to search for the hearse. A few days later, the horses and buggy were discovered, but the hearse was empty. Emily's body was never recovered. Despite the Ghost Gallery not being official canon, the name Emily has been widely accepted and used by fans as the name of the original bride. Now, we're not done with the Ghost Gallery just yet. I do want to briefly touch on another character, the old woman sitting on the tombstone. The Ghost Gallery names this character Mary Gilbert Gracey, the mother of Master Gracey. You may have noticed in the last story, Master Gracey's first name is George. He was named after his father, of course, dear beloved George, the man on the tombstone. Mary was born September 30th, 1859, but her date of death remains unknown. The story goes as follows. Mary Gilbert Gracey was Master Gracey's mother. She had a sheltered and stifling childhood from which she longed to escape. Just as she reached her teens, however, her father and stepmother died. Although financially well off, Mary was saddled with the upbringing of her infant half-brother Asa. As the years dragged on, Mary became increasingly resentful of Asa. She finally threatened to kill him, so he ran away and joined the carnival. Random. Asa Gilbert would one day become the mansion's handyman. Now free of responsibility, Mary Gilbert set out to see new places and meet new people. The first person she met was a wealthy young businessman, George Gracey. Though he was a lackluster lover, he managed to sweep Mary off her feet. To her dismay, she soon found herself in a delicate condition and was obliged to marry George. While her husband went off on what she imagined to be exciting business trips, Mary Gracey stayed home with George Jr. The moment he was old enough, she packed him off to a distant boarding school. Unfortunately, George Sr. then began conducting his business from home, and Mary's plans for freedom were again frustrated. One day, when Master Gracey was at Yale, George confessed to his wife that he had had an affair with a Miss Patterson in Boston, and the affair had produced a son, Daniel. Daniel Patterson was to become the mansion's liveryman. See, literally everyone is connected. Someone needs to make a family tree of this. This was the excuse Mary had been looking for. That night, she parted her husband's skull with an axe. At the trial, Mary's counsel pleaded for mercy on the grounds that she was a widow. Witnesses testified that the defendant was justified in killing her husband because he was a very dull man who told pointless, long-winded stories. Mary Gracie was acquitted for lack of evidence and emerged smelling like a rose. She sold the Gracie house, left for Europe, and was never heard from again. Even the sinister couple were given entries. Yes, entries. The husband and wife were given 2 separate sections. The wife is described as Gracie's Aunt Elma Bell, and the husband as his uncle Richard Bell. This doesn't follow the original concept art that shows the wife killing the husband, which makes sense. Who knows if the cast members who wrote this even knew about that. What they did instead, though, was absolutely insane. According to the gallery, Richard and Elma were happily married for many years until Richard died in 1891. After her husband died, Elma took up painting, and George let her move into the mansion, where she would paint its residents and guests. Elma bought a raven from an old woman to keep her company, and this was seen by others as the beginning of her mental decline, as she would speak to the raven as if it were a person, and also start speaking to her paintings and even occasionally having tea with them. Elma also frequently claimed to be talking to her deceased husband Richard, and whenever she did, the raven would fly back to her. In fact, one time, she had the raven pose for a painting of her and Richard. Elma would mysteriously die one night in 1920, the nurse rushing into her room to find her pointing to the raven still on the windowsill. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Her husband died, apparently possessed a bird, and then apparently killed her. There's no explanation for any of this. Also, that bird is the same raven we see within the mansion itself, as the raven section mentions that it has never died. Although George tried to get rid of it, it's still there. Nobody came up with any answers for like 90% of what's going on here. Who's the old woman? What is any of this? Why are they all related to each other in this house? Although I will say, I do think having one person be the painter for the Sinister 11 is pretty cool. But did you know that her husband is actually a bird? The Ghost Gallery is full of really interesting stories and connections. The one about little Leota of all characters is absolutely wild. Perhaps I'll cover it in its own dedicated video one day, but it really is a significant piece of history for the ride, as it started to put together the pieces of who these characters could be if they had deeper stories. And speaking of a deeper story, it's time to talk about Phantom Manor, the fan-favorite Disneyland Paris version of the Haunted Mansion, which actually has a full plot inside the ride. As you go through the ride, you see a story play out. A story all about a bride and her doomed wedding. That's right, Phantom Manor not only has a storyline, it has a storyline completely centered around the concept of a bride character. It really goes to show you just how significant the bride character is to the Haunted Mansion as a whole. This entire version is focused on the bride and wedding concept, which means, yes, Disney was finally able to make a Haunted Mansion with a wedding plot, like they wanted to in so many of the early scripts. So, without further ado, let's break down the ride and its story as it appeared on opening day in 1992. With no New Orleans Square or Liberty Square counterpart in Disneyland Paris, Phantom Manor was instead placed in Frontierland. This park's version of Frontierland focuses around a town called Thunder Mesa, with all of the rides and experiences here being a part of this small town and universe. Everything here is interconnected as one location. The founder of Thunder Mesa was a man named Henry Ravenswood. Born in 1795, as an adult he struck gold in Big Thunder Mountain and used his newfound riches to build a town around it, including a large mansion for himself and his family, including his daughter Melanie, born in 1842, and his wife Martha. As Melanie grew up into a beautiful young woman, her father became very overprotective of her. Henry also continued his mining operation inside Big Thunder Mountain, avoiding warnings from local Native American tribes that claimed that an ancient spirit called the Thunderbird lived inside the mountain, a spirit that was said to wreak havoc on anyone that disturbed it. In 1860, a terrible earthquake would befall Thunder Mesa, claiming the lives of both Henry and his wife Martha. Melanie, meanwhile, had become engaged to a man named Jake, a train engineer for the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. The two were set to be wed inside the manor, but on the night of the wedding, Jake mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. Melanie, heartbroken, believing there was no way her fiancé would ever leave her, remained in her wedding dress, waiting for the day her love would return. As the guests enter the original foyer, they're greeted by their host. Not your typical ghost host, instead the Phantom of Phantom Manor, who acts as this ride's narrator and, in French, explains the context and backstory of the ride. An image of Melanie herself can be seen in a mirror, fading in and out occasionally. You then enter the stretching room, where the narration continues and is very close to your classic Haunted Mansion dialogue. But all the paintings in the stretching room instead showcase Melanie in a variety of situations. Tending to her garden, standing in a nice pink dress, holding a parasol, a clear parallel to the tightrope walker girl in the other mansions, and having a nice little picnic with her fiancé. But as the room stretches, we see the true terror of each of these situations. Melanie is clutching her parasol in a boat, oblivious to the fact that she's about to go over a waterfall. She and her fiancé are picnicking, but a legion of poisonous animals are quickly approaching. She stands in a lake in her pink dress, with a sea monster inches away from her, and, my personal favorite, she tends to her garden, completely oblivious to the fact that underneath her is a gravestone with a zombie rising out of it. I love what they did with the stretching room here. It's so fun to see them take a concept from the other versions of the ride, but inject their story and characters into it. Something that you'll continue to see throughout the rest of Phantom Manor, as its layout is actually the same as the California Haunted Mansion. As the Phantom continues his narration, we of course get the iconic "There's always my way out" line. But when the lights go out, we don't see the hanging body of the host. No, instead, we see our host, the Phantom, hanging Melanie's fiancé, Jake. Yes, poor Jake was lured away to the rafters of the manor on his wedding night, and killed by the Phantom. After this, you go into the changing portrait hallway, where a full-body painting of Melanie in her wedding dress sits at the end. This painting doesn't change, but it is really our first full look at Melanie in her bridal outfit. While I unfortunately can't play it here, the music in this part of the ride is absolutely incredible. It's beautiful and haunting, with Melanie's operatic wailing intertwined with the soundtrack, really making her presence felt at all times in the ride. And right after you board, you are almost immediately greeted by Melanie, wearing her wedding dress, bowing at you as you pass by her. In one hand she holds a candelabra, and in the other a bouquet of flowers, of course reminiscent of the other brides. Melanie would be changed a bit over the years. Sometimes you'd be able to see her face, other times it would be covered by a veil. Melanie appears once again right after in the endless hallway scene. Instead of just a candle floating by, we see that candle is being held by a vision of Melanie who appears to phase in and out of existence. Melanie herself doesn't appear in the next several scenes, but they all continue to be relevant to her. Instead of the man trying to break out of the coffin, we see a shadow playing a corrupted version of the wedding march on a piano. This, of course, is very similar to the shadow piano player that we see around this point in the ride in Florida. And this concept would later be brought to California. We'll get to that later. You then pass through the corridor of doors and go into the seance room where Madame Leota sits. I don't know how she got here, but good for her. Her dialogue, half in French, half in English, continues the story of the ride. The following is her dialogue, fully translated back into English. Note that the lines that rhyme in English are the ones originally written in English, and the ones that don't rhyme because they're the French lines translated back. They do rhyme in French. Goblins and ghoulies, creatures of fright, we summon you now to dance through the night. Spirits and phantoms on your proud stallions, escort the beautiful bride into the night. See, that one was French. Warlocks and witches, answer this call. Your presence is wanted at this ghostly ball. As 12 strokes of midnight sound from the bells, we shall waltz together, gruesome debutante. Join now the spirits in nuptial doom, a ravishing bride, a vanishing groom. And so we enter the grand hall where a ghostly wedding party occurs. On the floor sits a pile of unopened wedding gifts, and on the table, a large wedding cake now covered in mold. All untouched, same as they were since the night the wedding was supposed to happen. But now ghosts surround the table, and some enter the room bringing in even more wedding gifts, all of them dressed in the attire they would be wearing in the 1800s when the wedding was supposed to take place. In the center of the room, the haunting music continues to swell up as we see Melanie herself standing, looking up at the phantom, who appears in a window laughing maniacally at her. Now, of course, we all know what room comes next. You're probably wondering, what does an attic look like in a version of the ride that's already all about the bride? Well, funnily enough, this version of the ride actually doesn't have an attic. While the track layout is exactly the same, the room has been replaced with Melanie's boudoir. While the American versions of the ride cut off the music at this point, Phantom Manor continues the soundtrack here. You first pass by an illuminated painting of Melanie placed above her fireplace. Then you see Melanie herself. Now an elderly woman, she still sits in her wedding dress, crying in front of her vanity. Her singing is quieter, sadder than it was before. She's now spent her whole life waiting. In front of her, the old worn mirror resembles a skull. This goes so hard, this should totally be an album cover. After passing by her, you exit the house. This only takes up about half of the attic. The other half of what is typically the attic scene takes place outside, where you see the maniacally laughing phantom in full for the first time, before tipping backwards. As you leave the house, you get one final glimpse of Melanie at her vanity. You eventually land among a group of skeletons, some of them moving and rocking and popping out of their coffins, and one of them, reaching outwards, as if trying to grab something, wears a wedding dress. Melanie. You then pass through Phantom Canyon, a literal ghost town full of the restless souls of those who didn't survive the 1860 earthquake. Here you see the phantom's true form, a rotting corpse maniacally laughing as always, with an open coffin next to him, ready for you. But right after him, Melanie's singing returns one last time. Her skeleton appears, bathed in light, seemingly breaking through glass, raising an arm, pointing the way out. But perhaps you haven't truly escaped the phantom, as his skeletal head appears floating above your car. As you can see, Phantom Manor is a very different version of the ride, with a much deeper story and many parts that are much darker than its American counterparts. I love the deeper story here, I love the mystery regarding the Phantom, and I especially love the fact that whether Melanie is dead or not is kind of left up in the air. When you're in the ride, you don't really know if she's a ghost or not, and then you see her dead body afterwards. Melanie appears one last time as you exit the ride, taking the place of Little Leota. A little random, honestly, but hey, I guess she had to be in there. A lot of the most iconic characters of the ride were still fit in where they go. Melanie's singing voice in the ride was provided by Imagineer Catherine Lench Meyering, who was actually trained in opera. Her speaking lines at the end, meanwhile, were provided by Una Lind, who also portrays Madame Leota in this version of the ride. And since Melanie takes on the role of Little Leota here, they had her do this voice for her as well. We're done talking about Phantom Manor for now, but Melanie's story isn't over just yet. In the over 30 years since this ride debuted, it's continued to change and evolve, and Melanie has made several appearances in other places, so we'll be seeing her quite often. In fact, our very next bride appearance is another one for her. Also in 1992, one of Disneyland Paris's first shows, C'est Magique, or Feel the Magic in English, featured a Phantom Manor segment. In this segment, a new arrangement of grim-grinning ghosts plays, with actors playing ghosts appearing in large picture frames come to life. Eventually, Melanie enters the frame and adds her operatic singing to the song. This was the first ever time a live-action costume was created for one of the brides. In fact, this show was the first time Haunted Mansion character costumes were created for any of the Disney parks. The Phantom also appears here and he joins in, eventually picking up Melanie. His costume is also very cool to see, although I will say he looks a bit too much like Skeletor in the 80s live-action He-Man movie. Now, Melanie's dress here isn't exactly the same as the dress she wears on the ride. She has shorter sleeves, and also there are slits in the side of the dress to allow her to move and dance more. While Melanie in the ride is depicted with brown hair, Melanie in the show just had whatever hair color the actress playing her at the time had. They didn't give actresses a brown wig if their hair wasn't brown, so sometimes you would get a blonde Melanie or a Melanie with a different hair color. It just depended on who was playing her. This show lasted from 1992 to 1994. Now in 1993, a VHS tape called Let's Go to Euro Disneyland was released. A sing-along tape based on the California Disneyland Fun VHS, just done for France instead. Both the California and France versions of the tape feature a segment where Grim Grinning Ghosts is sung outside of the Haunted Mansion, or Phantom Manor in Paris, of course. The California version doesn't feature any Haunted Mansion characters. Instead, the song features Disney villains, Donald Duck in a ghost costume, and Walk Around Scary Trees. Super underrated costume right there. The French version, however, does feature Walk Around characters, with the Phantom and Melanie. The Phantom just reuses his costume from C'est Magique, but strangely, Melanie doesn't. Her costume here is much closer to the American bride's, complete with the glowing beating heart in her chest, a feature that Melanie doesn't have. It's really strange to see this done for this tape and this tape only. This is the only appearance of this bride costume. Additionally, Melanie is depicted with blonde hair. As I said before, the hair color just depended on the actress playing her, and that seems to be the case for this as well. She wears very dark makeup, giving her a more ghostly appearance, and is strangely close to the Phantom, as if the two of them are married. We see him carrying her at one point. They also walk out of Phantom Manor, linking arms. We saw the same sort of thing in C'est Magique, with the Phantom carrying Melanie around. It seems that these appearances went for more of a Phantom of the Opera, the woman and the Phantom are in love concept, instead of the ride, where Melanie is clearly afraid of the antagonistic figure of the Phantom. And while it isn't outright stated, it is heavily implied that the Phantom is Melanie's father, who killed her fiancé because he didn't want his daughter to get married. So it certainly makes appearances that portray the characters like this really strange and creepy in hindsight. At the end, the two are scared off by Donald Duck in a ghost costume, truly the scariest thing you could see in a Disney park. There are two different versions of this tape out there. One called Let's Go to Euro Disney, and another released a few years later called Let's Go to Disneyland Paris. This one simply alters the times where they say Euro Disney to say Disneyland Paris instead, to go alongside the park's name change. The Phantom Manor segment in both of these is the exact same. But now that we've covered Phantom Manor, let's return to the American parks, because in 1995, California's attic received an overhaul. After staying the same for the last almost 20 years, several things were changed here. The first thing you'll notice is the inclusion of music in the attic for the first time. For all these years, the attic had been empty, devoid of sound. The music from the ballroom cut off and replaced with dead silence, save for the beating heart of the bride and the screams of the blast-up ghosts and the screams of people who were jump-scared by them. But now, as you entered the attic, the soundtrack shifted to a dark, slow version of the famed wedding march. And halfway through the attic, you'll see a stool and piano being played by a shadow of a man in a jacket and top hat. This effect was clearly inspired by the music room at the beginning of Florida's mansion, and of course its counterpart in France, which we just talked about, where the wedding march is being played. But the effect does look a bit different. A piano is up against the side of a wall instead of in front of a window, so you actually see the full profile of the player. It was really fascinating to see them pull an effect that was in both the Florida and French versions of the ride and work it into California. Despite there being no music room in California, they really found a perfect place for this. And for the record, the composition of the bridal march is not the same one that's used in France. This one is actually even slower than that. In addition to providing a new visual effect, the inclusion of the piano player also provides some great continuity for the ride. Though you might not have even realized it, most of the music in the Haunted Mansion is diegetic, meaning that it's being played within the universe of the story, it's not just soundtrack being heard by us. Most areas of the ride where there is music include someone playing it, and now, with a new source of music in the attic, we have somebody to play it. It just adds some nice diegetic continuity there. And it adds to the immersion of the ride without you even realizing it. Another reason why the piano player was added was to fix a problem that the attic had had for decades at this point. You see, about halfway through the attic, your ride vehicle turns slightly to the left. This is because the bride was originally on the left halfway through the attic, but after the Hatbox ghost was removed and she was moved in his place, you just had the ride vehicles awkwardly turning a little left and, well, really looking at nothing but junk in the attic. So Disney took advantage of this spot and had this be where the piano player is. Finally, having the fact that you turn left makes sense again. Now, to this day, the piano player doesn't have an official name or any lore or backstory. The Florida version of the piano player received a ghost gallery entry, and the Florida version of the piano, of all things, has a backstory that was written for it in a book a couple years back, but the California piano player doesn't have any official canon there. Although some did used to speculate that he was the Hatbox ghost, which is pretty funny. The bride herself also received a new look here, allowing you to see her face for the first time. Here she appears far more sorrowful than she does scary. Her face is quite cartoony, and it's easily the most human the bride character has ever looked. This version of the character also floated off the ground a bit. I'm not sure when this feature was installed, because some behind-the-scenes photos show her pretty close to the ground, while others have her definitely higher up. There's also a behind-the-scenes photo showing what this bride looked like without her dress and veils. And if you look at the body, you'll see it looks identical to that blueprint from the 60s, suggesting that potentially this was the exact same bride figure the whole time, and they weren't rebuilding her each time, they were just swapping out different parts. Additionally, this update added new pop-up ghosts throughout the attic, wearing top hats and tuxedos, chanting "I do" in a ghostly voice as they appear. Are they ghosts mocking her? Or men from failed past weddings? We don't know. But this all comes together to make a new version of the attic that's a little less scary and a bit more sad, but also kinda silly. This is how the attic would remain for the following 11 years, from 1995 to 2006. But during this time, the lighting and veil placement of the new bride figure would be changed frequently. Disney would mess around with having the bride's eyes glow, having her face glow blue, and placing the veil in front of her face instead of behind it. I think they would also change the hair up a little bit as well. This makes her look far more ghostly and intimidating, and a lot more in line with the previous bride incarnations. It really goes to show you just how much something can change if you alter it in just a few key ways. This went from being probably my least favorite bride design to one of my personal favorites. Also in 1995, the first ever novel based on the Haunted Mansion released. Disney's Enter If You Dare, Scary Tales from the Haunted Mansion. Clearly inspired by Goosebumps, which was quite popular at the time. Now these stories aren't really directly based on the Haunted Mansion, they're more so loosely inspired by them. For example, there's a story about a girl who wants to be a model and she ends up getting these creepy glowing eyes, a la the Sinister 11. There's no Madame Leota, but we do see a fortune teller at one point. There are no hitchhiking ghosts, but we do see a ghost appear in a mirror. They're Goosebumps style stories with a Haunted Mansion inspiration in there. The final story in the collection is called Late for the Wedding. In it, a young man named Alex Little attends the funeral of his great-great-uncle Caleb, which is taking place in the graveyard next to this book's version of the mansion. At this funeral, he meets an old man named John O'Hannon, who is very happy that Caleb is gone, and he tells Alex why. You see, back in the day, John O'Hannon was set to marry a woman named Sally Little, Caleb's daughter. But Caleb, of course, didn't want the wedding to happen. and he told the two that he wouldn't let them be together for as long as he lived. He eventually drove John out of the state, successfully keeping him away from Sally, but Sally died of a broken heart shortly after, when John didn't appear on her wedding day. Back in the present, we see that John has given Sally a brand new tombstone, and he makes a special request of Alex to return to the cemetery the following day with a dozen roses. You see, Caleb promised that the two wouldn't be together so long as he lived, but he wasn't living anymore. So John went to Sally's grave and dug her out of it, revealing a skeleton in a wedding dress, with a glowing heart still beating for him. He married her right there in a private ceremony in the graveyard. I don't really know how to follow up a man marrying a skeleton. As you can see, the story has that sort of goosebumps, corny scariness that I was talking about, and clearly takes a lot more direct inspiration from the bride character in the ride than a lot of other stories do. It's cool to see the beating heart referenced. And while it isn't exactly a match for the character from the ride, this book is still notable for being the first official piece of media made by Disney to give the bride a name and a form of backstory. It's also the first time the bride character was ever adapted into another medium. This is the only time we've seen her so far outside of theme park rides, other than the Song and Story book from all the way back in 1969. Moving back to the parks, in 1997, Florida received an update to their attic, similar to the one that California received 2 years prior. The pop-up grooms were added in, although they didn't speak, instead they just screamed. And a new bride figure was installed, replacing the one that had been there since 1973. This bride actually isn't the same as the one that California was using at the time. The wig and veil are noticeably different, the dress is different as well, and while she is now floating like her California counterpart, she's also being blown back in the wind thanks to fans that were installed. Once again, her appearance is much more cartoony. This version of her is actually smiling, which is a bit strange. But much like the new California version, she could also look quite intimidating. And despite the addition of this new bride figure and the pop-up grooms, the bridal march track played in California was not added to the Florida mansion, keeping the room quiet other than the noises that were already in there. If I had to guess why, I'd assume it's probably because the shadow piano player already appeared in the Florida mansion earlier on. Regardless, this is the version of the attic that Florida had moving into the 2000s. But before we move into the new millennia, we have two final things to address. In 1999, a Haunted Mansion coloring book was released called Haunted Happenings. It features a storyline where Mickey and friends go to the mansion, and of course the bride is featured, staring out the attic's window with a dead expression. More importantly, this year marked the Haunted Mansion's 30th anniversary. And to celebrate, Disney held a special event where they put several real actors into the ride. This is something that Disney tried to incorporate into the ride in the 80s, putting an actual knight in there, which just scared the crap out of people, so they removed it. But every once in a while, for special events, they'll try to fit some real people in there again. But this special event featured the, I believe, largest number of scare actors we've ever seen in the Haunted Mansion, all of them themed to the different parts of the ride they were in, and two were in the attic. The first one being Jump Scare Dracula? Yeah, okay, I don't know why he's here, but the second actor placed in the attic is far more thematically consistent. Placed by the bride was a woman dressed up as a bridesmaid, who would stand and stare and wave at passing by guests. I think this is such a perfect idea for a scare actor to put in the Haunted Mansion. The character of a bridesmaid fits with the bride perfectly. I think her outfit is also really great, and it seems like the actress was having a whole lot of fun being a scare actor here. Unfortunately, this was the only footage I could find of this event. Hopefully there's more out there that I missed. If not, I really hope that some more surfaces someday. I'd love to get a better look at this character. The early 2000s brought something major into the Disney parks. Pins. In the year 2000, Disney introduced their pin trading line, which has since exploded with nearly 100,000 releases in the 25 years it's been around, with dozens of new ones released every single month. And with the Haunted Mansion being one of Disney's most popular rides, there are hundreds and hundreds of pins themed to it to collect. But in the early days of the pin line, before it really exploded and expanded, there were only a couple of Haunted Mansion ones out there. And in 2002, a pin featuring the bride was released. Released exclusively at Walt Disney World, this pin features the bride standing in front of the Florida mansion, though it should be noted that this bride looks far closer to the California version from the time instead of the Florida one. This was really the first significant piece of bride merchandise released, and it's one of only 2 pins that depict her pre-mid-2000s refurb. The other one released in 2007 and featured Chip and Dale with the bride, who's clearly more directly based on the Florida version from this time. Oh, and while we're still talking about early 2000s pins, I should mention that around this time, a couple were released for the old woman sitting on the tombstone. She'll be relevant to the video soon, guys, I swear. 2001 marked the first year of Disneyland's Haunted Mansion holiday overlay, which rethemed the entire ride, incorporating characters and iconography from the Nightmare Before Christmas film. One of the biggest changes with this overlay comes in the attic, which is now filled to the brim with Christmas presents that Jack Skellington is going to deliver. The bride is completely removed here, with the scene now being punctuated by a big snake, just a big ol' snake. This overlay has been around every year in Disneyland since 2001, and it also exists over in Tokyo, where it's called Haunted Mansion Holiday Nightmare. Holiday's version of the attic hasn't really changed much in the now 25 years it's operated. When the attic got a major refurbishment in the mid-2000s, which added several new props and story elements, Disney simply started putting more presents in the attic to cover those up. It's pretty obvious, and once you notice it, you really can't unsee it. Every once in a while, they'll bring in some new or different presents or props for the scene, but since all of them are Nightmare Before Christmas related and not related to the Haunted Mansion or the bride, they're not really relevant to bring up for this video. So just know that this is something running in the background annually over in California. Though the bride herself doesn't appear in this version of the ride, Disney does leave an Easter egg to her in it every single year, in the form of a small symbol monkey doll dressed like the Beating Heart Bride. As the story goes, when Haunted Mansion Holiday first opened, Disney bought a bunch of these symbol monkey toys and placed them all over the attic as some of Jack's toys. One monkey was dressed as the bride in reference to her, and every single year, she's been hidden in a different part of the attic. Over time, most of the other monkeys were sold off or gotten rid of, but the bride monkey stayed, and continues to be hidden in different spots every year to this day. It's become a bit of a game online for Haunted Mansion diehards to see if they could find the bride monkey each year, and typically, it is very, very difficult. Apparently, there's also a groom monkey out there too, and he's even harder to spot because, well, he doesn't have a light inside of him. My favorite bride monkey hiding spots include 2023, when she was placed on the right side of the attic, in the same spot as the original Beating Heart Bride, which was a really nice callback, and the year that she wasn't placed in the attic, but was instead placed as one of the ballroom dancers alongside the groom monkey. By the way, according to a Facebook comment from a Haunted Mansion cast member, the staff of the ride has named these monkeys Elvis and Priscilla. Despite the bride's character becoming bigger than ever over the last 25 years, she still doesn't appear in the holiday overlay, aside from, of course, the monkey dressed as her. Which is really a shame. Haunted Mansion Holiday lasts a very long time now, like 5 months out of the year, so that it could be there during Halloween and Christmas, and Disney starts celebrating Halloween in August for some reason. So, unfortunately, for several months out of the year, you can't see one of the Haunted Mansion's most iconic characters and scenes in its original form. It's not just the bride who's gone here, it is several characters, like the hitchhikers who are replaced by Oogie Boogie. Where do you think all these guys canonically go? 2003 was a year of many firsts for the bride character. including her first appearance in animation, in the House of Mouse episode House Ghosts. This was a show that ran on the Disney Channel for several years, where Mickey ran a club called the House of Mouse, which was often visited by other Disney characters. Typically, these were just characters from other animated Disney projects, but on a couple rare occasions, some Haunted Mansion characters made cameos as well. In this episode, Pete, jealous that he can't win a costume contest, opens a crate labeled Hitchhiking Ghosts, good to know they come in boxed form now, and demands them to haunt the House of Mouse. The hitchhikers begin to sing Grim Grinning Ghosts. Weird to hear these guys sing, honestly. Naturally, Pete ends up getting scared and running all throughout the house, where he runs into some other Haunted Mansion characters, like the Hatbox Ghost, which is crazy to see, and the Executioner. At one point, Pete runs into a mausoleum, and the hitchhikers lock him in. At this point, the bride appears, offering out her hand to Pete, who's, he's certainly very excited to see that. Pete goes in to kiss her hand, but the rest of her arm disintegrates, and the rest of her horrifically warps. The bride's design here is very simplified and stylized. She's not a perfect match to any of the ride animatronics, but she's clearly based on the current version that's much more human and sadder. She has her beating, glowing heart, which you could actually hear in the background of the episode, which is a nice touch. She's holding a torch in one hand, she has a bunch of flowers up top, and she also has glowing yellow eyes. When she disintegrates, I love the small detail that her dress is replaced with a rag that even has a little patch on the arm. It's just a really funny and subtle piece of cartoon logic. But 2003 didn't only see Haunted Mansion characters appear on the small screen. No, this year, they also made it to the big screen. Around this time, Disney realized that their rides had untapped potential. Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion were so famous, why not try to turn them into movies? Well, they did, to varying degrees of success. Ideas for a Haunted Mansion movie had been floating around the company since the early 90s, but it was scrapped after Hocus Pocus didn't do well. Disney feared that another horror comedy would bomb, although of course Hocus Pocus now has quite the cult following these days. Disney then tried to make it a TV movie, but they didn't want to, after the Tower of Terror TV movie bombed. Eventually, in 2003, they finally got a Haunted Mansion movie out, and they released it in November. November? Why? Guys, October was right there! This movie has a pretty bad reputation. It didn't do too well while it came out, had very negative reviews, and these days is mainly remembered as being that really bad time that Disney tried to turn the Haunted Mansion into a movie. The film is a family horror comedy starring Eddie Murphy, who plays a realtor who goes on a trip with his family to check out a haunted house. While the Haunted Mansion ride is full of all sorts of fun characters and locations, the movie only pulls from it very lightly, mainly through cameos and Easter eggs. But the bride actually plays a very significant role, in fact, a central role to the film's story. The bride in this film is a completely original character, inspired by the bride concept from the original ride, not unlike Sally Little, or I guess you could even fit Melanie into this category. The bride's name in this version of the story is Elizabeth Henshaw, and she's portrayed by Marsha Thompson, who also plays Eddie Murphy's wife, Sarah, in the movie. The fact that they look alike ends up being a major plot point. You see, Eddie Murphy's character Jim and Thompson's character Sarah play realtors, who are asked to check out a large mansion, which is apparently going up for sale. But it turns out that the mansion isn't for sale, and it's all a trick from the master of the house, Edward Gracie, who is convinced that Sarah is the reincarnation of his dead fiancée, Elizabeth. You see, back in the 1800s, Edward Gracie was a young man growing up in this big New Orleans mansion. He was childhood best friends with a girl named Elizabeth, the daughter of two of the mansion's servants. As they grew up, they fell in love and were planned to be wed. In 1881, on the night before their wedding, Gracie threw a large masquerade ball, but Elizabeth ran off and he found her dead in the mansion's library, assuming she had taken her own life. Gracie ended up doing the same, and the Gracie that now roams the halls of the mansion is a ghost, convinced that Sarah is his wife. As you can see, there are some similarities to the Ghost Gallery, but also a lot of differences. The main similarity here being that Gracie is married to the bride, and also the man who hanged himself, so the ghost host. Despite how many times you'll see stories where Gracie becomes the ghost host, the current official canon of the ride has them be completely separate people. Just thought I'd clarify that, since that's not the last time we'll see this story beat. We see the attic for a bit in the film, as a mysterious blue orb leads the kids up there. Here we see both a painting of Elizabeth and her wedding dress. You know, this scene would have been a great place to put some Easter eggs, but unfortunately the props in the movie attic don't really line up with the props in the ride attic, save for a couple like the harp. As the film goes on, we not only learn more of the backstory between Gracie and Elizabeth, but we also learn the truth. Elizabeth didn't take her own life, she was poisoned by the mansion's butler, Ramsley, played by the amazing late Terence Stamp. Ramsley, fearing that Gracie marrying a servant and a woman of color would ruin the reputation of the family, wrote a false letter to Elizabeth claiming that Gracie didn't love her, and he gave her poison, killing her. Back in the present, Gracie forces Sarah to marry him, convinced that marrying Elizabeth will break the curse on the house and allow all of the spirits inside to ascend to the afterlife. After her children are threatened, Sarah reluctantly agrees, donning a wedding dress and going down the aisle. Ramsley plans to kill Sarah, just like he did Elizabeth, and hands her a goblet. Sarah drinks it, not realizing that it's poison, and Eddie Murphy and the kids rush in, revealing the truth behind what Ramsley did. Ramsley ends up getting brutally dragged to hell. What did I just watch? Anyway, Gracie has a change of heart now that he knows the truth. It's too late to save Sarah, though, who dies in her husband's arms. That is, until the blue orb from earlier returns, revealing itself to be the spirit of Elizabeth. She explains through Sarah's body that the truth had to come out in order for her to return and for the curse to be lifted.
The truth had to be known for me to be released. He saved me.
It's nothing.
Sarah is revived, and Elizabeth, Gracie, and the other ghosts are finally able to pass on. And that is the bride's role in the 2003 Haunted Mansion film. I think this movie does a very poor job at adapting the ride. Most references to it are just very small Easter eggs, blink and you'll miss it cameos and such, which is really a shame because, as you'll see as this video goes on, there are a lot of great Haunted Mansion stories out there that really embrace the ride and all the different elements of it. This is not one of them, but I can at the very least commend them for fully using the bride character as a significant part of the story and coming up with their own original backstory for her. It feels like the only part of the movie where they saw something in the ride and said, okay, this needs to be in here, and we need to craft a story around it. I think the story they came up with is pretty weak and cliche and contrived. Even the movie goes out of its way to have Eddie Murphy make a joke about how the butler did it, because that's such a generic trope. But there are some interesting concepts here, especially the fact that Gracie and Elizabeth are a mixed-race couple with a major class difference in the 1800s. This is the reason why Ramsley decided to tear them apart, and there are some very interesting and very heavy things that this movie could say in relation to that, but it just doesn't. With all that aside, I do think it's interesting just how prominently featured the bride is in this movie. Like I just said, she's really the main thing from the ride that was adapted here, and it's interesting to see that time and time again, she sort of seems like the focal point of Haunted Mansion stories. Now, to help guide them as they made the movie, the film's creative team put together a story called The Legend of Gracie Manor, which details the full backstory and history of the movie's version of the Haunted Mansion. It provides a lot of interesting bonus context that isn't described in the film, and one of the most interesting pieces here regards Edward Gracie's parents, who are named George and Abigail. Of course, after dear beloved George and Abigail Patecleaver, with this being the only time her name has ever been referred to as Abigail outside of that old cancelled script. But beyond having their names, these two really have nothing to do with the original stretching painting. In this version of the story, 2 of Abigail and George's children die, resulting in Abigail becoming obsessed with the occult and getting Madame Leota to do a seance in an attempt to bring them back. George wants no part in this and locks off the seance room. Abigail eventually grows old and dies, and George outlives her. Yeah. Abigail does not murder dear beloved George in this version of the story. I just thought this was interesting because not only is this the only time the name Abigail is actually used for this character officially, it's also another instance of these 2 being Master Gracie's parents, something first made up by cast members for the Ghost Gallery. Regardless, like I said before, these 2 are really just references in name only. Believe it or not, we're still not done with 2003 just yet, as we have one more project to cover. This year also saw the release of a Haunted Mansion video game, which released on the original Xbox, PS2, and GameCube. While this game was made as a tie-in for the movie, it doesn't have anything to do with the movie, instead telling its own original story with a combination of its own characters and characters from the ride. You play as a young man named Zeke, who's the absolute peak of video game character design, and you have to stop an evil cult leader named Atticus Thorne, who has trapped 999 souls inside of the Haunted Mansion. Zeke works with Madame Leota and a series of ghosts from the ride to collect gems that power up a beacon to stop Atticus, and also free all 999 ghosts in the mansion. While the attic is in the game, and it's actually one of the last areas you unlock, the bride isn't found here. Instead, she's found at the end of one of the earlier levels, the maid's room. After you beat the level, the bride materializes for a cameo, and she actually speaks, marking the first time one of the Beating Heart brides has spoken.
Well, where can he be? It's almost time. No, I'm sure he'll be along soon.
She's voiced by Lisa Donahue, who also provided the voice of Madame Leota in this game, and, as you just heard, she is specifically waiting for her husband to show up for the wedding. So this is another version of the bride who died before the wedding happened, and is now waiting for her groom. Do you want to tell her, or should I? I'm just saying, I don't think that guy's showing up anytime soon. And if he did, I do hope he's better looking than Zeke here. This brief cameo is the extent of the bride's role in this game. She's not a featured character like some of the others, it's just this. Opera Glasses Lady also got a cameo here. Many of the mansion's paintings were thrown into random rooms as background decoration. As you can see, 2003 was a pretty packed year for the Haunted Mansion. With both a movie and a video game tie-in, this was really Disney's first time realizing that this ride could be a franchise on its own. But the movie bombed, and the video game, well, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about the video game, so yeah. And so Disney just kind of returned to business as usual for the Haunted Mansion, focusing on the rides with occasional adaptations or merchandise here and there. But now it's time to head back over to Paris. That's right, it's time to talk Phantom Manor once again. For Halloween of 2004, a special projection show was aired on Phantom Manor. Yes, on Phantom Manor. They threw a giant white tarp over the entire building and projected some scenes onto it. And some of these visuals are honestly pretty unsettling. Phantom Manor, once again, continues to be the most visually disturbing of these rides. This show is called The Phantom Wedding, which is my favorite Star Wars movie, and it starts with Melanie's operatic singing, accompanied by an image of her. The same as the one in the ride's queue, except this one is wearing a heart-shaped necklace. Melanie starts off seeming quite happy, a series of roses animated around her neck. But as she continues, her singing becomes more sorrowful, the look on her face more terrified, and the heart necklace around her neck starts to grow and beat. So nice to see the beating heart incorporated here, since the Phantom Manor ride didn't include it. Melanie suddenly goes dead silent. Then the Phantom appears and cackles, and the image of Melanie is replaced with one of her skeleton from later in the ride. The show continues with haunting images of the Phantom, words from Madame Leota, and appearances from several of the other ghosts from throughout Phantom Manor. At the end of the show, all of the projections and noises shut off. But then, the lights in the house turn on, and Melanie's operatic singing returns, ending the show. This show was genuinely so cool. I would highly recommend you check out a YouTube upload of it. It is really, really well done. Now let's head back to the American parks. Kind of. This is Virtual Magic Kingdom, an online MMO that Disney launched in 2005 that featured, well, a virtual version of Magic Kingdom with different games you could play. There was a Haunted Mansion themed ghost hunting game added in December of 2005, but the bride wasn't featured. Her only appearance in this game, as far as I could find, was in a collectible pin that you could buy in the game's version of the Emporium store. It would cost 500 in-game currency, and unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of it online. Also in 2005, a Haunted Mansion comic book series began. The series was published by a company called, no joke, Slave Labor Graphics, who Disney worked with to create comics for more mature audiences than their typical fare. They also made comics for other franchises such as Tron and Gargoyles. The series was an anthology, each issue featuring several short stories about the characters of the Haunted Mansion and oftentimes their backstories. All of the stories here were completely original, new adaptations, but many of them pulled inspiration from early ride scripts and the Ghost Gallery. A variety of writers and artists came together to create this book, and 7 issues were released bi-monthly from 2005 to 2007. The more mature tone allows for some fun, messed up moments that you don't see in some other Haunted Mansion adaptations, as well as a lot of really great dark humor. And the art here is absolutely beautiful, done completely in black and white. A rather grisly drawing of the bride adorns the first issue of the comic series, drawn by Roman Dirge. Dirge also wrote this issue's story that features the bride while the Fifi is away. And let me just say, side note, this is genuinely one of my favorite bride designs ever. This is so good. It's genuinely unnerving, and there are so many great creepy details here. Anyway, the story here is probably not what you'd expect. It's about Fifi, a ghost poodle who lives in the mansion's pet cemetery. Fifi longs to be with her owner, who she assumes misses her dearly, as she sees the woman staring out the mansion's window every night. We then cut to the inside of the mansion, where we see the woman staring, who's of course the bride, and she's certainly not looking at Fifi. "Husband, I gaze nightly in search of you, yet I know you will never return to me. Why does my heart still beat for you so? And why does that little rat dog stare at me?" As a pet that died outside of the mansion, Fifi says she's not allowed back in. So she convinces a ghost cat to give her his 9th and final life, restoring her so that she could go in and be with her alleged owner. But back inside the attic, the bride realizes that she's wasting away her days waiting for a husband who will never return. She decides to take off her wedding ring and she throws it out the window, where it becomes lodged in Fifi's skull, killing her right after she came back to life. Man, I love this comic so much. Not only is it absolutely hilarious, I love what they do with the bride here. It's genuinely so funny. This is also really the first Haunted Mansion adaptation that we've seen so far where you could really tell that the writers were fans of the ride. There are so many great deep cuts here. The pet cemetery, which for the record Fifi is a part of in the actual queue. The bride staring out the window, and of course throwing her wedding ring out of it. It's so great. The bride would appear again in 2006's issue 4, in the story Mystery of the Manse Part 4. Mystery of the Manse was an ongoing story in each of the issues that told the full story of the mansion, starring William Gracie. For those of you keeping track, this is now the 3rd first name that Gracie has had, after George and Edward. They were all written by Dan Vido, with art by Mike Moss. This story is heavily inspired by some of the early pirate captain themed versions of the Haunted Mansion script. In this story, William Gracie used to be a deadly pirate captain named Captain Blood. He left that life behind and moved into the Haunted Mansion, thinking that a haunted house would be the perfect place to hide and never be found. He was content with living a solitary life, making sure no one could ever find him, until he met a woman named Emily DeClaire. The two fell in love and were engaged to be wed. That's right, the bride in this version of the story is named Emily, just like in the Ghost Gallery, although the last name is different, to Claire instead of Kavanaugh. It's pretty commonly accepted by Haunted Mansion fans that the Beating Heart Bride's real name is Emily. I've even seen people in my own comments do that. But this comic is the only time an official piece of Haunted Mansion media called her that. Remember, the Ghost Gallery is technically unofficial. But it is cool to see that her name from that was pulled into an official piece of media, and you'll see a lot of similarities between the Ghost Gallery Emily story and the story here. Gracie wants to marry Emily, but he doesn't want her to live in a haunted house with him, so he calls Madame Leota to do an exorcism. Leota is also in love with Gracie, but he rejects her advances, so she seeks revenge. Contacting spirits from regions beyond, she discovers the ghosts of Gracie's old pirate crew, who seek to torment him from the afterlife. Leota lies to Gracie, telling him that all the ghosts in the house have been exorcised, when in reality, the ghostly pirate crew is waiting in the attic. The story is continued in issue 5 with Mystery of the Manse Part 5. On her wedding day, Emily is up in the attic, rummaging through items, looking for something old that she could bring to it. She stumbles upon a hatbox, but before she could open it, a ghostly head appears inside. The ghost reveals himself to be Randall Pace, a pirate captain that Gracie killed in a previous issue. He was the first pirate that Gracie ever killed, decapitating the man with a sword and putting his head in a hatbox, intending to give him a proper burial at one point, but that clearly never happened. Dude's head is just in an attic now. Pace reveals the truth to a horrified Emily. And then several more ghost pirates show up, revealing themselves to be Gracie's crew, who he had abandoned and left to die. Gracie hears Emily scream and rushes up to the attic, but it's too late. She's already dead. He comes face to face with Randall Pace, who drops the most hardcore line in Haunted Mansion history.
William, how good it is to see you again. I assume my wedding invitation was lost in the post? Or were you planning on putting my head on a convenient mantle so I could watch?
A distraught Gracie quickly pieces together that Leota was behind all of this. He finds her doing a seance and strangles her to death. He thought he'd run away from it all and put his pirate life behind. Now that he had blood on his hands once again, and with his fiancée gone, he couldn't live with himself. So, say it with me, he hung himself from the rafters of the mansion. Yeah. The way this story comes together and ties everything in is honestly really clever. It takes the Ghost Gallery concepts and, in my opinion, kinda amplifies them into a more impactful version. I'm really not a big fan of the pirate element, but I do appreciate them pulling that in from old ride scripts, and I especially love how they incorporated the Hatbox Ghost. Emily is mentioned one last time in the 6th and final part of Mystery of the Manse. Here we see that the house is now fully haunted, completely turned into the version we see in the ride. And Gracie has become the ghost host, a spirit who can't materialize but infinitely roams the house. But there's one place he refuses to go to, the attic, which he never enters because he doesn't want to disturb Emily's rest. And with that, Emily's story comes to an end. The year is now 2006. And Disney plans to once again update the bride figure. But this time, their plans are a lot more ambitious than just adding a new animatronic. This time, they want to implement a full story into the attic. For years, the bride had stood there, hovering all alone, with no official name or backstory given by Disney. But that was all about to change. The bride character was about to be reinvented, but what would her story be? Well, Imagineers took something that had been implied in the ride from the very beginning, with the popping up heads and Hatbox Ghost, combined it with early concept art for the Haunted Mansion, artwork that was in the mansion itself the entire time, and inspiration from a few real-life notorious figures, and created the new bride. In May of 2006, the Haunted Mansion reopened after a refurbishment, with the attic fully redone. Now as you entered, you were greeted with an image. An old photo of a man in a bowler hat and a woman in a wedding dress next to him. As you pass by it, his head disappears from his body. You're then greeted with another photo, and another one, and another one, and another one, 5 in total. At the end of the attic, you're greeted by the new bride figure, who has a real face, and she speaks, mockingly reciting wedding vows before brandishing an axe. This is Constance Hatchaway, and you'll never guess what happened to her husbands. Fully confirming that the bride is a serial killer was a pretty interesting pivot, though not unprecedented, as the mansion had heavily implied this for a very long time. Of course, as the bride turned into a sadder, lonelier figure over the years, this original intent somewhat faded away, so this new incarnation set to bring the darker elements of the character back to the forefront. And as I've discussed several times now, the Haunted Mansion tried on several occasions during its early development to incorporate a storyline about a wife who killed her husband. And now it was actually here, not just as an image, but as an actual story. Many consider one of the unused changing portraits to be a primary inspiration for the Constance character. This piece, drawn by Imagineer Mark Davis in the 1960s, is a parody of Thomas Gainsborough's The Honorable Mrs. Graham. This changing portrait, dubbed The Carver, starts off as a pretty simple redraw of the Mrs. Graham painting, with a woman leaning against a pillar, holding a feather. But the portrait changes to reveal that she's holding an axe, and there's a man trapped inside the pillar. Then, of course, there's a stretching portrait of the old woman and dear beloved George with the axe in his head. Another clear inspiration for Constance's character is real-life American serial killer Lizzie Borden, a wealthy young woman who, in 1892, at the age of 31, killed both her stepmother and father by cutting into their heads repeatedly with an axe. The jury didn't believe that a wealthy, attractive young woman could do such a thing, and Borden got away scot-free, living the rest of her life peacefully before passing away from pneumonia in 1927 at the age of 66. Though unconfirmed, Borden was pretty clearly an inspiration for Constance's character. Just don't expect Disney to ever admit that. The Constance figure actually isn't an animatronic. She's a static figure with her appearance projected onto it, similar to Madame Leota or the singing busts, but with her full body instead of just her face. The California version of the character is a lot more simple than the one that would eventually come to Florida, which would go on to be the definitive look for the character. Here in California, she wears a much more simple wedding dress, a series of short veils that have been messed with a bit over the years, and also has a small tiara going across her forehead. Constance also had a wind effect on her, similar to what we'd seen with the previous brides. Sometimes it was big and billowy, but typically it was a bit more subtle, and over time, they really kind of stopped doing it, resulting in her looking like she's just sort of standing there. Concept art shows that Constance was supposed to have the glowing beating heart of the previous brides, but unfortunately this didn't make its way into the final version of the character. I've heard in the past that this was possibly because the heart didn't work well with the projection on her, which I think makes sense, but unfortunately I couldn't find confirmation of that. But they did keep the beating heart sound exactly the same in the attic soundtrack, which is really great. The loop for Constance's figure lasts roughly a minute, with her saying 7 different phrases. They're her wedding vows, full of dark puns and double meanings, actually said in order, which is really cool.
In sickness
With the way Constance is placed in the ride and the fact that you don't see her for very long, it's very easy to miss a lot of the little details in her performance here. Her expressions and mannerisms are different every time. I especially love that she sticks out her ring when she says the sickness and wealth line. The timing for Constance is also very clever. Not only is she tucked away at the back of the attic after you see all the hints towards her murders, she also brandishes the axe at the end of each sentence, meaning that every group of riders can see her reveal the murder weapon before moving away. And the fact that she says several different phrases means that not only do you get a bit of a different experience each time you go up in the attic, it also means that if you hear Constance in the background before you see her, you don't just hear her saying the same thing again and again. It's very well thought out. I think the timing for things like this in Disney rides is a super underrated detail. It's very important, and no one ever really talks about it. Constance is portrayed by two actresses in the ride. Julia Lee provided her face and body, both in the wedding photos and on the projections, and Kat Cressida provided the voice. Julia Lee has appeared in a handful of TV shows and short films over the years. Probably most notable, she portrayed the character Anne Steele in a handful of episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and its spin-off Angel. I've never watched Buffy, but I can't wait to get comments from people who now can't unsee that the bride from Haunted Mansion is in it. Her Wikipedia doesn't cite any acting credits past 2016, and her website is now defunct, so perhaps she's retired from acting. Kat Cressida, meanwhile, has done voice work for numerous roles over the years, including Scratch from the Skylanders series, Elektra in a couple of Marvel projects, and Dee Dee in Dexter's Lab. Yes, these two have the same voice actor. Beyond the Haunted Mansion, Cressida's voice can actually be heard in two other Disney attractions. She voices another ghost, the little girl in the Tower of Terror, and she also provides the voice for Jessie in Toy Story Mania. She's the go-to backup voice for Jessie when Joan Cusack isn't available. When Cressida was a child, her father actually worked at public relations in Disneyland, and he would often tell his daughter stories that the Imagineers told him about the rides and their characters, completely captivating her. She called voicing the new bride a tremendous honor, saying it's going to be hard to top that.
If you're fortunate enough to work with Disney parks, it's Imagineering who's creating all of that backstory, and you're just lucky to go along for the ride and hopefully give them what they're looking for. In shaping her character, Imagineering had laid out a beautiful storyline. It was very clear what she was supposed to be, and I was really the lucky voice that got to do it, because they did the heavy lifting. She manages to stay delightful, and that was very important, that she's beautiful. Beautiful young actress is the one who's in the portraits. Her voice is delightful. She was supposed to be like, the voice was supposed to be like a siren song, the voice that would attract every man, no matter, their background or what they were looking. She was like the every woman to every man, and the woman every woman wants to be, and the woman every man wants to be with was sort of the definition.
Cressida will continue to be the go-to voice actor for Constance in future appearances. Of course, one of the main goals of this refurbishment was to add more story to the attic, and in order to do this, they did more than add the wedding photos and Constance herself. A plethora of new items were placed all throughout the attic, nearly all of them adding to the story. There are wedding banners and picture frames with names and dates on them, discarded wedding certificates, piles and piles of wedding gifts all over the attic. Each wedding photo is surrounded by memorabilia from that wedding and items that belong to the husbands that are now Constance's. And there are also plenty of trinkets that showcase Constance's true motives, if you will. On the right to Constance's first wedding photo, right when you come in, you can see little statues of a man and a woman with the man's head removed, and a similar one sits under the photo of her second husband. Right next to Constance sits a wedding cake, that thing is probably so moldy by now, with the bride and groom figurine up top, the groom's head, of course, also missing. Details in the wedding photos also add to the story. Each of Constance's husbands is wearing a different hat, and halfway through the attic, you see a hat rack with several of their hats on it. And speaking of hats, it wouldn't be the attic without some hat boxes. There are still some hat boxes in there, of course the implication now being that perhaps this is where Constance has hidden the heads. In fact, concept art explicitly shows this. At one point, it was the plan to reveal the decapitated heads in the hatboxes as you pass through the attic. Another early plan was to end the scene with a stack of 5 hatboxes, placing them after Constance on the right where the hatbox ghost used to be. Each of them would contain a light on the inside, and they would all have tags, each with the name of one of the dead husbands. This would sort of make the climax of the scene not the murderer revealing herself, but instead where the evidence is hidden. And while these plans didn't come to fruition, when Florida did their own version of the Constance attic, they placed a set of hat boxes right next to the hat rack, which is the image I've been showing on screen here. Another scrapped concept regarding Constance's husbands gave them another appearance earlier in the ride, specifically the seance room. According to rumors, at one point while Madame Leota was doing her seance, you were supposed to see the faces of Constance's husbands materialize around her. This would not only give you a visual on what Madame Leota conjuring spirits looked like, it would also reveal that Constance's husbands were still around as ghosts haunting the mansion. While this idea was scrapped, the final Constance update did add faces to the seance room. The blue ectoplasm ball that trails around Madame Leota now flashes different ghostly faces, but Constance's husbands aren't there. This is something I'm pretty glad they scrapped. The concept of these faces conjuring around Madame Leota isn't a bad idea in my opinion, but them being Constance's husbands in particular feels strange and a little forced, though it would probably be pretty cool on re-rides to realize exactly who these materializing ghosts are. In the final version of the ride, Constance's husbands only appear here in the wedding photos, and they are not ghosts haunting the mansion. They're simply men she knew and killed off in life, and where they are now, we don't know. Though I would assume their heads are, again, probably in those boxes. You may want to check those. But why marry all these men and then murder them? Well, details in the attic also let you piece that together. Look at each of the men, and notice how they become increasingly more and more dignified. You start off with this simple young guy in a bowler hat and a suit, and then you move on to characters like someone in a military uniform, and a businessman with a sick 1800s handlebar mustache. Then look at Constance in each wedding photo. In the first one, she wears 1 pearl necklace. In the second, 2. Then 3, 4, and 5, and her figure at the end of the show scene is wearing all of these pearl necklaces. Clearly picking up a piece of expensive jewelry from each husband as she went along. Add to that the expensive wedding gifts all over the ground and her line about wealth, and it becomes clear that she married and murdered for money. She climbed the social ladder, using her amassing wealth to find more and more wealthy victims each time, and she clearly enjoyed doing it. If you look across her wedding photos, Constance seems to slowly be getting happier and happier. In the first one, she looks completely dead inside, no pun intended. Then we move into some more neutral faces. By the 4th husband, she's got a bit of a smile, and by the 5th one, she has a full-on smirk. And then, of course, we have her ghost, who is gleefully teasing about what she did. When you look closely, it's really crazy to see just how many small details were put into this scene. They really went above and beyond. They could have just put the decapitated husband pictures and then a woman holding an axe at the end, but no, they added all of these additional little things to add to the story. It's really a new level of storytelling that we haven't seen in the rest of the Haunted Mansion. Not only does Constance have an official name and lore, so do all of her husbands. All of them have official names, backstories, dates of marriage. So, let's break down the full story here. According to a document in the attic, Constance was born in Money County, California, at some point in the late 1800s. In her adult life, she met a young man named Ambrose Harper. He was naive but well-intentioned, the son of wealthy farmers from Secret County, California. The two were married in 1869, with Harper quickly becoming her first victim. She collected his wealth and moved on. Ambrose, of course, wasn't nearly as wealthy as Constance's later husbands, and his section of the attic isn't really full of the extravagant gifts and memorabilia that we see the later husbands have. His section is mainly comprised of some typical attic junk, some shelves, some pottery, and a carpet. a carpet which had nothing on it until very recently, actually. In 2025, a new prop was added to the Ambrose section of the attic, a little wicker picnic basket shaped like a pig, which was placed on the carpet and suggests perhaps some of the more wholesome days of their relationship before Constance did what she did. Of course, also in this section, we have that headless statue with the woman standing next to it, as well as the discarded wedding certificate. There's one of these for each of the husbands in their corresponding parts of the attic. These are among the most difficult things to spot in the entire attic, and of course they're even harder to read, but they are all full of text. I love how they're all just hidden away, wedged in random places. But probably my favorite part in the Ambrose section of the attic is his and Constance's wedding album. What a cute couple. I sure hope nothing bad happens to them. I hear they're going out on a picnic later. In addition to all of the Constance and husband stuff in the attic, Disney also loves adding just random Easter eggs into this section of the ride. In Ambrose's section in particular, you could find a miniature model of the mansion itself in the California ride, and over in the Florida ride, they actually snuck a plush of Sally from The Nightmare Before Christmas into one of the boxes. If I stopped and mentioned everything that's been put in the attic over the years, we'd be here all day, and considering how long this video is, I don't think it needs to be longer. Sorry, Florida Candleman statue, you rock, but I'm not going to mention you. Actually, I guess I technically just did. Anyway, after Ambrose, Constance's next husband was Frank Banks, a respected banker from Bulford's Isle, California, who is seen as a pillar of his community. The two were married in 1872, with Frank being beheaded shortly thereafter. Frank's section of the attic features some wedding memorabilia, including a large banner, and some fine china. We also have another set of statues, this time a decapitated man whose statue has fallen over, and a woman who seems just so shocked that it happened. The next man to fall for Constance was the Marquis de Doom, a foreign diplomat from Peking, China, who was visiting California. You know, it's crazy, I could have sworn Doom came from Latveria. The two were wed in 1874, only 2 years after Constance was married to Frank. Their wedding date was later confirmed by Disney to be February 13th of that year, which was not only the day before Valentine's Day, it was also Friday the 13th. This same flyer, which we'll talk more about later, also confirms that his funeral took place the very next day. The Marquis section is placed on the right side of the attic, and is sometimes a bit easy to miss. With the Marquis, the items in the attic begin to become more and more extravagant, and his section also includes a bird cage. What did Constance do to that poor bird? Constance's next husband was railroad baron Reginald Kane. She married him only 1 year after the Marquis in 1875. At this point, you could really see how high up the social ladder Constance is climbing. Reginald Kane was a railroad baron, a gambler, and a world-renowned gourmand. Their words, not mine. Constance and Kane's wedding photo features a really interesting reference. The chair that he's sitting in is actually a prop from the 2003 Haunted Mansion movie. I guess the chairs were left over after they were done filming, so they decided to use them here for this photo shoot. But not only does the chair appear in Reginald's photo, the chair itself also appears in the attic. So when you're riding through there, you're actually passing a prop from the movie. Actually, two props from the movie, as a tiger pelt from the conservatory in the film can also be seen with Reginald Kane. It's cool to see that they kept these two props together, and they also add to the story. Big, fancy chair, tiger pelt, this guy came from money. I guess they had a lot of these chairs left over after the movie, because another one of them was placed in Pirates of the Caribbean. That big fancy chair Jack Sparrow sits in at the end of the ride when he's in the treasure room, yeah, that's the same as this chair. Constance's fifth and final husband was a man named George Hightower, a wealthy man, also from California, who loved to travel and bring back exotic gifts. If the last name Hightower sounds familiar to you, that's because George isn't the only member of this family in the Disney parks. A man by the name of Harrison Hightower owns the Hightower Hotel, Tokyo Disney's version of the Tower of Terror, which has a completely original story. Harrison was also a member of the Society of Explorers and Adventurers, a group of characters that connect several Disney rides together. In fact, you could actually see boxes labeled Hightower Industries in the queue for Disneyland's Jungle Cruise. So, thanks to a super obscure Easter egg with the last name of the last husband of Constance, you can officially tie the Haunted Mansion in to the SEA and Disney's interconnected ride universe. Crazy how much they thought this Constance update out. Anyway, back to George's story. While it's unknown fully how this happened, at one point in George's wealthy life, he became the owner of a large mansion. He eventually met Constance Hatchaway, and the two were married in 1877, with George, of course, being killed off shortly afterwards. With George dead, Constance inherited not only his wealth, but also his mansion, where she lived out the rest of her life. Constance completely got away with her crimes, and she grew old in the house that she got after killing her dear beloved George. Wait a second. Dear beloved George. That's right, with this update to the ride, the old woman sitting on the tombstone officially became Constance. She was clearly a heavy inspiration for the character, and it's really interesting to see that she was retconned into being her. I say retcon, but technically the old lady didn't have an identity beyond some canceled scripts. Since 2006, Disney has consistently confirmed that this old woman is an elderly Constance at some point before her death. It really goes to show you just how far Disney went and the Imagineers went to incorporate the Constance story and intertwine it within the ride. It's really crazy and honestly, genuinely impressive. Constance was even given one singular rose in her final wedding photo to match her up with the painting of the old woman. As someone who loves Easter eggs and little details, I love all of the references and connections they made with the story here. It's so fun to tell people who don't know that the old woman sitting on the tombstone is actually the same character as the bride. While this is a very cool connection, it does raise one interesting question. How is Constance's ghost younger than the woman in the painting? We don't have a definitive answer to this, but that's because we don't really know how ghosts work in this universe in the first place. Many of the Haunted Mansion's residents are very corpse-like, or more abstract. They're not all exactly how that person looked when they died, and in the case of Constance, it seems that her ghost has taken the form of how she appeared at her most evil. In death, she gleefully revels in what her stoic self could never confess to in life. Now, while the story was really well thought out with a lot of interesting details, the Constance update was not without its controversies. After all, the bride had been a silent figure in the attic for almost 40 years, and an ambiguous figure at that, allowing writers to project their own stories onto her. But now, who she was and what she did was explicitly stated, in a way that the ride didn't do for really any of the other characters. I've also seen a lot of people simply say that they find her dialogue kinda corny and annoying. And while there will always be a sect of people that prefer the pre-Constance incarnation of the bride, and rightfully so, that one is incredible, Constance has gone on to garner her own large fandom over the years, with a lot of people really liking this character and the story behind her. As someone who grew up with this version of the attic, it's always been my favorite scene in the ride, because of all of those small details and the story you could pick up on. But I totally get people who prefer the previous incarnation. These two scenes have very different feels. In fact, the feels are so different that many people question if the original bride and Constance are even the same character. For all intents and purposes, these two are the same character. This is just the next incarnation of the bride. But some fans have made fun theories speculating that Constance is a different person who perhaps killed the previous bride and took her place. But regardless, the new bride is here with an official name and backstory for the first time in nearly 40 years. And while her design and appearances won't always be consistent, Constance will continue to be the bride in the American parks for the remainder of this video and going into the modern day, appearing in a wide variety of different locations, from stage shows and other places in the parks to an absolute ton of adaptations. So, let's get into it. In 2007, the Florida Haunted Mansion underwent a major refurbishment dubbed the Re-Haunting. This brought some big changes and updates to the ride. This year, Madame Leota began to float, a previously empty room with nothing but a spiderweb in it was replaced with the impressive endless staircase, and of course, the Constance version of the bride was added. But before I get to that, there's another change I have to address. Remember Opera Glasses Lady, the Sinister 11 painting based on bride concept art? Well, with the Re-Haunting update, the changing portrait hallway was, well, changed. Gone were the Sinister 11 and their glowing eyes, replaced with a version based on the changing paintings from California. But instead of removing the Sinister 11 entirely, they were relocated to a new section of the ride, their eyes shut off to make them into normal paintings. 7 of the original Sinister 11 now sit in the ride's loading area, with 2 more in the first scene of the ride, that little staircase you pass under before entering the changing portrait hallway. In the changing portrait hallway is Medusa, whose Sinister 11 painting was replaced with the changing portrait one. That brings us to 10 of the 11, with the only one unaccounted for being Opera Glasses Lady. So, where is she? While it may seem like she was removed from the ride, she was actually placed much deeper in it, right before the attic. As your doom buggy starts to turn away from the ballroom and into the attic, Opera Glasses Lady is there on the wall. She is insanely hard to spot. While the painting is very large, there's basically no light in that part of the ride as you make your ascent into the attic, so she's nearly impossible to see. I didn't even know she was there until I started researching this video, and I couldn't find any ride footage that captured her. So I had to resort of footage with the ride broken down and the lights on, and sure enough, there she is. It's an insanely cool Easter egg, not only because she's super hidden and you can barely see her, but also because of where they placed her. She is right before the attic, right before you see the character whose design she inspired. The Florida version of the Constance attic is incredibly similar to its California counterpart. There are just a few little changes regarding item placement and other small things like that, but they are the exact same in concept, same wedding photos, although I've always felt like the Florida ones are a bit bigger than California's. Same husbands, same order, same axe murderer, same little details hinting at it. California and Florida use the same audio track for this version of the attic, meaning that finally, the wedding march was added into Florida's version of the ride 13 years after it was introduced on the other coast. But there's no shadow piano player in the Florida version of the attic, probably because we already saw one earlier on in the ride. But that means the music isn't diegetic here, and we don't know where exactly that spooky bridal march is coming from. Like I said earlier, the Florida version of Constance is quite visually different from the one in California. While she has the same face recordings, the body is different, even down to the axe. She has a longer series of veils which are behind her instead of having one in front. Her tiara is gone, and she also wears a far more detailed dress, which seems to be the exact same dress that she wears in all of her wedding photos, complete with her iconic 5 pearl necklaces, something that the California version actually doesn't have. Fans blow her dress and veils in the wind enough to give her a haunting effect without overdoing it, and unlike in California, they've actually consistently maintained this effect, and I think it's actually improved a bit over the years. The lighting on her is also a deeper, darker blue, which does wonders for making her look like a more convincing effect than California's. While there are still some moments where the Constance projection here looks a bit awkward, it's certainly far superior to California's, which typically just looks like a woman plastered onto a mannequin. Because it is. Here they do a better job at hiding that. This is really another case of Disney taking a design from one of their parks and really upgrading it and making it better when they bring it into another park. This is the definitive version of the Constance character, used in merchandise, adaptations, and more. This is the design they always use, and with the exception of a couple of very early pins, every single piece of Constance merchandise and every appearance of the character uses either the Florida design or their own original take on her. Anyway, welcome to Florida, Constance, and enjoy your stay. At the time of the making of this video, this is still the version of the character and the attic that is in Florida's Haunted Mansion to this day. The footage I'm showing on screen right now, I took while I was at Disney World last week. The only changes to come to the attic in the next 20 years are some different props being added. Shout out Candleman. While Tokyo Disney's Haunted Mansion is a copy of the one from Florida, they never received the rehaunting update, meaning that to this day, their mansion is basically the same as it's been since the 90s. Madame Leota doesn't float. They still have the Sinister 11 with their glowing eyes, which is how I was able to get such good quality footage of Opera Glasses Lady earlier. And their attic is still the pre-Constance version, complete with the pop-up ghosts and the Japanese bride with her flowers and bouquet. This still remains true to this day. The footage I've been using is Tokyo Disney's Mansion from 2024. The bride now is technically different, as she got an update in the early 2010s, but this update didn't make her into Constance, it just updated the pre-existing figure. It's nearly identical, and I could barely find any information on when she was brought in. I want to say 2011 or 2012. I'm not sure why they never changed her to Constance. I'm not sure why they never gave the ride any of the mid-2000s updates, but honestly, I'm all here for it. It is super cool to see a version of the Haunted Mansion that's like how the other ones were decades ago. And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? A lot of people love this version of the mansion because it's like one of the American mansions frozen in time. Oh, and if you're wondering about Phantom Manor, it stayed the same. Obviously, they have their own characters. Now, Constance was added in 2006 and 2007. But remember what else was going on at the time? That's right, the slave labor graphics comic, which was running its multi-part story featuring Emily DeClaire, inspired by the previous bride incarnation. This puts the comic series in a really interesting position. It started before Constance and ended after her. So, is Constance in any of these stories? Well, it's been debated. Issue 6 of the series, which released in May of 2007, features not only the final part of Mystery of the Manse, which we talked about earlier, but also another story called Doom of the Diva, all about the opera singer in the mansion. And while I couldn't find an image of it, apparently the comic features a big scene with a bunch of characters dancing, and the bride is seen dancing with Master Gracie. Next to her sits a skull with an axe in it, which many people, of course, take as a reference to Constance. Her dancing with Gracie is, of course, a reference to this Comic Zone version of the character, pre-Constance. As we know, Constance and Gracie are not associated in the final canon. They lived in the house at different points in time. So yeah, this is just a little cameo referencing the new version of the character in the parks. And apparently, this specific comic story has a ton of cameos from different characters, including Gentleman Ghost, the DC villain. Whoever decided to include him, I applaud you. The Haunted Mansion Wiki claims that Melanie has a cameo in this issue as well, in a painting in the background of another one of its stories, The Final Interview. While I unfortunately couldn't find images from this comic, the wiki goes on to state that the mansion in this story is drawn to look like Phantom Manor as well, so it's clear whoever made this one is a big fan of that version of the ride. Now, this series was cancelled after 7 issues, and across those 7 issues, backstories were provided for 3 of the 4 stretching room paintings. The only one who didn't get a story was the old woman sitting on the tombstone, now retconned into being Constance. She appears on the cover of the cancelled 8th issue, so I think it's safe to assume that this would have had a story about her, but whether or not they would say she's Constance, we don't know. Great cover, though. Moving back into the world of Disney pins, the first pin to feature the Constance version of the bride would be released in 2007, a part of the Haunted Mansion ride-through series. It actually depicts a piece of Constance concept art, one that features her still holding the candle and bouquet. There was also a pin of the previous Florida bride this year. I guess someone didn't get the memo. The first pin to feature the final version of Constance, and I believe really the first piece of Constance merchandise out there, period, was this one, released later on in 2007 at Walt Disney World, featuring a very metallic-looking Constance standing in the attic, labeled the Haunted Mansion Until Death Do Us Part. More pins of her would begin to be released in 2008, including this one from Florida, which is holding both her axe and a bouquet of flowers, and this one from California. There's also this one from a set themed to New Orleans Square, the first of many, many pins to recreate the wedding photos. And easily the funniest one, Constance's Walt Disney Imagineering ID badge. It even lists her hire date as 2006, which is a great touch. There's also a Halloween one and another one of her with a wedding cake from this year. 2009 was a big year for the Haunted Mansion, its 40th anniversary, and Disney went all out, creating easily the biggest year for the Haunted Mansion yet, and especially the biggest year for the bride. This is, in my opinion, the year that Disney really started to embrace the Haunted Mansion as more than just a ride, as a full brand and piece of popular culture, and Constance was placed at the center of a lot of it. But before we get to that, we have to talk about another special thing that Disney did this year in February. You see, February 13th was a Friday the 13th this year. And what better way to celebrate a spooky day before Valentine's Day than by commemorating everyone's favorite murderous romantic? Disney released a special set of pins on this day that they called Friday the 13th Day of Celebration, the eve of Valentine's Day. Pins released on this day include a parody of Constance and Frank's wedding photo, now showing them as ghosts, a locket with several pictures inside, as well as individual pins of Frank, Reginald, and George while they were still alive, with Constance getting one like this too. Constance is depicted as blonde here, which is great attention to detail. You'll see that a lot of merchandise and other appearances of the character get her hair color wrong, and it's easy to see why. The wedding photos are sepia tone, and the ghost is, well, she's blue, but the character is blonde. Julia Lee is blonde. It's great to see that captured correctly here. While some of these pins have the rare privilege of showing us Constance and her husbands while they were still alive, others seem to exist in a bit of a strange place, where they're not really drawn as ghosts, but clearly are supposed to be. There's this one, which depicts Constance outside of the Florida mansion, surrounded by all 5 of her husbands, with George driving the hearse, Ambrose off to the side, Reginald is on the other side, and Frank and the Marquis appear in the back only in silhouette. It is a very, very cool pin, and it also glows in the dark. Another one depicts Constance dancing with Frank. This one, appropriately called The Last Dance, features her hiding her axe behind her back, while little Leota and Master Gracie watch on. Very interesting character choices here, and I can't decipher if this is supposed to be before or after she killed Frank. But at the end of the day, it's a pin, and I'm probably just overthinking it. Then there's the wedding album pin set, which shows us several images of Constance and her husbands before she did the deed. Limited to 500 pieces and retailing for $55, this set was designed to look like a massive book made by Constance, Till Death Do Us Part, written on the spine. Inside, we see 5 different pins showcasing Constance with her husbands. The first, labeled "With This Ring I Thee Wed," shows Constance dancing with Frank, with a noose ominously behind him. The second, "To Have and to Hold," shows her now dancing with George with a knife directly behind his back. In Sickness and in Health has her feeding a very jolly-looking Reginald a piece of cake while secretly holding a bottle of poison behind her back. Till Death Do Us Part shows, I believe, once again Frank lighting a candle on a candelabra, oblivious not only to Constance's anger, but also to the fact that the candle is actually a stick of dynamite. And finally, she cuts the cake alongside Frank. The caption, "I do, I did." The final pin in the set is simply the logo for the eve of Valentine's Day. What a great pin set! It's so creative and morbidly humorous, one of my favorite groups of Constance pins out there. And before we move on, I've got to shout out the channel Grim Grinning Pins, which did a video covering this pin set literally 2 days before I edited this part of the video. It is nearly impossible to find images of this wedding album box set online. The website I usually use to document pins only has pictures of one of them. So, man, what incredible timing for this video to come out. Please check out this channel. It is super cool. It's an archive for Haunted Mansion pins. You'll notice that a lot of pins and pieces of character artwork for Constance depict her with a bouquet, even though she doesn't hold one in the ride. The closest we get to that is her holding a single rose in the picture with George, which is a reference to the single rose she holds later on sitting on his grave. Most of these images depict her holding the bouquet in a similar way to how she holds the axe, with the axe sometimes snuck under the bouquet or in it. Or sometimes the axe isn't there at all and she's simply holding a bouquet of flowers. Even though it's not in the ride, the bouquet has continued to be synonymous with the bride character and the Constance incarnation. You'll see it a lot going forward, even though she no longer holds it in the ride. A few months after the Friday the 13th event, Disney celebrated the Haunted Mansion and its 40th anniversary with a massive pin event called Open House. See what they did there? This is an absolutely massive merchandise initiative which had roughly 100 different Haunted Mansion pins released. Constance appeared on several, so I'm just going to highlight a few of my favorites. By the way, I should probably preface, that's how the merchandise sections will work throughout the rest of this video. This character is on so much stuff over time, we're just going to pick out a few of the most notable ones. There's this one, The Music of the Mansion, which features Constance sitting on the attic piano as the shadow piano player plays music, her axe wedged into the instrument. This one features Constance and everyone's favorite railroad baron Reginald, and you could turn a little page, revealing him without his head, and Constance making her best "did I do that" face. A lot of these will depict her trying to jokingly play innocent next to her dead husbands. But easily the most interesting thing about this pin is that it's called Nuptial Doom, a phrase used by Madame Leota in Phantom Manor regarding Melanie, which is pretty cool to see. Due to the fate of her weddings, this phrase has been used to refer to Constance on several occasions. But my favorite set from Open House is the Amenities set, which gives you corny reasons to move into the Haunted Mansion. It has landscape gardens. It's pet-friendly. It's a waterfront property. Not in Florida anymore. Thanks, Lightning McQueen. Constance appears on 2 of these pins. One of them says it's close to shopping, showing the close-by Le Baton Rouge in New Orleans Square. Constance carries a shopping bag in one hand and her bouquet in the other, while her poor husband has to carry a massive pile of gifts. Look, even the trees are done with her. And then there's Great Starter Home, which depicts poor Ambrose carrying away Constance into the mansion. She winks at you, holding an axe behind his back and grabbing his neck with her other hand. She is already ready. Also released in 2009 was a set of pins depicting several of the mansion's characters as hitchhiking ghosts. Constance's dress is pulled aside a bit by her arm, revealing her leg, her hatchet strapped to it. The 40th anniversary also saw the release of a massive pin of Constance and all 5 of her husbands. If you slid down a lever at the bottom, it would remove all of their heads. My favorite detail here is the 40th anniversary text written on the Frank and Constance banner from the ride. And if you want even more, don't worry, also for the 40th anniversary, there was a set of 5 special wedding ring pins depicting Constance and one of her husbands in each of them. And released exclusively for Imagineers this year were 2 special pins depicting the Beating Heart Bride, one on her own and one with the Hatbox ghost in front of the California mansion. As you can see, there are an absolute ton of pins of Constance only a few years into her existence, and she continues to get several every year still to this day. We'll touch on some more later, but for now, let's move on to some other 40th anniversary festivities. On September 9th of 2009, a special event was held within Disneyland to celebrate the Haunted Mansion's anniversary. For dinner, those who signed up for the event were treated to a special dinner show called Feast or Famine, which ran for 1 performance only and focused entirely around Constance. The flyer given out to advertise it said as follows: "The plot thickens. After 5 husbands and 5 untimely deaths, the Black Widow bride of the Haunted Mansion will wed once more. Has she found her soulmate, or will another groom meet his doom? Join us, foolish mortals, and we'll dig up the answers at our ghostly celebration that everyone's dying to attend." The show was performed not in Disneyland, but in California Adventure. So if you want to get super technical, this is the first bride appearance in this park. It was done in the former Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Play It stage, and for the event, the outside was decorated with a banner congratulating the newlyweds, Constance and George. Very similar to the banner that you see for her and Frank within the ride. The inside of the room was filled with tables. This was a dinner show after all, but the tables were put on either side of the room, creating an aisle down the middle. There was also a giant prop wedding cake with a bride and groom doll up top, both of them having their heads intact though. The show begins with an announcement from the ghost host.
And now, our ceremony begins. Here in this room, a wedding will take place between two of our guests while they dwell in their corruptible, mortal state. Let us commence the nuptial ceremonies of George and Constance.
We then see Constance walk down the aisle. This show marking the first ever appearance of a Constance costume in the parks, and by extension, the first ever American Bride costume. Constance's costume is pretty spot on to the ride. Of course, here we see her in her corruptible mortal state, but the dress is pretty spot on, looks just like the character. She even has her pearl necklaces, albeit she has 3 instead of the 5. On the subject of that, the continuity of Constance's weddings is a little messy here. That flyer said that she's had 5 husbands and is now prepared to wed again, but the show itself has her marrying George, who we know is her 5th husband. And on the subject of little inconsistencies, Constance's wig here is brown, despite previous depictions showing her as being blonde. But as Constance approaches the altar, the wedding officiate, Reverend Bloodmere, named after the cancelled Bloodmere Manor script, the first one to be all about a cursed wedding, informs her that George is nowhere to be found. Constance comforts the Reverend and the guests, telling them not to lose their heads.
Perhaps it's just a case of rattled nerves.
Oh dear. Reverend Bloodmere and guests, please, do not lose your head. I'm sure there's no cause for alarm. I received a note telling me he had departed for our ceremony. If I know my George, we'll dig him up soon.
My dear Constance, you are such an enlightened spirit.
No need for compliments, Reverend. Ooh. I have dealt with errant husbands before, and there's no need to spoil my wedding day and all of your dinners over this. Please, continue with your meals. It would be such a shame for all of this lovely food to go cold.
Yes, a splendid idea. Let's start the celebration, please. Music.
For a character with only about a minute of screen time in the actual ride, the script here and the actress playing Constance absolutely nailed her personality. This is exactly how I would imagine her acting during her actual weddings. Constance, the bridesmaids, and everyone else walk off stage, with Reverend Bloodmere letting everyone know that the ceremony will continue when they locate the groom, and to enjoy their dinners for now. Dude, Reverend Bloodmere's so cool. I want to do a video about him next. The lights in the room go dark, and shortly thereafter, someone else walks in. Not Constance, but Madame Leota, reciting her seance. She takes the stage and reveals that George has been found. And a group of men come out carrying his open coffin, George on top of it, with a giant bloody gash across his neck.
Gone from this world, but not yet underground. And now his own gloomsmen bring forth his remains. His heart is now silent. Cold blood in his veins.
Leota confirms that this was the work of the bride, her 5th dead husband, so it is consistent with the ride. What was the deal with that flyer then? Madame Leota continues, revealing that we're not done with Constance just yet.
The bloodthirsty bride is the one who holds blame. Her 5th murdered husband. Unfortunate shame. But her dearly departed shall have the last say. Revenge is too sweet to hide her away.
In a very clever moment, a doom buggy comes onto the stage, turning around to reveal Constance. She sits completely dead, her head crooked to the side as she clutches a single rose. Her dress is a dirty mess, completely in tatters, her hair messy as well, covered in sticks and twigs. Her skin is now a sickly shade. She has dried blood running from her tear ducts, and, much like George, she too has a bleeding, slit throat. This design is absolutely brutal. Easily one of the most violent things Disney has shown in one of the parks. I'm surprised they let this happen. And recently too, this is from 2009. But I think it's insanely cool that they did, and it was for a one-night only, adult-oriented event, so may as well do something a bit more mature and violent. This is genuinely one of my favorite bride designs of all time. It's crazy. As Constance continues to sit there, George calls out to her, and she blinks to life. In a pretty great moment here, George walks on stage, revealing that he still has an axe stuck in his hat, similar to the axe being in his head in the tombstone.
Constance, I shall keep you close to me always. Till death do us part. You're mine. Forevermore.
After this declaration that he still loves her, alright, you do you, buddy, Constance rises from her seat. Hey, you can't push up the lap bar, that's a ghost host's job.
My last husband appears to be my last. Darling George, we have some unfinished business. A little matter of our union. Shall we say our vows together before everyone?
And so the two begin to say their vows. I love that she continues to hold the axe throughout this entire process. Like, he's already dead. You already did it. She never lets go of that thing.
In life
and in death, my heart shall beat for none but you.
As the good book says, a man must leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife.
Thank you, my love.
May I present the newly dead George and Constance. You may now kiss the corpse.
George invites the guests to head over to the mansion for a cake-cutting ceremony. How sweet, she let him keep the axe. But before they go, the hitchhiking ghosts show up, asking if they could come along too. Leota invites everyone to join together, and the show turns into a big musical number where everyone sings along to Grim Grinning Ghosts, including Constance and George. The show ends with the host, of course, inviting you to join the dead.
For a swinging wake. And of course, they'll be expecting you. Please, do not disappoint them.
But it's not over just yet. After the show, you'd be ushered back to Disneyland to attend an actual, real cake-cutting ceremony outside of the mansion. The ghost host reintroduces George and Constance, and the two walk out on the balcony of the mansion itself. George's hat now removed, revealing a massive bloody gash mark in his head. Once again, a reference to the tombstone. The two welcome everyone to the mansion, and they actually cut the cake with the hatchet.
Darling George, shall we hold the hatchet together?
They welcome everyone to take a tour of the mansion. The next event for the night was to go on the ride, and conclude the show.
Now that the formalities have taken place, please enjoy a tour of the mansion.
We shall be honeymooning here together forever.
In the afterlife with 997 of our most spirited friends. But there's room for one more.
fun, unique experience this is. I love that not only do we have this dinner show, they kept the same actors and had them go back to the other park to conclude the anniversary ceremony. It's really nice. And it must have been so cool to do. George and Constance actually stayed on the balcony for a bit afterwards, talking with people as they entered the ride. In the video of this that I saw, somebody announced that they just gotten engaged, and Constance replies with this.
We'll see you on the other side.
I'm engaged! Congratulations, dears. We need pointers on how to not.
This show as a whole is just a really cool thing that they did, and I think it's a great celebration of the attraction. I also love that if you watched this show and then went on the ride right after, the story technically continues. Because you see George's wedding here, you see George and Constance go to the mansion, and then you see Constance in the mansion with references to George's death. It all really works together as a coherent story. Of course, in the greater story of the ride itself, this doesn't really line up with what we see. We know that George was killed after the wedding, that George owned the mansion, all that stuff. But it's very unique and cool to see a version of the story where George is killed before the wedding and then the two are married afterwards in death. It also introduces a few interesting concepts. Up first, the concept that Constance's husbands still love her. This show is the first time we've seen one of Constance's husbands as a ghost, and it reveals that he still very much wants to be with her, despite what she did to him. We'll see several more versions of the Haunted Mansion story throughout the rest of the video that include the ghosts of Constance's husbands in some capacity, and almost always, they're still in love with her. It's really interesting, also incredibly dark, and does kind of fit in with the humor of the Haunted Mansion. She killed these guys, but hey, they're still totally into her. The same is true for Constance. This is really the first time we see her show affection towards one of the men she killed, still wanting to be with him when they're both dead. Another interesting thing this show does is showcase both of George's axe injuries. Since George is kind of a retcon character, we see him get harmed by an axe in two different ways in the ride. Of course, in the attic we see he was decapitated, but the stretching room portrait shows him with an axe in his head, implying that that could have been what did him in also. Many fans simply say that both of these things happened to George, right? He was hit in the head with the axe, and then he was decapitated, and his design in this show cleverly incorporates both of those injuries. His throat is slit, and he also has the axe mark in his head. But easily the most interesting thing here, on the subject of the visible injuries of these characters, is the one on Constance. Of course, we have these dried, bloody tears, but she too has a slit throat, implying perhaps that she was also beheaded. It's just really interesting. This implies a lot of potential options. Did this version of Constance try to marry another suitor and they turned the axe on her, or did she do it to herself after accumulating all of her wealth? Of course, on the actual ride, we know that Constance grew old, and it's assumed she just passed away of old age after getting away with all of her crimes, but this is a really cool and interesting detail that adds a strange additional layer to the story. Anyway, that was Feast or Famine. Now let's move on to our final Haunted Mansion 40th anniversary event. In October of this year, Disney created a special website called Haunted Holidays. When you clicked on it, you'd be introduced to the site by a CGI Hatbox ghost voiced by Corey Burton, and then left alone to explore the site, which was themed to the attic of the Haunted Mansion, complete with a bunch of junk and chairs and pictures thrown around, including the wedding photos of Ambrose and George on the ground. In the middle of the attic sat a scrapbook, with several different pages themed to different Disney properties. The Haunted Mansion was here, but also other franchises including The Nightmare Before Christmas, Snow White, and The Muppets. The Haunted Mansion scrapbook page was full of miscellaneous art and images related to the ride, including a piece of Constance concept art, the one where you could see her husband's head in the box. There were a few different behind-the-scenes videos and games you could play, but easily the most significant piece of content here was a flash game called The Haunted Mansion: The Black Widow Bride, a full-fledged puzzle game starring Constance as the main antagonist. In it, you play as, of all characters, the 3 hitchhiking ghosts, exploring each room of the Haunted Mansion, each one being its own dedicated level. Your goal is to find and free all 999 ghosts in the mansion, including Constance's 5 dead husbands. And when I say all 999, I mean it. They actually put 999 ghosts in this game. And while you only need to get a set number in each level in order to beat it, in order to beat the game in its entirety, you do need to get every single one of the ghosts. The hitchhikers all have their own special abilities. Gus can use his ball and chain not only to push down switches on the floor, but also to defeat large enemies. Phineas can use his traveling bag to suck up enemies and carry items. Okay, these make sense so far. And Ezra can shoot fire. Where did they get that from? Constance appears periodically throughout the game, popping up several times in each level to come and chase you down. Her design here is pretty interesting. She appears translucent, her skeleton fully visible underneath her skin. She's depicted with a beating heart and candle just like previous bride incarnations, and while she does attack you if she reaches you, dealing a whole lot of damage, she doesn't use her axe. Instead, she just claws her hand at you. The game also never calls her Constance Hatchaway. They only ever call her the Black Widow Bride, which was her name in development. In order to stop her from coming after you, you could only scare her away with Ezra's fireballs. Yeah. As I stated earlier, Constance's 5 husbands are scattered throughout the levels. The first time we've seen all 5 of their ghosts as residents of a version of the Haunted Mansion. George is the first one you find in the portrait chamber, and he tells you that only fancy jewelry can distract the bride long enough for him to escape, so you have to find a pearl necklace somewhere else in the level, and once you do, George will be freed. This process is repeated for each of the other husbands. You have to find a pearl necklace, Constance will briefly be distracted by it, say a little funny quip regarding that, and then the husband will be good to go. What a lovely necklace. Not quite as lovely as me, of course, but I've misplaced my other necklaces. Find them, or you'll find yourself trapped here forever. Ambrose can be found next in the corridor of doors. For some reason, he's covered in water with a fish on his head. He begs you to free him since he's been trapped here for over 100 years and just wants to go back to his family's farm. Another pretty bauble. Find more to fill my jewelry box, or you will never leave. In the conservatory level, Frank takes the place of a pre-existing ride character, the man trapped in the coffin. In order to free him, you need to find a crowbar somewhere else in the level, get it open, and then get the necklace for him. Frank appears here with a noose around his neck for some reason, and tells you that being stuck in the coffin almost made him lose his head. Again. It seems this time Constance isn't as happy with the necklace. It takes a lot more than this necklace to appease me. Hurry, before I lose my patience, and you lose your life. In the attic, you find the Marquis, who has a giant pin stuck in his head, claiming that the bride treated him like a pinhead. In order to find the pearl necklace in this level, you need to find the husband's hats, which are scattered throughout the attic, and place them all on a shelf. Upon revealing it, you'll free the Marquis, who thanks you, since now he can finally go back to his home country. I promise to loathe, horror, and punish. Another necklace. But this is not all of them. In the second to last level, the graveyard, you find the final missing husband, Reginald, who also takes the place of a pre-existing character, the ghost sealing himself into his own coffin. Much like with Frank earlier on in the game, you need to find a crowbar to rescue him. Reginald appears with his head floating above his body. Compared to the other husbands, Reginald seems to have given up hope, but that changes after you find his necklace, triggering another piece of Constance dialogue. If anyone here who objects to this unholy union, another beautiful necklace, but there are still more. Actually, no there aren't. This is the last necklace in the game, and the last husband in the game. But, as I said earlier, you can't fully beat it and escape the bride unless you get all 999 ghosts scattered across the entire game. If you fail to complete this task, you'll be given a screen letting you know that you and the grooms are still stuck in there. But if you do get all of them, you'll get a screen letting you know that you're free from the clutches of the bride. Constance being depicted as an antagonist is, of course, nothing new. She already is that in the ride, but making her the main villain of this Flash game inadvertently created one of the most malicious versions of the character out there. This version of her isn't content with just hanging out in the attic and, threatening to kill people. No, she wants all of the other ghosts in the house, including the ghosts of her dead husbands, to be stuck there forever, and she will come after anyone trying to stop that from happening. The game also features 2 enemy types, Living Knights, and Black Widow spiders, because she's the Black Widow bride, which also come out and try to attack you, implying that this version of Constance has some minions to do her bidding. The Haunted Holidays website lasted throughout the rest of 2009. It actually got some special Christmas decorations in December, but don't worry, this time, the bride was still there during the holiday season. Unfortunately, I don't think the website's been properly archived, save for some images and videos that were posted on it. In fact, the Black Widow Bride game itself became lost media after Flash Player shut down a few years ago, but it has since been recovered and is now playable on services like Flashpoint, which I used to get the footage for this video. With this, we are finally done with 2009, and it's time to move on to the next decade. In the past 10 years, we've really seen Disney start to expand the Haunted Mansion into far more of a brand, with more adaptations and more content for the ride in the parks itself, especially with those anniversary events. Constance, despite only being introduced in 2006, has immediately carved her way, see what I did there, into being one of the most significant characters in Haunted Mansion media. With a story right there in the ride itself, that creators working on Haunted Mansion material love to expand on whenever they can. If you thought the last 10 years were full of content, then you're not ready for the next 15. The 2010s and into the 2020s are jam-packed with a ton of new Haunted Mansion media, with Constance, more often than not, a key player in it. And the same is true for Melanie over in Paris. So, let's get into it. In 2011, the Haunted Mansion in Florida got a new extended queue. Disney Imagineers, being the Imagineers, took this as an opportunity to craft a whole bunch of fun new Haunted Mansion details, with a bunch of tombstones with puns on them, and even some interactive elements. But while there's plenty to look at all around you, you may want to keep your eyes peeled to the ground. Because, during this update, Disney removed the old metal ring and rock that everyone thought was a wedding ring, and replaced it with an actual metal wedding ring. That's right, after years and years of this rumor existing, Disney made it official, creating a custom metal wedding ring to put in that spot. This is why I love Imagineering. This is why I love Disney parks and all their little details. This is incredibly cool. It's also incredibly hard to spot, but I'm very proud to say that I finally tracked it down on a trip to Disney World a few weeks back. For those of you who want to try to find it, which I highly recommend you do because it is super cool, it's in a walled off area up against a brick wall right before you make your final turn into the area that you stand in before they open the doors to the house. The interactive queue also features a ghostly bookshelf where the books move in and out, and one of them features a hatchet on its spine. Also in 2010, the video game Epic Mickey released. In it, Mickey Mouse gets stuck in another world known as the Wasteland, a land full of old, forgotten Disney characters and ideas. The land is filled with forgotten characters, rejected concepts, and old merchandise. And the Haunted Mansion has its own counterpart over here, known as Lonesome Manor, heavily inspired not only by the final ride, but also by some of its earlier concepts, as well as some Mickey Mouse cartoons like the Lonesome Ghosts one, which is where it derives its name from. Lonesome Manor is full of twists and parodies of the ride. There's no Madame Leota here, instead there's a similar character named Madame Leona. The stretching portraits are there, but they're all different. The Constance painting of the old woman on the tombstone depicts her as far more overweight, likely a reference to the earlier versions of the painting that show her as a bit heavier than the later incarnations. Instead of George on the tombstone, we see all 5 of the singing busts from the graveyard. It's a fun little twist on the ride for this different world. While the attic appears in Lonesome Manor, it's not occupied by a bride. Instead, it's been transformed into a laboratory by the Mad Doctor from that freaky old band Mickey cartoon. Yeah, he's here too. But it's okay that there's no attic, as the bride has moved out. That's right. You see, there's a side quest in the game where Horace Horsecollar, the best Disney character, asks you to go into the mansion and retrieve the axe of Constance Hatchaway. Horace wants to be a detective, and he thinks that if he can find the axe, or rather, if you can find the axe, then Constance can finally be convicted of her crimes. So you go into the house, you retrieve the hatchet, and you give it back to Horace. It's pretty interesting that this game uses Constance's actual name and not a parody name like they do for Madame Leota. It's additionally interesting that they say she no longer lives in Lonesome Manor. And the Wasteland itself is a world full of old Disney concepts, old ones that went unused or were forgotten. If anything, you would think that the Beating Heart Bride would be in the Wasteland and not Constance, right? She was only a character that had been around for 4 years when they mentioned her in this game. Perhaps what they were going for was that Constance used to live in the Wasteland, since Disney didn't go through with the murderous bride idea originally and it became forgotten over the years. But when they did, she stopped living there. She's no longer in Lonesome Manor. If that is what they were going for, that's really fun and meta, but maybe I'm thinking too deep into it. A Lonesome Manor version of the bride does actually appear in an Epic Mickey tie-in comic released digitally as part of the Epic Mickey app. In a story called One Scary Night, Oswald and a robot Goofy are exploring Lonesome Manor, and they're chased around by the bride, who desperately calls for Oswald to marry her. This version of the bride is depicted as kind of a mix between skeleton and human, and she interestingly wears more of a yellow dress than usual. Alright, time to read one of these panels. Finally, I can pull out my sick Goofy impression. Here, marry Goofy, he's single. Me? Why me? I'm not even really alive. Neither is she. You're perfect for each other. Ooh, good point. Okay, miss, can I have your hand in marriage? Your hand in marriage, not in me. I want him. Goofy, do something. Okay, I do a pretty good grumpy impression. They're saved by Donald, who crashes into the room riding a doom buggy. The bride chases them around until they eventually successfully hide from her by disguising themselves as the singing busts. The bride here is never named, so it's unknown if it is supposed to be Constance or if it's another incarnation of the character, but these comics do take place before the game, and we know Constance used to live there, so perhaps this is her. The Epic Mickey app would later shut down, making these comics lost for some time, but fans were eventually able to recover them. Much more recently, in November of 2025, Disney gave all of the Epic Mickey comics a physical release and a book called Epic Mickey: The Comics Collection. In 2011, the video game Connect Disneyland Adventures released, for the Connect, obviously. The game features a full recreation of Disneyland as an open world that you could explore, with several of the rides containing different mini-games. Constance is actually the final boss of the Haunted Mansion section of the game. You could find her in the attic. Oh, never mind. There's just a wall where the attic's supposed to be. Okay, you could find her in the ballroom. Instead of going across a balcony in the ballroom and into the attic, you go across the balcony and then down a set of stairs, entering the ballroom itself. As you make your way in, the bridal march becomes incorporated into the game's soundtrack, and you eventually find Constance in the middle of the room, hovering above a table. While the character herself is clearly designed after the Constance version, she's depicted carrying the bouquet and candle instead of her axe. She floats around the room, mainly in circles, occasionally saying some dialogue from the ride. While it's nice to hear them use Cat Cressida's dialogue here, unfortunately, there is no new audio. It's all just the things she says in the ride itself. You have to avoid her and eventually defeat her the same way you defeat all the other ghosts in the level, by shining a flashlight at her. While it's not the most exciting boss fight out there, it's yet another example of Constance being used as a significant antagonist for the Haunted Mansion. Once again, she's kind of the main villain here, being the final boss of the area. We're now in 2012, and I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the new Constance pins that were released by Disney across the early 2010s. Once again, I'm not going to be going through all of them since there are so many, but I want to highlight a couple of the most notable and interesting ones. While there have been an absolute ton of old Constance sitting on the tomb pins, so much so that I really haven't been mentioning them while talking about the pins, 2010 gave us one of our most interesting ones. Instead of a recreation of the stretching room painting, this pin features old Constance and George sitting together in a doom buggy, and George does not look happy. I wonder why. A 2010 pin set featured Haunted Mansion characters in parodies of magazine covers. Constance, of course, made her way onto a parody of Modern Bride called Murderin' Bride. It's the fashion issue, too. Also in 2010, a set of pins featuring Haunted Mansion characters next to tombstones with pun names on them were released. Some of these are real pun names from the actual queue of the ride, others were simply made up. A lot of these are puns about being gone, such as Theo later, Gee I miss you, and the very subtle You are gone. Constance, meanwhile, made her way onto a pin that says I am mortal. Or maybe it's immortal. It's now 2011. Here's Jessica Rabbit dressed as the bride from the Jessica Dressed As series. Moving on. In the early 2010s, another Disney merchandise line was really taking off. The Vinylmations, a line of vinyl figures shaped like Mickey Mouse with the designs of different Disney characters put onto them. They made an absolute ton of them, and your opinions on them will vary based on how much you like seeing other characters' features grafted onto the body of Mickey Mouse. Constance received a figure in the first line of Haunted Mansion blind boxes, and she looks... The figure was designed by Casey Jones. I'm so glad to see Disney is letting him explore his artistic side after he spent so long hanging out with the Ninja Turtles. Constance's Vinylmation would also receive a pin based on it, albeit without the axe that the Vinylmation figure has. Also around this time in 2011, Constance would appear in the first series of the Vinylmation Park Stars line, which featured Disney Parks characters stylized, albeit not stylized, as Mickey Mouse. She was the only Haunted Mansion character in the line, and she had both a regular and somewhat translucent, rarer ghost variant. She was in the series alongside other iconic Disney Parks characters like Abraham Lincoln and Copper Abraham Lincoln. A few years later, in 2015, the Park Stars Constance would be given a new special metallic variant as part of the Disneyland 60th Anniversary line. There's also a Vinylmation of Daisy dressed as Constance, released in 2014 as part of the Mickey and Friends Haunted Mansion line, and the Constance stretching portrait received a Vinylmation in 2015, with George hidden on her back, based specifically on the old 60s version of the painting, and not the current incarnation. Then there was the Miss Mindy Designer series released in 2017, which included two different abstract versions of the bride. These were both super limited edition. I know we just jumped ahead several years, but I wanted to go through all the Vinylmations at once. Let's head back now. Going back to pins, in 2012, a special set of pins were released exclusively for cast members and Imagineers, depicting the Muppets in Doom Buggies alongside Haunted Mansion characters. Constance was the only Haunted Mansion character to be featured in two pins, one with a very uncomfortable Kermit and Piggy, and another one where she and Pepe seem to be getting along quite well, though she is still clutching her axe. Also this year, the first ever Phantom Manor pins to feature Melanie on them released. Well, kind of. You see, this year they did a special set of pins depicting the Phantom Manor stretching portraits, but with Tinkerbell in them instead of Melanie. So, no, these didn't feature Melanie. They featured scenes Melanie is in, but Melanie was replaced. Yeah, very surprising. Melanie has not been on any pins yet. Especially since this was for the 20th anniversary. You'd think they'd want to include her, but no, you get Tinkerbell. And also Stitch replacing every other character. He is the sea monster, he's also Jake. Surprisingly, he's not the corpse. The corpse is still the corpse. The last year I'll cover for now is 2013, where we got a wonderful pin of Constance from the Good Luck, Bad Luck series. These pins each featured a picture of a character with text giving you either a good luck or bad luck scenario, and they're all the most cringy, 2013 Tumblr post-core things I've ever seen. Good luck, you found the perfect girl. Bad luck. She's way too tall for you. Good luck. You have the power of a sorcerer. Bad luck. You are still just an apprentice. Good luck. You found your father. Bad luck. He's a Sith Lord. The one for Constance just says, good luck, you're the bride. Bad luck, you're the groom. I don't know why I hate these so much. Constance is the only Disney Parks character featured on these pins, save for one that features Mickey Mouse in a Tower of Terror uniform. I wanted to show this set of pins in particular, not only because I think it's really funny and pretty corny, but also because it really goes to show you just how prominent and popular of a character Constance is. She's here when not only no other Haunted Mansion characters are, no other Disney Parks characters are, period. Which is something really impressive for a Parks exclusive character. She really is used so much, if you couldn't already tell from just how much of this video is dedicated to the Constance era of the character. Anyway, we'll get back to pins again a little later. For now, let's get back to other appearances. 2014 marked the 45th anniversary of the Disneyland Haunted Mansion, and to celebrate, Disney planned to release an animated special themed after the ride. Art directed and produced by illustrator Gris Grimley, and written by Scott Peterson and Joshua Pruitt, two of the writers from Phineas and Ferb, both of whom actually still work on the show post its revival. While the special never ended up coming to fruition, several pieces of concept art from it have come out over the years. Some done by Peterson, like this one showing a very stylized version of the mansion on a hill, and many other pieces by concept artist Alex Kerwan. One of them, of course, being of Constance. This is honestly one of my favorite designs for her, maybe ever. I just think it's really funny. It's very cartoony and stylized with these long, thin limbs. I love the veil covering half of her face, and how the flowers she's holding look like dead weeds. She also is hanging out with one of the mansion's many crows, which is a fun touch. I would have loved to have seen this special come to fruition, but unfortunately it ended up being cancelled. A real shame. There is a lot of cool concept art for this. Some of the Hatbox ghosts. There's even some featuring the characters from the Museum of the Weird, which is really cool. They didn't do all that much for the 45th anniversary, especially considering how much they did for the 40th, but they did release some special merchandise, including a pin of one of the earlier brides. Always nice to see when those get referenced. They also released a pin featuring the concept art of Mademoiselle Vampire, made by Mark Davis from one of the very early drafts of the ride. I believe this is the only piece of merchandise this character has ever received. And they also sold a little statue based on Constance's cake topper from the current attic. This is a pretty iconic part of the modern attic, and I'm honestly pretty surprised it took them this long to make it, and I'm also pretty surprised they haven't released something like this again. But moving back to the subject of the original bride, it was around this time we received one of the most unique pieces of Haunted Mansion media to ever come out. Earlier on in the video, I mentioned how Kat Cressida, the voice of Constance, was told stories when she was a child about the characters of Disneyland and what their backstories were supposed to be. Well, in an exclusive interview with the Haunted Mansion fansite DoomBuggies.com, she released an audio drama called Nuptial Doom, The Haunting Tale of the Haunted Mansion Bride. The story was written and narrated by Kat Cressida herself, inspired by the early bride stories that she heard. So now we have bride lore written by the voice of the bride. How cool is that? Now, this is not officially released by Disney. I'd label it in sort of the same gray area as the Ghost Gallery, where it's a story about the ride written by somebody who worked on it, but it's technically not official. But there was no way I could not cover this. Now, despite being written and performed by the voice of Constance, this is not the backstory for Constance. Remember, this is based on what Kat Cressida heard in the early days of Disneyland. So this story is her take on the origins of the Beating Heart Hride, heavily inspired by the old Captain Gore scripts. This is all very interesting, so let's break down her story. The story starts with a pretty meta opening, mentioning how many of the stories from within the mansion have changed over the years, and how some of its earliest ones have become forgotten, and how one story is forgotten save for a weather vane on top of the building. Our story starts after the War of 1812, when New Orleans is one of the richest cities in America. A man arrives in the city with incomparable wealth, but rumors start to swirl that he got that money from being a bloodthirsty pirate. He meets a nobleman, and eventually the nobleman's daughter.
And so it was that the captain came to lay eyes upon the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, the nobleman's daughter. The nobleman's only daughter was a mysterious creature herself, praised in public because of her unparalleled beauty, and gossiped about in private because of her complexion, for she did not have the lily-white skin of the rest of her family, and there were rumors that she was in fact of mixed race. Perhaps, it was whispered, the illegitimate child of one of her father's many servants. These rumors, however, did nothing to prevent the most eligible bachelors from seeking her hand in marriage.
The captain asks the nobleman the very next day if he could court his daughter. The nobleman, not a fan of the captain, is going to say no, but he's persuaded by a bunch of riches.
And so, in spite of the fact that he had already offered the hand of his daughter to the son of another New Orleans society family, the nobleman agreed. The courtship was very staid and proper, as was the custom of the time, but it was, even by modern standards, extremely short. In fact, after only one visit on the veranda with the daughter, surrounded by the usual phalanx of chaperones, the captain asked the nobleman for permission to marry his daughter. This was most unexpected, and the nobleman was caught quite off guard. Not wanting to confess that he had already promised her hand to another, he simply said, "Sir, you may be a man of some wealth and station, but my daughter is descended from great nobility and is heir to a great fortune. What could a sea captain, even one such as yourself, possibly offer her?" The captain was not fazed by the affront. He simply replied, "There is nothing that I will not provide for your daughter, sir. What can I do to show you that, in marrying me, she will live like a queen?" The father hesitated, and then, fixed by the hypnotic gaze of the captain, and intrigued by what the limits of the captain's wealth might be, he said, "If you can build for her the grandest mansion in all of New Orleans, I will reconsider your request."
And so, the captain, who was already secretly buying a bunch of New Orleans swampland, begins to build the mansion, keeping it by the water because he just loves the ocean so much. Of course, people begin to speculate that this is actually going to be a front for his pirate operations.
The nobleman was a product of the old world and its notions of class and lineage, but this was not the old world, but the new. This was the land, after all, where money was fast becoming the only mark of nobility, and the nobleman's own fortunes were in fact starting to diminish. And so, the nobleman agreed to give the captain his daughter's hand in marriage. Pulling the daughter aside, the captain embraced her and offered her the most opulent wedding her heart desired. He would request the finest gown from Paris, the best musicians, the finest food anyone in America had ever tasted, anything she could possibly desire. But there was just one request. She must excuse his absence for the next several weeks while he made an important voyage out to sea. She, of course, agreed, happier than she had ever been in her life. "My voyage may be prolonged," he said. "Will you wait for me?" She replied, "As long as my heart beats. That's how long I shall wait for you. I will wait for you until the last beat of my heart."
Gee, I wonder how this is going to end. The construction of the house continues in the captain's absence, and at this time the nobleman really starts to have second thoughts. He wants his daughter to marry into the family that he already promised her to. They're also immensely wealthy and are a lot less shady than the captain. When he returns from sea, the nobleman confronts the captain, telling him that the wedding's off. The captain, in response, tells him that the mansion is now finished, that he intends to keep the nobleman's promise, and he once again tries to persuade him by presenting him a massive trunk full of jewels and treasures. This once again successfully persuades the nobleman, and the captain tells him that he has to make one last trip across the sea before he marries the nobleman's daughter.
As his daughter busily prepared for her nuptials, her father fretted over what to do. Surely he wasn't going to actually let his daughter marry this man. Finally, when several weeks had passed, he had made up his mind. The daughter had received a letter from the captain, off in some foreign port. He was returning soon. As one last gift, he had built a turret just above the mansion's attic, overlooking the sea, where she could await in private the ship's signal, as he had promised her. Ending the letter, he asked if she was prepared for the wedding, and if he might look forward to a candlelit glow beckoning him from her turret above the attic. She smiled to herself. Yes. Even better, her wedding dress had just arrived that same day from Paris, and she was having it fitted at that very moment. The nobleman stood out in the hall for a while, steeling himself. Then he knocked on his daughter's door. Upon entering, there she was, in her wedding dress, looking like an angel. He wept to see his daughter so beautiful, but he pretended his tears were for the news he was about to tell her. The sea captain was dead, drowned at sea. In a heartbeat, the bride-to-be's world was shattered. Sobbing, she ran from the house. In sorrow and despair, she ran across the town and into the swamps. Her immaculate French wedding dress dragged in the green weeds behind her as she made her way to the lonely mansion. It no longer looked inviting nor welcoming. Instead, it now had a foreboding ambience. No matter. She pushed through the massive front doors, and once inside, ascended to the attic and to the turret window where she had vowed to watch for her sea captain's return. Her father, having searched for her throughout the town, eventually made his way through the swamps to the mansion, with a squad of police in tow. "Look there!" exclaimed one of the men. "The light! There's a light in the window!" And so there was, one bright, white light.
The nobleman and the police try to enter the house, but the bride has bolted every door shut. They have to force their way through and eventually make their way up to the attic.
Even the stoutest policeman could not break down the door. After yelling themselves hoarse, they left, believing the desolate girl must in fact have fled elsewhere. One young policeman lagging behind did notice something rather odd. While the attic door was clearly locked, the strongest of them had failed to breach the latch, yet there were no signs of an actual lock on the door. However that attic was sealed, it was not by any lock he'd ever known.
Of course, the captain does eventually return home, but he finds nobody waiting for him at the port.
The nobleman, whether in shame over the lie he had told or in fear of the sea captain's wrath, had left town entirely. Perhaps he'd fled on the excuse of searching for his beloved daughter. If, as some believe, the nobleman had sent nefarious men to do away with the sea captain, and so bring truth to his own black lie, those men had either been defeated or never materialized. No matter. The captain's demise would come soon enough.
Sensing that something's wrong, the captain rushes to the mansion and makes his way to the attic. Despite the police not being able to open the door earlier, it immediately swings open as soon as the captain touches it.
But inside the attic, and in the turret above, there was no sign of his waiting bride. There was no body to be found, only a torn, forlorn wedding dress draped beside a burnt-out candle. He did not need to be told. He knew in his heart that his young bride was dead. In a maniacal, grief-stricken rage, the captain ordered the mansion shuttered and closed, sealing himself inside. A full new moon waxed and waned, and at last the guilt-ridden nobleman returned to announce the funeral rites for his most misfortunate daughter. And so it was that it was a long, long time before the courageous and curious finally broke down the doors to that mansion. Perhaps you can guess what they would have seen inside. High above the grand gallery, as high as the dim light would allow one to see, was the gently swaying body of the captain. For surrounded by a hall of grand portraits, he had hanged himself from the rafters of his glorious mansion, the mansion he had built for his bride. It was not long after that many strange things were seen and heard in that mansion, but of all the frightening, displaced sounds that could be heard, the most prevalent was the sure, steady thump of an ever-beating heart. It could be heard in the attic, or in the turret, or in an attic trunk, only to move to a dark corner whenever the trunk was opened, and though it moved when searched for, it grew louder at night in answer to the sounds of the sea. It never stopped beating. Some say it is beating still. Perhaps, if you listen closely, do you hear it? The beating heart of the bride.
That was Nuptial Doom, the story of the bride, as written and told by the voice of Constance. Very cool that this exists, and it pulls a lot from a lot of early Haunted Mansion storytelling. But now let's get back to the ride, where a big change is coming. In January of 2015, following the Haunted Mansion's annual, unchristmasing, people quickly noticed something different within the ride. After you pass through the attic, the balcony that you go on before your car turns backwards was partially covered by a large fake window. People immediately recognized this to be a construction wall, and began to speculate that Disney might be bringing back a certain someone. And they were right. A few months later, after the Haunted Mansion went down for a week of maintenance, the ride reopened with George Hightower fully there. George, I'm so happy to see you, but I'm kidding, it's the Hatbox Ghost. They brought back the Hatbox Ghost. On May 9th of 2015, as part of Disneyland's 60th anniversary celebration, the Hatbox Ghost was reintroduced to the Haunted Mansion with a brand new figure. With this update, the attic itself and all the Constance stuff was kept completely the same. The Hatbox Ghost was placed just after the attic on the balcony before you turn backwards. This allowed the Hatbox Ghost to be in a place close to where he was originally supposed to be without disrupting the Constance story that the attic had created over the decades he'd been gone. He now stands there, after the attic, on his own little balcony with 7 Hatboxes around him. Plenty of places for him to fit his head if he wants to change it up a bit. Obviously, this change was incredibly well received and continues to be appreciated by fans to this day, 10 years later. But it may surprise you to hear that not only does the Hatbox Ghost have literally no canon lore within the ride, he also has no connection to Constance. Despite the fact that the original bride and Hatbox Ghost were designed to be married, and the Constance character is a serial decapitator, and the Hatbox Ghost appears right after her with a bunch of Hatboxes behind him, the Hatbox Ghost is not a part of Constance's story and lore. Of course, with the Haunted Mansion, you could always have fun and speculate, and there are plenty of fan theories out there that the Hatbox Ghost was one of Constance's husbands in life, and now he appears here with his head appearing and disappearing in death. There are also some fun theories regarding the fact that there are 7 Hatboxes behind him. Constance killed 5 people. Who are the other 2? So while it may seem a bit silly that the woman who cuts men's head off and the man whose head disappears 5 seconds after you see her don't have a connection with each other, that is the route Disney went down. It allowed them to put the Hatbox Ghost close to where he used to be without disrupting the Constance story that they created. And if you want to get technical, they are technically not in the same part of the house. She's inside the attic and he is outside on the balcony. As much as I love the Hatbox Ghost, this will probably be the last time I bring him up in this video in any major capacity. I just wanted to establish what the current lore says about this character now that he's back, and that's the route they go down. You'll continue to see in other adaptations like the 2016 comic series, the 2023 movie, and the Florida version of the ride, Constance and the Hatbox Ghost aren't associated with each other. They don't engage. Which is crazy, because Constance loves getting engaged. In June of this year, a special private event was held in the Magic Kingdom for travel company IPW. For this event, they brought out several Haunted Mansion meet and greet characters, including some very rare ones, and what I believe to be the first ever appearance of a walk-around Constance Hatchaway. The outfit here is spot on, really a perfect match to the character. The dress is multi-layered, she has her veil, and she's even holding a bouquet of pretty gnarly looking flowers with her axe sticking out of the top of them. Although I will say the axe looks a bit less like an axe and more like a spatula. Her hairstyle is a lot more complex here than it is on the ride, and much like her previous live appearance in the Feast or Famine show, she's depicted as having light brown hair instead of blonde hair. She seemed to have an absolute blast at this event as she went around flirting with male guests, asking them if they were married and if not, if they'd like to be. Always on the lookout for the next suitor. Of course, add to that a copious amount of the typical jokes you'd expect her to make.
Are you married?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Are you wanting to get married?
Well, I don't know. This doesn't look very...
Oh, no, we won't sever the relationship too soon.
In fact, in the video I saw, the first thing she tells the man meeting her is this.
Good evening.
Very nice neck you have there.
Oh.
So strong.
She seemed to be having a whole lot of fun. She's cracking up so much it almost feels like she's breaking character, but it's always great to see the character actors having a great time and loving their roles. Unfortunately, this private event was, I believe, the only ever appearance of this Constance walkaround costume. If you weren't here, you couldn't see her. That was that. For Halloween of 2015, a special dinner show was played in New Orleans Square at the Blue Bayou restaurant called Mystical Spirits of the Blue Bayou. It was an upcharge experience that gave you a dinner show starring Dr. Facilier from The Princess and the Frog, a similarly New Orleans-based Disney property. Now, both the Disney Wiki and the Haunted Mansion Wiki claim that Constance and also the Tightrope Walker Girl are a part of this show, but I don't believe that's true. I watched through the entire thing, and they don't appear. Who does appear are a group of 4 ghost women called the Bayou Belles, who act as backup performers for Facilier. They walk around the tables and such throughout the show. None of them are referred to by specific names, and they're all wearing the exact same dress, just with slightly different makeup and wigs. None of those dresses are wedding dresses. They're all dressed as ballroom dancers. This seems like it's just an inaccuracy on the wiki, but there is very little information about this show online. I could only find 2 YouTube uploads of it. So if there's, say, another version of the show, or an appearance of Constance in a performance that wasn't recorded, or something like that, I still wanted to mention it. Regardless, I think we could just chalk this up to an error and move on. Pretty cool show, though. The ballroom dancer costumes are great, and I'm always happy to see Dr. Facilier. In March of 2016, a new Haunted Mansion comic series began, a 5-issue miniseries published by Marvel as part of the Disney Kingdoms line, a set of comic series themed to different Disney attractions, including Figment, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. There's even a series here based on the old Museum of the Weird concept. The comic stars a cowardly 15-year-old boy named Danny Crow. He's the polar opposite of his adventurous grandfather, an explorer who's been all over the world. The two live on the same street in New Orleans as an allegedly haunted mansion, and Danny's grandfather hopes to bring Danny in there one day. But he doesn't want to do it. A month after his grandfather's death, Danny must become brave and enter the haunted mansion at the request of Madame Leota, who needs the help of a mortal to break a curse placed on the mansion by a pirate ghost who's trapped inside. The first issue of the series begins with people around New Orleans discussing rumors they've heard of the mansion, and our first reference to the bride comes from literally the first panel. An old woman says that no one's lived there for as long as she could remember, but she's heard that perhaps the Headless Horseman used to, or maybe there was some sort of doomed wedding. Cleverly starting the comic with references to some of the original Haunted Mansion script ideas. Further down the page, 2 girls discuss how a woman killed all of her husbands there, specifically calling her a Black Widow, before apparently dying in the attic. This is pretty interesting. While several places claim that the Beating Heart Hride died in the attic, this is the first official piece of media to say that's what happened to Constance. Remember, we don't know officially how she died. But this comic has their own interesting take on it, which we'll get to a bit later. When Danny enters the mansion later on in the issue, we actually don't see the Constance painting in the stretching room. We just see the tightrope walker and the quicksand men. Danny's then attacked by the changing portraits, who leave their paintings and chase him, before he's saved in the seance room. Leota explains that a cursed pirate captain has placed a spell on the mansion, trapping everyone inside and slowly turning them more and more violent, making what is supposed to be a happy retirement home into a dangerous place. The paintings in the mansion are already under the captain's control, hence why they chased Danny earlier. Danny must explore the house, find the captain's secrets, and discover a way to break the curse, but he's told by Leota not to enter the attic at all costs. That's where Constance the bride is, and you do not want to run into her. We see just how dangerous Constance is at the end of the issue, when one of the changing portraits, specifically the skeleton horse rider, makes the foolish decision to talk to her. The captain's not going to be happy when he hears about this. We'll have to get the kid before he ruins the captain's plan. But it shouldn't be too challenging to stop one teenager. How dare you? You know that all men in the mansion die by my blade. I'm coming for you, Danny. We've been dying to have you. Kinda wild that this version of Constance immediately kills a pre-existing ride character. Rest in peace, horseman. I guess you're a headless horseman now, huh? She's also given some of Little Leota's lines at the end here with the "we've been dying to have you" part. While it seems that Constance is going to chase down Danny, she has to stop at the beginning of issue 2, because he goes into the Grand Hall, which, unbeknownst to him, has been cursed, to make you want to never leave. The hall is cursed. I'll be lost within the madness. This issue also gives us some interesting lore about this version of the mansion. It's explained that most of the ghosts here are simply visitors, but those who died within the house have made it their eternal resting place. And dying in the mansion means that you have some control over the inherent dark magic held within the house. This is their haunting home. The rest of us are just guests. The captain himself recently discovered his powers, but the bride... Madame Leota warned me about Constance. Constance? What? Where? She's not here. Oh, good. It's frequently implied just how dangerous Constance is. Even the pirate captain is afraid of her. He died looking for treasure within the walls of the mansion, and as a ghost he's searched every room of it except the attic, because he's too afraid of Constance. In issue 3, the Hatbox ghost, who acts as kind of a wandering nomad in this version of the story, explains to Danny that Constance is so violent because she died angry. She died full of so much anger that now, in death, she's forever trapped in a hateful cycle of murder, and that she can't accept that she simply needs to rest in peace. At the end of the issue, the pirate forces Danny to go into the attic. You're going to help me find me treasure, and escape this damn mansion so me ghost can be the scourge of the world. Yeah, the pirate talks like a pirate. I'm sorry in advance. How? By going to the one room I can't. The attic. But that's where Constance hungers for death. But if you don't search the attic, I'll be happy to make you a permanent crew member of the mansion. See this cutlass that the pirate captain has? It's mentioned earlier in the issue that he received it when he died in the mansion, revealing that it's part of the dark magic that he has because he died there. While not directly stated, it's implied that Constance's axe works in the same way. Much like the pirate captain, she killed a whole lot of people in life and is very angry in death, and she has a mastery over the dark magic that dying in the mansion granted her, to the point where she's strong enough to kill other ghosts with her ghostly axe. Now, issue 4 is all about the attic, and it begins with a flashback to Constance in 1879, 2 years after her 5th and final marriage to George. And here we learn something pretty interesting. I can hear their whispers from here, the rumors and little embarrassing asides. They're too polite to come right out and say the thing that everyone is thinking. Another wedding? Really? Poor Ambrose, and then Frank, and then the Marquis, and Reginald, and George. All died mysteriously on their wedding nights. Such bad luck has fallen on so many of your husbands. If you weren't so beautiful, I'd have a hard time believing another would propose. Thank you, Mother. We see Constance here preparing for, yes, that's right, a 6th wedding up in the attic of the mansion. a much nicer looking attic. In fact, it doesn't even seem like it's being used as an attic yet. It just seems like a personal room for Constance up here. Constance herself is depicted with kind of a different design, both in life and in death. Most notably, her hair is different. Instead of a hair bun, she's got that kind of, you know the hairstyle, you know the one. I don't know what it's called, I'm sorry. She's also missing the pearl necklaces, although she does have them in her wedding photos. It's very interesting to see that Constance is getting ready for a 6th wedding, and it's also very interesting to see her mother, a character we've never seen before, who is cleverly designed to look like old Constance from the stretching room. I love that detail. There are so many great little winks and references to the ride and its history throughout this comic. This is easily one of my favorites. I am surprised to see that Constance had family with her across all of her weddings, at least in this version of the story, but her mother is obviously completely oblivious to her daughter's crimes. Can I help it that men find me irresistible? Well, hopefully this one sticks. You won't stay beautiful forever, Constance. We'll see. The guests should be seated. I'll come retrieve you when it's time for you to walk down the aisle, hopefully for the last time. Are you ready for your husband? Did you get a gift for him? Of course. I have just what I need for our special night. Of course, Constance is ready to get rid of her next husband on their wedding night, the same as what she did to all the others. When exactly Constance killed her husbands is inconsistent from version to version, but it almost always happened immediately after the wedding. Whether that be the wedding night, like here, the day after, the honeymoon, it's always immediately after. But here's the most interesting part. As the pirate captain reveals to Danny a theory he's heard regarding Constance's death. It is my belief that the murderous bride finally walked the plank on that very wedding night, trapping her spirit within these walls with the power to kill any who enter, and not just possible suitors, the living, but ghosts as well. How did she die? Her last husband, I imagine. I never tried to ask her, because if I ever got close enough to ask, I'd be close enough for her to chop me head right off. I've heard tall tales, but never anything I'd take for truth. I even heard a rumor of a pirate like meself, but I'd never wed a banshee such as Constance. That's right, not only did this version of Constance have a 6th wedding, she was allegedly killed by her 6th husband. It is treated as just a rumor here, but it makes sense when lined up with the flashback we saw. The pirate captain even says there's a rumor that it was a pirate that killed her, a great reference to the original script for the ride. Of course, this doesn't line up with the canon of the ride, because we know Constance lived until she was old, but this comic didn't actually show the old Constance stretching portrait, so they did make the continuity work within their own story. Danny struggles to get into the attic, having to swing across the rafters, and when he does, he finds Constance sitting in her chair in front of her mirror, reciting all of her lines from the ride. But in the ride, she's saying it to you. She knows you're there. She's trying to threaten you, maybe try to get you to marry her. Don't do it, you idiot. But here she does it alone, sitting in front of her mirror, kind of bringing back a twinge of the old lonely bride that existed before Constance. But she does turn around halfway through and start reciting to the pictures of her husbands. Afterwards, she speaks to them. My dear husbands, I'm sorry I loved your money more than I could ever love you. But even here, all alone, I'm glad you're dead. Danny makes a run for the pirate trunk in the room, realizing that this is the captain's treasure, but it ends up being empty. He then realizes that the attic is the only place in the house with an open window, and that's how he can finally escape. But he's stopped by Constance. This window must be the way out of the mansion! There is no way out! Are you here for my wedding day? Are you going to propose? I think I'm a little young to be a groom. What if I'm your ring bearer? My heart aches for another wedding. It was never about the men or their money, really. I just liked weddings. I'm sorry, guys, I got nothing. That's weird. Let's make a deal. You let me leave, and I'll find you someone crazy enough to marry you. Stay with me! No, wait! Constance swings her axe, and Danny is forced out the window, just like in the ride. At the start of the final issue, when he lands in the graveyard, there's even a reference to the you die in the Haunted Mansion theory, which is pretty fun to see. But it turns out that Danny finding a way out of the house broke the pirate's curse. While things seem great at first, the curse being broken means that the pirate captain can now leave the house, and he plans to spend his afterlife plundering the world as he did in life. But first, he wants to make sure that Danny is dead and can't get in his way. That is, until... Isn't this just touching? I'm happy for your lovely reunion, but none of you will be allowed to leave. I'll slaughter all of you and then curse this place again. You two can spend eternity together. Hello, Captain. Constance? You may continue as you were. It'll be nice to have things back to normal before my wedding day. And besides, I hate pirates. They sing too much. So, after years and years of avoiding Constance, she kills him the second they meet. I absolutely love how this series handles Constance's relationship with the other ghosts. She's not to be messed with and is willing to kill anybody who steps foot within the mansion. Everyone's afraid of her, but she does care about the other ghosts enough to sort of protect them from evil. Her saying she wants things back to normal reveals that she likes the mansion the way it is, and that she doesn't mind the company of all the others. On one of the comic's final pages, we get an epilogue explaining what happened to all the ghosts. As Danny explains, Constance is still getting ready for her wedding. I wonder if a groom will ever arrive at her altar again. I'd hate to meet the guy who broke her heart. All in all, I really love this adaptation of Constance. I think it portrays the character really well and has her interact with the rest of the mansion in a way that makes perfect sense. I'm not the biggest fan of the Constance was killed after a sixth wedding storyline, but I do like how they use that to explain why the ghost is in a wedding dress and why she's constantly repeating vows. The whole Constance is convinced that her next wedding is going to happen any moment now element is really fun, and I think this comic does a great job in combining their own original concepts with her with what we see in the ride. They have fun recontextualizing her into their own story, and it's a story that, with the exception of the stretching painting, doesn't really contradict the ride. Being as prominent to this comic series as she is, Constance is all over its covers, appearing on the main cover for issue 3, where you see her wandering through the ballroom, and in issue 4, where you see her angrily standing in the attic. Issue 3's cover doesn't happen within the comic, but that's par for the course with comic series. Both of these covers are beautifully drawn, and they both feature Constance with her glowing heart, something not featured within the comic itself. She also appears on a variant cover for issue 1, depicting Haunted Mansion characters as vintage-style action figures. This is something they do all the time with Star Wars comic covers, except there, it's usually based on real figures. These were simply made up for the series. Constance is labeled as Constance the Bride, and she includes a candle and an axe and apparently glows in the dark. The Hatchaway last name, for some reason, isn't stated in the comic, or this cover. She's just labeled as Constance the Bride. The Constance stretching portrait is featured on a variant cover of issue 5, drawn by Katie Cook, and the collected edition of the comic, released in 2016 and reissued in 2023, features reused art of Constance from the comic on both the spine of the book and the back cover. It also features some concept art from the ride, including some of hers. Around the exact same time this comic series started running in March of 2016, Disney did one of the most unique experiences they've ever held for the Haunted Mansion. This is the Ghost Post, an interactive multimedia game sent out to only the first 999 people who signed up. Over the course of 3 months, subscribers were sent 3 different packages, all of which contained exclusive Haunted Mansion memorabilia that acted as clues to help solve a mystery. There was also an app involved called the Phantom Radio, where you could hear specific audio that was part of the game. The plot of the Ghost Post was simple. Mysterious fog had appeared within the mansion, preventing the ghosts from leaving, in an event that they dubbed the Great Unraveling, and you had to piece together what was going on. Among the contents of the first package were a set of 10 cards. Constance appears on 2 of these. Her as the bride is number 4, and her as the old woman is number 5. I like that they made sure these 2 were right next to each other. There was also a wedding invitation for the marriage of Constance and the Marquis. This is where we get their wedding date that I mentioned earlier on in the video. The invitation is sent out by her parents, the only time they've been referenced other than in the Marvel comic. Mr. and Mrs. Hatchaway request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their daughter, Constance Hatchaway Harper Banks, to the most honorable Marquis de Doom, high noon, Friday the 13th of February, 1874, at the ambassadorial residence. It's funny to see them include all of Constance's last names up to this point, and if you look under that, you could actually see the Hatchaway family crest, which appropriately features two hatchets crossed over each other. If the page is scanned with the Phantom Radio app, you get this dialogue from the hitchhiking ghost, and it's actually fully voice acted. Check it out.
You know, there's one ghost in the mansion that I reckon is just fine with being fogged in.
Oh, who's that?
Aha! Oh, ha! Hush! Whoosh! Oh, I bet you're talking about old Constance. You know, the bride. Whoosh! Chop, 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 chop.
Hey, be careful with that thing. Where did you even find that axe?
Hi-ya! Well, it was wrapped up over there with a big white bow.
Now, why do you think that about Constance?
Well, come on, think about it. How many husbands did she get rid of?
Chop, chop, chop.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was 5. Now, seriously, put down that thing before you hurt someone.
Yeah, and even after she did them in, they're all still in love with her. Oh,
right.
Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, so I'll wager she's thrilled they're all trapped somewhere else and can't get back.
Oh, now leave her in peace for a bit.
You gotta admire her handiwork. I mean, by the time she got to her third husband, she really had it down to a science.
Yeah, she really had a good head on her shoulders. Unlike her grooms.
Now, you can see that right on the wedding invitation.
I'm gonna set this down for a moment. But only if you got the chill of ghostly fingers. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
That's certainly true.
You know, in spite of the body count, she's a sentimental one.
You think?
Oh, I know. She used to keep the invitation in the icebox right next to the leftover wedding cake.
Oh, now that's sweet. And cold.
Yeah, well, we're talking about cake, right? Ouch! Oh, my foot! I mean, who leaves an axe in the attic? Really?
Serves you right.
You know, I was not expecting Ezra to sound like that. I think it's really funny that they mentioned there's still leftover wedding cake in the mansion's icebox. Do you think the other ghosts ever eat parts of the leftover cake? I bet you she'd want some. Much like in Feast or Famine, this dialogue states that Constance's husbands all still love her even after she killed them. That's wild. These guys are desperate, man. The hitchhikers say that Constance is probably very happy that her desperate husbands are all trapped somewhere else and can't reach her, revealing that yes, her husband's ghosts are out there, but no, they're not in the mansion. And if they wanted to come to her, they can't because of the fog. Now, it turns out that Constance putting her wedding invitation in the icebox is actually a clue to the next part of the game. Because if you put the wedding invitation in a freezer, the text on it changes, revealing an announcement of the Marquis de Doom's death the following day. Died at Pagoda de Doom, Saturday, February 14th, 1874. The most honorable Marquis de Doom, beloved husband of Constance, sent to a better place. Friends and acquaintances of the family are invited to attend the funeral Monday afternoon at the home of the widow de Doom. Great attention to detail, having her living in the Marquis' home and not the mansion yet, since she's not supposed to be there until she marries George. I really appreciate how closely this whole game sticks to the ride continuity, since it's not an adaptation, it is a direct tie-in with the ride. Scanning the funeral invitation gives you some new dialogue that progresses the story, but it doesn't feature Constance, so we don't need to cover it here. In fact, Constance isn't really a part of any of the other games of the Ghost Post, save for a playing card that features the attic included in the second box. But she is still featured somewhere else. All 3 editions of the Ghost Post include a newspaper called the Grim Gazette, and each edition features an advice column where struggling ghosts in the mansion reach out to a woman who goes by Aunt Agony. Aunt Agony is just Constance running an advice column. While it's never outright stated that she's writing these, several of the responses include hints to dead husbands, axe injuries, and they all have that typical I care about you, but I clearly also don't care about you personality that she's always displayed as having. Keeping her identity concealed, all of the Aunt Agony columns are said to be authored by a respectable lady. These are all really great, and there are about 10 of them from across the 3 issues of the Grimm Gazette, so I've handpicked a couple of my personal favorites to share with you guys. From the first ghost post, someone writes Aunt Agony, Dear Auntie, after a century of warm, if sepulchral companionship with my late husband, I find myself sorrowing gravely, for he's lost in the great enfogging, and I know that I shan't see him again. Sorrow is our burden to bear, 'tis true, but I find that I do not but weep all through the days and nights. As I'm meant to be shrieking in the mighty organ, this has put me in a difficult position. What advice for an eternity in the vale of sorrows? Sorrowing, the ballroom. Aunt Agony replies, Sorrowing. What bride would not mourn her departed groom? I certainly mourned all of mine. And for you to have lost your beloved, with no certainty of his permanent demise, without being able to see his fate with your own eyes, that is doubly tragic. There is no shame in your tears, but as you say, you have a job to do, and can't do it while in tears. I recommend that you seek out a tombstone shrieker in the graveyard, and put your plight to him, and see if he will arrange a job swap with you, until such time as your pain has dulled. Also from the first edition, Dear Auntie, I am a chill, and have been a chill since my demise. I take pride in each goose pimple and each shiver, but now I find myself the sole chill in the infinite corridor, as all the other have gone where the wild ghost goes, as they say. At first, I delighted in the knowledge that each living body was chilled by me and me alone, but now I am in a state of constant exhaustion. I can't keep this up. Frigid, the infinite corridor. Frigid. You poor thing! I know exactly of which you speak. My attic also has fewer ghosts than it used to, and we all must work harder to shoulder the burden of terrifying our guests. Is that a reference to the 90s pop-up ghosts? That's wild! I do note, however, that you neglected to note your date of death, so it may be that you passed on before the notion of entropy was understood. This was a foreign concept to Auntie as well. But of course, a reading from the mansion's excellent library elucidated several modern aspects of the sciences to me. I'm sure you can find several tomes to explain more accurately of the entropy with which you contend. To my understanding, you act upon the mortal realm by slowing its minute, unseeable atoms that make up the aether. It is thus the characteristic chill is achieved. But your own motion through the air stirs the minute particles back into motion. So your own hard work works against you. In short, you simply cannot solve this problem through hard work. Only by going more slowly can you attain satisfaction, even if it means that every human is frosted. Remember, running chills are for mortals, not spooks. This one also comes from the first ghost post. Dear Auntie, I know there's many a haunt that's missing her husband's sprite, and I don't mean to be ungrateful, but the honest truth is that my husband's haunts and jaunts without the walls of this place have been the secret to our enduring marital happiness. Now that neither of us can travel, I find myself snappish and short-tempered, and I fear for our eternal wedded bliss. Peevish, the Hall of Portraits. Peevish. An eternity is a long time, as I know only too well. It is perhaps too much to ask that a bride and her groom be in one another's company for all of time. There is no shame in chafing at your forced proximity. Many's the marriage that's been sweetened by absences. In these trying times, perhaps you might relocate your picture to the attic or some other distant corner. Or your husband might do the same. If, however, your husband will not accede to your reasonable requests, might you be perfectly justified in taking more, shall we say, drastic measures? It's not for Auntie to say. From Ghost Post 2, Dear Auntie, for decades I was consigned to a far corner of the cemetery, far away from the mortals who come to call on us. Some time ago I noticed that the cadaverous gentleman who normally blocked my vantage had left the graveyard. I waited for him to return. A seeming eternity went by with no sign of him, so I shambled from my perch to take up his spot. I've been in this location for almost a year. If the fog lifts and the cadaverous fellow returns, will I have to relinquish this prime location to him? Eminently domained in the graveyard. eminently. I am not a solicitor, and so your question is better suited for the more legally minded ghouls among us. You will find no shortage of ghostly lawyers in the library, arguing over ancient precedents. A word of caution, however. Lawyers tend to slow down any proceedings they get involved with. A simple dispute could drag out for a century. Personally, I've always preferred to resolve problems myself, only retaining legal counsel at the last resort. And now, from the third and final ghost post, I'd like to read the final Aunt Agony letter. This comes from a point in the story where it seems the fog is going to be lifted, thanks to the player. Dear Auntie, I must confess that the elation at the prospect of being able to travel once again is tempered by more domestic concerns. In life, I was the prince of a small kingdom, and, without disclosing too many family secrets, let me say that a rash of poisonings, stabbings, and betrayals brought about not only my own demise, but also that of my father, mother, and several scheming cousins. My last thoughts were the peace of the grave, how I would finally be free of the machinations of my family. However, the afterlife is not too generous, and I found myself haunting the halls of my former home along with the shades of my relatives. Even in ghostly form, the squabbling was never ending, so I left the ancestral crypts for a cozy spot in the mansion. Not too long afterwards, traveling became impossible. Auntie, I know that this has been a terrible time for most other spirits, but for me it's the most peaceful period I've ever known, living or expired. But I know the moment travel becomes safe again, the whole lot will show up on my doorstep. How can I maintain this peaceful repose when forced to play host to such terrible ghosts? Should I leave the mansion before they can find me? Seeking quiet, the Rookery. Seeking. My dear, I know entirely of what you speak. As someone who's been part of several different families, I know the challenges to be faced with relatives from whom you cannot escape. In life, I always found that a good sharp axe solved many of these problems. But you've passed into the realm where there is no axe sharp enough to sever you from your tiresome relations. One solution to your predicament would be to leave the mansion yourself to find a new haunting ground, and tell no one where you've gone. But eternity is a long time to keep running away from your problems. Perhaps when your unruly relations arrive, it will be a good time to have a frank talk with them. And if they do not want to listen, I know some powerful spirits who would not hesitate to intervene on your behalf. Also remember, it's still quite possible that the ability to travel will not be successfully restored, so you might not have to face this problem at all. That was just a small selection of some of my personal favorite Aunt Agony letters. There are a bunch of these, and they've all been archived over on the Haunted Mansion Wiki on their Grim Gazette page, so I highly recommend you check them out and read through the rest. Whoever's idea it was to have Constance run an advice column, kudos to you. This is genuinely one of my favorite things they've ever done with the character. It's very silly, but it has that classic Haunted Mansion silliness to it. I really love it. Our favorite respectable lady also wrote a personals ad seeking a romantic partner in the first Grim Gazette. A respectable lady, possesses own hatchet, seeks respectable gentleman to while away the eternity of entrapment occasioned by her laden fogging. Reply to this publication, quoting Romance 0745. Constance is referenced one last time in the third Grim Gazette, in an article discussing a secret room found within the mansion that's very important for the conclusion of the Ghost Post story. Nobody knows how the secret room was made. Some speculate that it was created by the original architects of the mansion, while others speculate that it comes from Constance's time living in the mansion, that she created the room to have a secure place to store her husband's heads. Though apparently, this rumor has been debunked due to temporal inaccuracies. But that's the Ghost Post. To this day, one of the coolest and most unique Haunted Mansion experiences that Disney has ever done. And it's fun to see all the ways that not only Constance, but the rest of the ride's characters fit in here. After two of the biggest Haunted Mansion projects we'd ever received, 2016 still wasn't done. Get ready, because our next one is simple, but it is easily the weirdest thing I'm going to talk about for this entire video. For Halloween of 2016, a series of stop-motion animated shorts were created for Disney XD, featuring Disney XD characters interacting with Haunted Mansion characters and locations. Constance was paired up with everyone's favorite Disney Channel characters, Pickle and Peanut. I can't believe this is something I have to talk about today. So I regret to inform you guys that I did watch some Pickle and Peanut when it was out. At the time this short released, I would have been 12. I don't remember it airing, but I do vaguely remember the show. I can only describe it as Disney trying to replicate, like, the bro comedy of regular show, but it's not good at all. And also, all the comedy is just random equals funny. Look, one is a pickle, and one is a peanut. In the short, which is very impressively stop-motion animated, we see our two beloved heroes, Pickle and Peanut, in the mansion. Peanut asks Pickle, what kind of restaurant keeps all the lights off? The sign outside said Hungry Mansion. Pickle says, no, the sign outside said Haunted Mansion. You can see a stylized redrawing of the Constance and George painting next to them, and then they walk over to the wedding cake, ready to eat. That's when Constance herself appears, a very impressive figure here. It's clearly a doll that's been retrofitted and turned into her. Constance speaks, but it's simply reused dialogue from the ride. Her appearance scares off Pickle and Peanut, and she laughs. That's all. The entire thing is just 30 seconds. Our final Constance appearance of 2016 comes from December of this year, and it's her first appearance in a mobile game. On December 11th, Constance was added to Disney Crossy Road, a Disney version of the app Crossy Road that features a wide variety of different Disney characters and properties, each one changing up the path that you're crossing. Constance was first released as part of the Haunted Mansion Weekend Challenge, which released both her and the Hatbox Ghost into the game. Constance was the harder of the two to get. The Hatbox Ghost had a rare rarity, while Constance had an enchanted rarity, the rarest type of character in the game. But don't worry, if you couldn't unlock her, you could always pay up. $3 whole to get you this. Don't you just love microtransactions? Honestly, in-universe, Constance would probably be pretty proud of this. In-game, Constance is labeled as Constance the Bride, similarly to the Marvel comic series. Her design here is very similar to the older Beating Heart brides, with longer hair that isn't tied back, the glowing beating heart, and she's holding a candle and bouquet. When Constance walks in-game, she leaves behind black flower petals. In 2017, Constance made an appearance in the second volume of the Tales from the Haunted Mansion novel series. This is a 4-part anthology series telling scary stories about the Haunted Mansion, its inhabitants, and other just generally spooky tales. The series is narrated by the mansion's librarian, Amicus Arcane, and each book features wraparound segments where different people enter the mansion for different reasons and interact with Arcane and its other spirits. All across the series, Arcane warns those who enter the mansion not to enter the attic, or else they'll meet Constance, but in the second book, someone doesn't heed this warning. Midnight at Madame Leota's stars a young man named William Gaines, who enters the mansion desperately seeking Madame Leota in hopes that she can let him talk to his dead sister. William is incredibly impulsive and is constantly annoyed by Amicus Arcane trying to tell him different scary stories and getting in his way. After the first story Arcane tells him, William tries to get out of the mansion's library, but he's given a warning. Once you leave the library, I cannot guarantee your safety. I can take care of myself, thank you very much. Master William, said the librarian. William paused. Are you betrothed? Excuse me? Have you taken a wife? I know what betrothed means. William shook his head. No, I'm not married. Then I beseech you, stay clear of the attic. Our resident bride, Constance, is always on the lookout for a new suitor. William believes that this is all a distraction, and that the attic is where he needs to go to find out more information about Madame Leota. After the second story, William tries to make a break for the attic, walking upstairs in hopes that he'll reach it, but he ends up in the endless stairway instead. He eventually hears music coming from the ballroom, but if only he knew the layout like we did. Instead, he ends up in a projector room that's not a part of the ride, and watches a scary film which acts as the third short story for the collection. In Chapter 10, he finally reaches the attic, and we're greeted with this image of Constance. She looks lovely. William left the projection booth in a hurry, but not before giving the movie a big thumbs down. Everybody's a bloody critic. He discovered another staircase and, not heeding the librarian's warning, because no one ever does, found his way into the attic. The attic extended across the entire length of the roof, as its dome ceiling suggested. It was chilly during the winter months, strangely chillier in the summer. It housed an unusual assortment of mementos, just like your attic. Ha! Checkmate, Haunted Mansion book! My house doesn't have an attic! It has this thing instead. William takes note of the contents of the attic, mirrors, vanities, old chests, and of course, a whole bunch of forgotten wedding gifts. But what fascinates him most are the wedding portraits, which act just as they do in the ride. Passing the last one, he saw a statuesque figure in the corner. A woman, dressed in white, with her back turned. It was the bride, preparing to walk down the aisle, once again. Not knowing who she was, William inquired, "Excuse me, can you tell me about Madame Leota?" The bride spun around, her feet never touching the floor. "Leota is dead!" she hissed, floating towards William, her face obstructed by a veil. "I'm the one you want!" William was frozen, mesmerized by her ethereal presence. The bride moved closer. She had something in her hands, but it wasn't a bouquet. The bride was holding a bloody axe, the fate of her suitors as obvious as her identity. She was Constance, the Black Widow bride, famous for lopping off her husband's heads after procuring their wealth. She raised the axe. In sickness and in Her veil lifted on its own, and William screamed in a way he hadn't since he was a boy. He was looking into the eyeless sockets of a skeleton. The sight jolted William back, sent him rolling over a trunk that contained her dowry. The axe slammed down, shredding the trunk, and William felt a breeze as the blade missed his throat by mere inches. He scrambled to his feet, knocking over furniture. The bride kept coming at him, determined to have it her way. This time, she would get it right. It's funny to see just how many Haunted Mansion adaptations incorporate all of Constance's ride dialogue into her appearances. We saw this with the Marvel comic, and now we're seeing it again here. There are some other interesting things about her appearance. First off, they explicitly state that her axe is covered in blood. This is the only time I've ever seen that. As spooky as it is, the Haunted Mansion tends to typically stay away from things like blood, unless you're feast or famine, I guess. So it's always a little surprising to see something Haunted Mansion related just be like, yeah, that axe is covered in blood, man. I also love the concept of Constance saying all of her vows and everything, and then the veil lifting up on its own, revealing the face of a skeleton underneath. That is so cool. But I'm not sure how literally the eyeless sockets of a skeleton line is supposed to be taken, considering we have an illustration of Constance right there showing us that she matches her depiction from the ride. I kind of took it as more metaphorical, just saying that it's this scary, skeletal-looking woman, but, you know, maybe it is just a continuity error there. Anyway, the paragraph directly after this one introduces some pretty wild things. William made his way back to the stairs, or at least where he remembered the stairs had been. In their place, an impish little fellow with a paintbrush was adding the finishing touches to a new portrait. It featured the bride with her latest suitor, William himself, minus his head. The grooms in the other portraits were chanting, "I do, I do, I do." William covered his ears to prevent madness from creeping in. There was no way out. The bride had him cornered. She was levitating directly above him. A wedding would take place, with or without his permission, followed by a beheading. In this adaptation, the wedding pictures are alive, presumably haunted by the spirits of Constance's husbands themselves. That sounds terrifying. Imagine being killed, and then your spirit is forced to inhabit a painting that depicts you and the way you were killed for eternity, locked in the same room as the woman who did it. But it's okay, all of them still love her, so they're probably all super into it. There's also a, quote, impish little fellow who spontaneously appears and is already almost done with a painting of Constance and the guy she's currently pursuing. I want to know what this guy's deal is. He fits the feel of the scene surprisingly well, and really adds to that spooky silliness. Unfortunately, you'll never see this guy again. He's just a funny little, goofy, silly little man who shows up here for a couple of sentences in one book and never again. We'll miss you, impish little fellow. Say I do. It'll be over fast. Close your eyes. We weren't meant to last. William closed his eyes, the dutiful suitor, as the axe went up. But as he awaited the final blow, at this point, William is rescued from the attic by the ghost of a young girl who ends up being his dead sister, and Constance doesn't appear for the rest of the book, or its other two entries, unfortunately. But what we do have of her here is this really great, creepy scene. Now, I do want to mention, before we move away from these books entirely, Volume 2 features a short story where one of the main characters is a girl named Connie, and I just want to establish that there's no relation, and it's just insanely weird to have Constance and another character with, the shortened version of her name within the same book. Like, couldn't have picked a different name, guys? May of 2017 gives us an incredibly unique Constance appearance. This month, a special event called Moonlight Magic was held exclusively for Disney Vacation Club members, and as part of it, you could meet Constance in the park for the first time ever. But not Bride Constance, no. The meet and greet was for Old Woman Constance from the stretching room. Now, I'm not sure why they chose this version of her instead of the far more famous Bride, who only had one walk-around appearance before this at a private event. But it does make for an incredibly unique experience, and a very rare character that I believe has never returned. I'm pretty sure this is the one and only time Old Constance was brought out as a character you could meet. And the meet and greet itself was great. They had her positioned behind the fence of the mansion, sitting on her tombstone, holding her rose. She's got the same hair and dress. It looks just like the stretching painting come to life. And during this event, she actually gave some brand new information about the character. Specifically, we were finally told the character's age and the year she died. According to, Constance herself, she was first married at 18. That wedding, the one to Ambrose, was in 1869, meaning she was likely born in 1851. That makes her roughly 21 when she married Frank, 23 when she married the Marquis, 24 when she married Reginald, and 26 when she married George and got the mansion. Constance also finally gives us her date of death. She died in 1927, meaning she was 76 years old.
And I was told there was going to be no math. So, teacher, I'm going to let you do it.
She also says that when she was alive, she lived in the mansion for 52 years, and that lines up incredibly well. If she died in 1927, that means she moved into the mansion in 1875. That was the year that she killed Reginald, and then presumably met George, who owned the mansion.
Again, I'm not doing the math. You are.
At this event, she says that George bought the mansion for her. She also says that George is her favorite husband, and implies that he may have been unfaithful to her.
Which was my favorite husband? It would have to be George. George Hightower. He was the last one. We were wealthy. We had everything we wanted. I had this beautiful mansion that he bought for me. And I lived here until the day I die. I'm still living here. I love it so much. And if he had been faithful to me, perhaps he could have lived longer.
There are a couple of other fun questions that people asked here.
My favorite room, of course, would be the attic. That's where I keep all my trinkets. What room is your favorite? The attic too? Good.
She also hits on nearly every man that asks her a question. Shout out my boy Roy.
What's my favorite room in the mansion? Who asked that? What is your name? Roy. You handsome devil, you. Are you single? Too bad.
Shout out the guy that asked her if she's single.
You there in the cheap seats. Any questions?
Are you single?
Am I single, you silver-haired fox? I have to tell you, handsome. What is your name?
No.
Joe? Joe, is it true what they say, when there's snow on the roof, there's fire in the furnace?
Yes.
Then I won't be single for long.
Just let me know.
I have 5 years with Joe then. I see no problem.
And of course, shout out the person that asked her where she buys her axes.
Where do I shop for my axes? Ace Hardware. Absolutely. They're so helpful.
That's amazing. I can't believe this is real. But one of the final questions asked here ended up being a pretty big one. When a young girl asks Constance why she's holding a rose, she reveals that she has a rose garden on the other side of the mansion.
I am holding this rose because I am fond of my rose garden that's on the other side of the mansion. I would spend hours a day just pruning and weeding my garden. And by the way, that is how I passed away. For those of you who are interested, I'm not going to tell you when I died or how old I am, but I will tell you that I was pruning my roses when all of a sudden my heart stopped. And I've lived here ever since. Did someone think I was new? Did you not think I could hear you?
So, thanks to this special meet and greet, we have, for the first time ever, Constance's age, when she died, and how she died, lining up with what we all previously assumed she simply died of old age in the mansion. What a fun event, and a really cool pick for a walk-around character at that. I hope someday they bring back Stretching Portrait Constance as someone meetable.
But no, I'm warm-hearted. Right, Roy?
In 2017, Constance was added to another Disney mobile game, Disney Emoji Blitz. This game, which originally launched a year prior in 2016, is a matching game where you have to clear out rows of matching Disney emojis. You also play as different emojis who have different abilities. Constance was released as part of a Haunted Mansion event, and in the following years has been made available in a variety of different boxes that you could buy with a random chance of getting her. In-game, she's simply referred to as the Bride. Her character description reads, "Till death do us part. Use the axe to clear emojis." And she does just that. Her special move in the game has her take out her axe and clear out rows of emojis. But don't worry, with this game you not only get a playable emoji, you also get a set of emojis that you could use in text. So if you've ever desperately needed to send your friend Constance Hatchaway sleeping, this game's got your back. You know, it's nice to know that Constance has finally found her true calling here in Disney Emoji Blitz. She gets to sit around all day, doing nothing but chopping up people's heads. This Halloween brought another set of stop-motion Disney XD ads. And while Constance doesn't physically appear in any of them, one of them does focus on the cast of DuckTales searching for her ring in the graveyard. They end up finding it on a gravestone and go to tell Scrooge McDuck, but who they think is Scrooge McDuck is actually the Hatbox ghost. Not much to talk about with this one, other than the fact that I think this is the only time we've ever seen Constance's grave. And speaking of graves, the gravestone of dear beloved George makes a cameo here as well, complete with the axe in him. Halloween of 2018 gives us a brand new Melanie appearance. This year, she made her parade debut in the Mickey's Halloween Celebration Parade as part of the Mickey's Illusion Manor float. This marks the first live appearance of Melanie since the early 90s, and also the first ever time that a bride has been depicted in a Halloween parade. She appeared on the float in 2018 and 2019. But Melanie wasn't the only bride to receive a costume in 2018. Over in Disneyland, as part of the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party, a Constance Hatchaway meet and greet was finally held. After random one-off private appearances, there is now finally an official Constance you could meet in the parks. She did her usual thing, flirting around with guests, making vaguely decapitation-related comments for some reason, I wonder why, and she shared a meet and greet area with Sally Slater, the tightrope walker. For this appearance, Constance was given a brand new costume, one that's a lot more simplified than her ride design and her previous 2015 private event costume. I'd assume this was probably done for mobility reasons. As great as that 2015 costume is, it's probably an absolute nightmare to navigate in that for hours on end in California or Florida weather. And previous Melanie costumes always made alterations for mobility. This dress is more simple, seems a lot cooler to wear, and I think it still matches the essence of the character very well. I just wish they kept her pearl necklaces. Instead, they gave her a choker with a couple of pearls on it. She's once again depicted with light brown or dirty blonde hair, just like her previous live appearances, and, similarly to her 2015 costume, she carries a bouquet of flowers with her axe snuck into the middle of it. It's a really refined version of the 2015 design, and it's a really funny prop for her. I love especially how it combines elements from both versions of the character. Finally, after decades of the bride not being a meetable character, and then the Constance version getting introduced and just having random one-off appearances, you could officially meet her at this Halloween party. And the best part is that she actually stuck around this time. Since debuting here, Constance's meet and greet has returned on several occasions, always wearing this outfit. While she's never a character that you could just go up to and meet on any given day, she's been meetable at several different events over the years, typically ones regarding the Haunted Mansion or special holiday events. She's still around to this day, so if you want to meet her, keep your eyes peeled for those. Her most recent meet and greet appearance, at the time of the making of this video, was Valentine's Day 2025, where she appeared as part of the Sweethearts Night event. That's actually pretty funny, I like that. I won't cover every meet and greet appearance for Constance, just the more notable ones, so just know that she is finally around as a meetable character in the parks after all of these years. Disney's shopping district, Disney Springs, has an iconic tree trail that you could walk through every holiday season, looking at a selection of highly decorated Disney-themed trees. In 2018, a Haunted Mansion tree joined the lineup for the first time. Its centerpiece, a huge figure of Constance placed inside the tree. This is so much more than just a Christmas tree, it's really a piece of art, with so many interesting accessories and items from the ride put throughout, silverware and home accessories used as ornaments. This depiction of the bride looks incredibly haunting. She's wearing all 5 of her pearl necklaces, has a very stoic facial expression. They even added the beating heart. She held a bouquet in one hand and a lantern in the other, with the lantern having its own little Constance Hatchaway ornament inside. In addition, the tree featured Constance's entire wedding cake, complete with a headless man cake topper and a top hat that might be a reference to Frank. The Haunted Mansion tree and its very unique visual design proved very popular, and it's returned, I believe, every year since. While its design and props have stayed pretty much the same, this image I've been using is actually from the tree's 2025 run, a few years ago, starting in 2022, Constance's design was changed a bit. She was given a thicker veil that makes it much harder to see her face, which has a flower crown around it, and they also removed her lantern, now she just has the bouquet. If you're in Disney World during the holiday season, I would highly recommend stopping by Disney Springs and taking a look at our old pal Tree Constance Hatch Tree. I feel like there's some sort of axe tree joke I could make, but I can't pinpoint it. Before we move on to the next year, I'd like to do another pin and merchandise recap. As you've seen, we're at the point where the Haunted Mansion is really everywhere. Disney has fully embraced it as a significant brand, and if they're going to do something where a bunch of different Disney characters appear, you're likely going to see someone from the Haunted Mansion, and there's a pretty high chance it's going to be Constance. Since we last checked in with the pins, we've had some new fun ones. I like this one of Maleficent as Constance, sitting on the tombstone, celebrating the death of an idiot servant. Also in 2014, a set of glow-in-the-dark Haunted Mansion pins included one of old Constance and one of bride Constance holding her bouquet. This art of Constance is still used on merchandise frequently to this day. Here's Constance on a set of puzzle pieces depicted with the beating heart, bouquet, and candle, as well as one of her wedding photos and cake. She doesn't seem very happy. While a lot of Constance merchandise and appearances, like the pin we just talked about, give her attributes of the previous brides, this lock and key pin from 2016 really seems to be based on the original bride. I do not buy this being Constance. Outside of the world of pins, in 2016, our old pal Connie made her way into Disney's Tsum Tsum plush line as part of their Haunted Mansion set. She was exclusive to the Disney parks, as were the rest of the Mansion characters, and this is somehow not the first time she's received a plush, and somehow not the last. It is the only time she's been pill-shaped, though. There's also a pin of this in case you want that. Also around this time, a limited edition 9-inch vinyl statue of Constance was released exclusively at the Wonderground Gallery. That is the art gallery at Downtown Disney in Disneyland. The statue, called The Bride Returns, is designed by Jasmine Beckett Griffith, whose art you may recognize from the Wonderground Gallery. She does all those really big-eye drawings of Disney characters. The very distinct art style makes this one of the most unique-looking pieces of Constance merchandise out there. In 2017, a Constance Hatchaway action figure was released by Super 7, who does retro-style action figures made to harken back to the Kenner figures of the 70s and 80s. The Constance figure is permanently clutching her axe, and she was released as part of Wave 2 for the Haunted Mansion, Wave 1 being just the Hitchhikers. This is one that I actually own, and you may have seen it in the background of a couple of my videos. One of my favorite things about this figure line was that the character artwork was drawn to be in the same art style as the hitchhiking ghosts are on the original Haunted Mansion poster, so we get to see what Constance looks like in that art style. In 2017, a pin event was held called Love is an Adventure, themed around the scrapbook that Carl has in Up. This set includes many Disney characters with their loved ones in scrapbook-style pins, including Constance, all alone, showcasing Frank's hat as if he's with her. They really love to include Constance in events that Disney holds regarding love as sort of a joke inclusion parody. The border of this pin is really well detailed, including a bunch of attic junk, a wedding cake, and all 5 of her husband's hats sculpted in. And we have one last pin to touch on for now. In 2017, a set of pins were released featuring the Sinister 11, giving us our first and only ever piece of merchandise of Opera Glasses Lady. 2019 is another major year for the Haunted Mansion. With it being the 50th anniversary of the original ride in California, there are plenty of bride appearances to cover. But 2019 is also a major year for Phantom Manor. On May 3rd of 2019, the ride reopened with a massive refurbishment that featured many changes to scenes and to the story of the ride. Most importantly, after years of it being implied, this refurbishment officially confirmed that the Phantom is Melanie's father, Henry Ravenswood. Also, he's Vincent Price now.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers, lorsque d'étranges et d'inquiétants bruits se font entendre tout autour.
Yeah, Vincent Price had originally recorded audio to be the ghost host for Phantom Manor, but it went unused. In 2019, they reincorporated it, mixing it in with the French dialogue as well. The first room you enter is completely different than it used to be. It's all destroyed and decrepit, the mirror that used to show Melanie in it replaced with a disturbing painting of her and her father. A distraught Melanie stands next to her father, who possessively puts his arms on her shoulders. Behind them, the house appears to be in shambles, and on the right is a tree with 4 names and hearts all crossed off, and a noose hanging from it. You see, in this new version of the story, Melanie's fiancé Jake isn't the first man the Phantom killed. It's the 5th. Melanie's father arranged for the death of every man that got too close to her. This not only adds to the story, showing you just how overprotective the Phantom is and explaining the motive behind his murder a bit more, it also brings Melanie a bit more in line with Constance, with the 5 dead husbands concept. And just like with Constance, this ride shows us exactly how each of these men died. The stretching room was changed in this update, replacing the paintings of Melanie with new ones of her and each of her 4 previous partners. As the paintings begin to stretch, Melanie vanishes from them, and we see the grisly fates each of these men met. As you'd expect at this point, each of the men have names and backstories, with all of their names being puns on how they met their fates. There's Ignatius Iggy Knight, a dynamite manufacturer who sold explosives to the Big Thunder Mining Company. He died in a cave explosion. There's Captain Rowan D. Falls. When he was alive, he was the captain of the Paris version of the Mark Twain riverboat. He met his fate rowing off a cliff, a recreation of one of the original Melanie paintings. Then there's Barry Claude, an oil field owner who met a grisly fate at the hands of a literal grizzly. He was mauled by a bear. And finally, there's my personal favorite, Sawyer Bottom, who is the owner of the Thunder Mesa sawmill, who found himself tied to a log and cut in half by a saw. Saw your bottom. His bottom half was that's a good one. And then of course there's Jake, Melanie's original suitor, now her 5th and final suitor, the one she's waiting for throughout the entirety of the ride. As of this update, Jake no longer makes a physical appearance in the ride. His stretching room portrait is gone, and he was also removed from being the hanging man, replaced with the Phantom looking down at you from the rafters instead. Originally, he was holding an empty noose, but the nooses were removed from the ride a couple years back, including this one, the one on the tree, and another one later. Regardless, the Phantom still killed Jake, and it's still the wedding with him that Melanie is supposed to be attending. In case you were wondering how they removed a noose from a painting, this painting is actually a digital screen. In fact, the entire painting and the first room itself completely change while you're in it, as the Phantom explains that there used to be beauty in this house, and perhaps there still is. The effects throughout this entire ride are insanely cool. I gotta go to Paris someday, man. Melanie's wedding photo at the end of the changing portrait hallway has remained the same with this update, as has her singing. But instead of seeing Melanie for the first time in the first scene of the ride, you now see her in the loading area, holding a bouquet of flowers, staring longingly out of one of the manor's windows as she sings. This is a change that I absolutely love. Not only is it really cool and unique to have the first figure of the ride appear in the loading area, I think it also introduces and characterizes Melanie perfectly. There are people behind her now at all times, things constantly going on. But she doesn't even acknowledge that. The fact that you're there doesn't mean anything to her, because she's waiting for someone. I think this scene is a perfect visualization of that. And it's easily the most iconic image to come from the new version of Phantom Manor. With her now in the loading area, the Melanie animatronic in the ride's first scene has been removed. She remains in the endless hallway, phasing in and out with her candelabra, though now the Phantom has been added behind her. In the music room, the shadow pianist now plays a song that sounds like a warped mix of the wedding march mixed with the funeral march. On the piano sit paintings of Melanie's 4 previous past loves, as well as several funeral wreaths. We miss you, Sawyer Bottom! In the ballroom, Melanie now stands, facing all the ghosts partying, with the Phantom once again lurking directly behind her. As with the original version of the ride, the attic is replaced with Melanie's boudoir. She once again sits at her vanity, but as of this update, she's no longer depicted as an old woman here. And instead of her mirror turning into a skull, the Phantom's face appears in it, glaring back at her. As with the original, you see this scene of Melanie once again as you go out the window. The 2 appearances of Melanie's skeleton at the end of the ride have been removed, as this version reveals a different fate for her. After passing through the ghost town, and by the Phantom, who offers you a very cozy looking coffin, Melanie's skeleton is replaced by a crypt containing the bodies of her 4 past loves, with Barry-clawed skeleton hand breaking out, holding a wedding ring. It's after this that we see Melanie for the final time. This version of the ride has really hammered home how haunted Melanie is. Everybody she's ever loved has been killed, and she sees the Phantom everywhere she goes. After a lifetime of this, Melanie has gone insane. In her final appearance, Melanie's ghost appears in the mirror, desperately begging you and everyone else who passes by to marry her. And as you exit the ride, a ghostly voice calls for you to hurry back. One final chilling detail can be found outside the ride at the nearby Boot Hill Cemetery. Right next to the graves of Henry and Martha Ravenswood sits a large, unmarked tomb, and if you put your hand up to it, you'll feel the sensation of a beating heart. Not only does this act as an allusion to the original Beating Heart Hride, it also adds another disturbing layer to Melanie's story. And that is the new and current version of Phantom Manor. There were a lot of changes here, and a lot of interesting additions to the story. For those of you who have been on Phantom Manor, let me know in the comments which version of the ride you prefer. I think this version adds a bunch of really great stuff, but I do miss some of the things that were changed, especially old Melanie. I really liked that concept. The addition of Melanie's 4 former suitors adds some fun new characters and is a nice way to tie her back to her American counterpart, but I'm most interested in how they changed the end of Melanie's story. Instead of seeing her skeleton, which tries to help you escape, you instead see her ghost who's gone insane and is desperate to marry anyone she can find. Haunted all her life while waiting for her husband to return, she's now eternally stuck repeating a doomed cycle. But if she can't find her husband, surely she could find a new one, right? I do still like that original ending, and I wish the ride kept at least that first Melanie skeleton to reveal to you that she died. But I love a good creepy twist ending. And to not see Melanie after you leave the house, only to reveal that this is what happened to her, is pretty disturbing. The original version of the ride has Melanie's skeletal hand showing you the way out. It implies that there's hope. In this version, there is no hope. And Melanie's story ends on, in my opinion, an even darker note than the original ride. By the way, I think removing Melanie as Little Leota at the end was the right call. It never really made sense with the story in the original ride, and here, in this update all about making the story more consistent, they removed her but kept the audio, which makes even more sense now that we know Melanie wants us to stay with her at the end. All in all, while I do prefer some parts of the original Phantom Manor to this current version, I wouldn't call this one a downgrade at all. It does a great job at making the story more consistent throughout, and has some really beautiful visual effects. As I said earlier, this is the version of Phantom Manor that remains in Disneyland Paris to this day. To celebrate the reopening of the ride at the start of May 2019, a Melanie walk-around was present, making this the first time that you could meet her. The Phantom was also around, kinda looking like that one guy from the Born This Way music video. But now let's head back to the States, where we are about to experience the biggest event in Haunted Mansion history, the 50th anniversary of the ride. Disney really went all out for this in August of 2019, with the anniversary date itself specifically being August 9th. To celebrate what they called 50 years of retirement unliving, Disney held a massive after-hours party on the 8th and 9th, had exhibits you could go to in the parks, exclusive merchandise both in and out of the parks, and a bunch of additional tie-in media and experiences related to the Haunted Mansion all throughout 2019. I was actually at Disneyland during this event, though kind of by accident. My family and I were just on vacation in Disneyland that weekend and had no idea there was a massive Haunted Mansion event, so I couldn't attend it. But I do have footage of what the attic looked like 50 years to the day that this ride opened. Just ignore how terrible my camera work was. I was 14. One thing you could attend regardless of whether or not you went to the event was a special display on Main Street USA called How the Haunted Mansion Materialized, which featured old concept art and models, including the unused Carver painting, the Mademoiselle Vampire sketch, and easily the coolest bride thing there, the original clay maquette of her. Moving on to the nighttime party itself, there were a few different shows that played during the nights of the event, most of them starring Madame Leota and the caretaker. Constance didn't actually appear in any of these, though she was mentioned in one. Periodically, Madame Leota would appear on the balcony of 21 Royal in New Orleans Square, reciting a seance that calls upon different ghosts from the Haunted Mansion, Constance being the first of these.
Unloved and desperate, rise from your tomb. Seek out the bride who is seeking a groom.
You might be wondering why Constance didn't physically appear at any of these shows, and it's probably because she was busy these nights. For the anniversary party, Constance's meet and greet returned. She had her own little section that was all wedding themed over in Frontierland, where you could find her. Constance was also prominently featured in anniversary merchandise and food. One restaurant in Disneyland sold little wedding cakes with an axe in them called Constance's For Better or Worse cake, which even came with little edible pearls around it. This would later make its way into Magic Kingdom that Halloween. I distinctly remember seeing these when I went that year. I really should have bought one. How many other chances do you get to tell people that you ate an axe? If mini wedding cakes aren't your thing, don't worry, they were selling full-sized wedding cake slices too. Just ignore the blood. This is the Bloody Good wedding cake, sold at New Orleans Square's French Market. They also had a large-scale wedding cake on display, complete with a little cake topper of Constance and a headless man. You didn't even let him eat the cake before you killed him? That's just cruel. Even the Disney hotels got in on the action, with the Disneyland Hotel hosting a Haunted Mansion tea party. At the centerpiece of each table was a skeleton with a wedding veil. And on the dessert menu, a cake pop with an axe in it. This dessert item is, I believe, the only time we've ever seen blood on Constance's axe. Yeah, this cake pop. Of course, plenty of special anniversary merchandise was released around this time as well. I distinctly remember them having Haunted Mansion anniversary merchandise pickup stations if you pre-ordered stuff. And one of their big ticket items was a set of jars. I know that sounds weird, and it certainly is a bit strange in concept. These were the Host-a-Ghost jars. Jars that apparently contain the spirit of one of the ghosts from the Haunted Mansion within them. The jars are all designed to look old and worn, with a Haunted Mansion logo molded onto the lids, and leaking old dried fluid all over the jars, which I'd assume is probably candle wax. I hope it's candle wax and nothing else. The front of the jar features an image of a Haunted Mansion character, and the back of the jar features some information about them. If you tap the jar, the character image lights up, and Madame Leota starts to speak, performing a seance to summon the character within. Unfortunately, the dialogue seems to be the same for all of the jars. It's not character-specific, it's just generic Madame Leota seance dialogue. The label on Constance's jar features an axe and a bunch of roses. Her description reads as follows. Here comes the bride, time after time, with each new husband, a wedding more sublime. Listen now as her plan unfurls, with each new husband, a new strand of pearls. Her love would prove costly, much like estate tax. When they ran out of money, she gave them the axe. Did they really rhyme axe with state tax? Would now be a good time to tell you that these were like $50 each? There was so much merchandise at this event. At this point, the Haunted Mansion has really proven its place as a full-out Disney franchise that they're not afraid to use as much as they possibly can. Some of the highlights from this anniversary event include a plush of Constance released as a part of the Disney Wishables line, a line of blind bag plushes themed to different Disney rides, a Haunted Mansion magnet set, including like a dress-up style magnet of Constance, which is hilarious. This one wasn't 50th anniversary merchandise, but it was available during the celebration. The Constance Christmas ornament, the same one used on the tree in Disney Springs. Because why not get a Christmas ornament of a character from a haunted house? Constance Hatchaway, a character so synonymous with Christmas, you can't see her during Christmas time at Disneyland. Of course, Constance got some new pins for the 50th anniversary as well, including a set designed to look like her different wedding albums. The pins inside reuse artwork from the 40th anniversary, but they're now all designed to look like little books. There was a set of puzzle pins that come together to make an image of the mansion. Constance, of course, was featured in the attic one. There's this one, which was limited to 999 pieces, and has a Club 33 logo on it, so good luck trying to find that. But easily my favorite of all of these is this pin, which was part of a set depicting the 50 logo on one side and one of the Haunted Mansion characters on the other. I think this is easily some of the best artwork they've ever made for the bride character. This looks fantastic. Outside of Parks exclusive merchandise, Constance also received a Funko Pop this year as part of their Haunted Mansion 50th anniversary lineup. She's number 578 in the Disney series, and this is, no joke, genuinely one of the most accurate pieces of merchandise I've ever seen of the character. Even the axe is the right shape. A similarly very accurate Constance was also released by Funko as part of their Haunted Mansion Mystery Mini blind boxes. That's just a selection of some of the most notable Constance merchandise you could get in 2019. Like I said before, Disney has really realized that this is a massive franchise they could capitalize on, and honestly, beyond this point, the merchandise really doesn't slow down. We are far beyond the world of just Constance pins. There is so much out there now, and more coming out every single year. We're now done with the Haunted Mansion anniversary party, but that doesn't mean the festivities are over. In fact, the two biggest Constance appearances for 2019 both come from other Haunted Mansion anniversary related events, both of them also in August. This year's D23, Disney's fan convention, was very heavily Haunted Mansion focused, and if you bought the super high-end Sorcerer's package, you could attend a special panel called the Sorcerer's Reception, where you were welcomed to the convention by Constance herself. The show begins with a butler welcoming everybody and saying that they're all there to meet some of the ghosts that are in the Haunted Mansion, but the ghosts are a bit shy, so he begins to sing Grim Grinning Ghosts alongside some ghosts in order to summon one. That ghost, of course, being Constance, who begins to parade around behind them as the song finishes. She introduces herself and announces her plan.
Well done, brave souls. You have succeeded in summoning me. I, Constance Hatchaway, do hereby take thee till death do us part. Speaking of which, we have 999 happy hearts, but there's always room for one more. I plan on filling that vacancy with my next victim. Husband.
The concept of the mansion finding its 1000th guest was kind of a running theme across several of the anniversary projects. And it appears that Constance and her designated group of backup singers are finally ready to find that last guest. What follows is her doing exactly what you would expect, walking around the stage and flirting with many of the men in the audience.
My, and you, sir, right there. Make sure you get my good side. It's every side. On second thought, you look far too much like my fourth husband, Reginald. Yes, he was too impetuous. Lost his head.
Can we talk about the giant cardboard cutout of Thanos in the background, please?
You should have gone for the head.
The song wraps up, and Constance walks off stage, promising that she'll find someone. The night is still young. We're then introduced to the actual hosts of the panel, and it carries on as a traditional introduction ceremony. That is, until Constance interrupts a few minutes in. Quite fittingly, the background image used throughout the entire panel is actually the attic, something that becomes a lot more apparent when she appears.
On Sunday evening up in the Fawn Fur.
Don't let's say goodbye just yet. Huh? Hurry back.
Oh boy.
Constance saying hurry back instead of Little Leota is weirdly common in adaptations and other appearances. In fact, Little Leota almost never appears in adaptations of the ride, and the line is typically given to a different character. Constance continues flirting with the host, talks about Frank for a bit. Hi, Frank.
You do remind me of my second husband, Frank. Oh, there he is now. He too was handsome, suave, and charming. Unfortunately, things took a turn for him once we said I do, because, well, I did.
And while a lot of her jokes could be pretty predictable, this one honestly caught me off guard.
Oh, what do you say, Michael? Lucky number 6?
I think I'll pass.
As in pass away?
With this, Constance makes her leave, and unfortunately, there's no resolution to her little storyline. In fact, I hear the mansion is still looking for its 1000th guest. Any volunteers? The same week as D23, we got the most significant Constance appearance of the year. As part of the 50th anniversary celebration, Disney added new Haunted Mansion sections to their Halloween parades in both American parks, adding big new sections and floats like this one in California. And Constance was made a big part of Magic Kingdom's parade. Instead of reusing the pre-existing walk-around costume, they designed a fully new parade version of Constance. One that glows blue and glides around the parade route as if she's floating. This is pulled off by having her dress be attached to a wheeled base, which not only provides the light, it also rolls her around and moves with her, giving her the appearance of floating like a ghost. It's a really impressive concept. Part costume, part float. And the costume itself is pretty spot on, far more accurate than her walk-around costume, complete with her full poofy sleeves, the pearl necklaces, and just a really cool lighting effect incorporated into the dress. Her face is also painted a pale shade of blue for this parade, and to provide even more blue lighting on her, there's actually a small light placed in the back of her bouquet that shines onto her face. This is really one of the coolest things they've ever done with the character, and it's a shame it's only in Magic Kingdom and not in the Disneyland parade. This Constance has continued to appear the exact same way every year since. In fact, most of the footage I've been using throughout the segment is from the parade's 2025 run. With this parade and her walk-around costume, it's so great to finally have Constance as a character consistently in the parks. Tokyo Disney also received their own bride costume this year as part of their Halloween parade, the Spooky Boo Parade. She's clearly based on Tokyo's version of the bride, albeit with a very stylized, cartoony design, with these large, jagged shapes cut out on her sleeves, and a big fake heart stitched on her chest. While she technically isn't Constance, she was followed in this parade by 5 male suitors who all try to propose to her, but she pushes them off. While it's really great to see her in this parade, this is, unfortunately, the only time the Tokyo Bride has ever been a walk-around, still to this day. Here's hoping they bring her back at some point. Now over in Paris, on September 13th of 2019, Melanie had her first ever official meet and greet alongside the Phantom as part of the park's 100 character night. Her costume, the same one she wore on the day the ride reopened, features a glowing beating heart. A great callback to the Beating Heart Hride, although it is strange that they gave this to Melanie, who never had it. Much like Constance, Melanie continues to appear periodically in parades and as a meet and greet character to this day. It's really amazing to see that in 2019, live bride characters were around in all 4 parks that feature a Haunted Mansion. How cool is that? And our final piece of history for the parks takes us back into the Haunted Mansion itself, specifically the 2019 version of Haunted Mansion Holiday. While Constance, unfortunately, is still not in this version of the ride, she was incorporated on this year's Gingerbread House. Every year, Haunted Mansion Holiday has a massive gingerbread house made by the Imagineers, and for the 50th anniversary, they made a sort of Tim Burtonized Haunted Mansion with several of the ride's iconic characters placed throughout as gingerbread figures, including Constance up at the top. On October 15th of 2019, the bride made her way into yet another mobile game, Disney Magic Kingdoms. This is a city builder game where you create your very own Disney park, adding rides, merchandise stands, and characters who you could send off on different quests. The bride was added in the same update that brought Coco characters into the game, and she would eventually be joined by several other Haunted Mansion characters, including the Hatbox Ghost and all three of the Hitchhikers. She's clearly based on the Constance version of the character, with her dialogue and quest lines all referencing that incarnation. Her render is actually holding the axe at all times, unlike in Disney Crossy Road where she still had the candles and flowers. And when I say holding the axe at all times, I mean holding the axe at all times. She never lets go of this thing. When the characters level up in this game, you need to give them a high five, and when you do that with her, she's still clutching the axe in one hand. Constance even has her pearl necklaces, albeit the wrong amount, 3 instead of 5, but that might just be a creative liberty choice, like the giant collar they gave her in this game. Seriously, what's up with that? Guess she finally decided to protect her own neck. So as you can see, this is a pretty consistent depiction of the character, one of very few where she seems to be a pretty perfect match to the Constance version. Except for the fact that the game just called her the bride. Insanely strange to see in 2019, when nearly everything had shifted to using her official name. I don't know why they did that. The bride has never been a consistently available character in the game, only appearing in loot boxes as a rare chance around Halloween or other times that they choose to release Haunted Mansion themed characters. She's been out for a limited time every year since her release, but in 2024 she was moved out of the loot boxes and into a paid bundle. Cool! More microtransactions! But don't you worry, she went right back to being a loot box character in 2025. Cool! Gambling! To level her up in the game, you'll need to collect a set number of different tokens, including Haunted Mansion sign tokens, the Bride Ears hat tokens, and the Bride's Hatchet tokens. The amount of these you'll need vary on what level you want to get her to. Her max level is 10, and the lines she can say when she levels up are all taken from her wedding vows in the ride. Upon spending money, I mean unlocking the character, you unlock her quest line. This is one of those games where you have to send characters off for amounts of real-world time to complete missions. So whenever I mention the length of time, just know that's how long she's going to be sent off doing whatever task. The first mission is called Courting Danger, and like all parts of her quest line, it actually features a bit of a story and gives her some brand new dialogue. For this mission, she says as follows: "My heart aches for another wedding, for another suitor. Perhaps I'll find one here, to love and cherish, till death do us part." You then have to send the bride to look for suitors, which lasts 60 minutes. Upon completion, she'll say, "No suitors here, and no fortunes. But maybe a kindred spirit? A creature of madness as fond of hatchets as I am? If I am ever in need of a matron of honor, I will call upon her first. One cannot have a wedding day without a bridal party." Well, it seems Constance had no luck finding a suitor, but she has found a friend, a woman that she describes as a creature of madness as fond of hatchets as she is. Who is this? Well, it seems to be none other than the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland. In a quest added 2 years later in 2021, cleverly called Heart to Heart, we learn that the Queen of Hearts has become informed of Constance's existence. "I've just heard the most delightful rumor. There's a woman here who's possibly shouted off with his head as much as I. She dresses in all white, though, which is completely unacceptable. So naturally, I'll order my card soldiers to paint her dress red when I meet her. Dresses they can paint, not roses." You then have to send the Queen of Hearts to look for a new friend, and afterwards, she seems, pretty annoyed. "How dare she! Rule 127. When the Queen is trying to find a potential acquaintance, that acquaintance shall be findable, unless, of course, she's invisible, in which case, no one shall be invisible. That's Rule 127A, a very important rule indeed." The other Alice in Wonderland characters become informed about this. The Mad Hatter and March Hare are curious to see how the relationship will turn out, while Alice knows that she'll know no peace if Constance and the Queen meet. Alice organizes a meeting with the Queen to try to talk her down, but it seems the Queen has already moved on. How dare she! I'll have nothing to do with her, not now, not ever. What a relief! Thank you for seeing reason on this, Your Majesty. Whoever that woman is, she's horribly dangerous. I can't abide anyone who speaks in whispers. And dispatching husbands? 5 husbands? Why, that's a direct breach of Rule 53. One never shouts off with his head about the king. The king is off limits. What a dreadful king-hating woman. Why, I'll bet she cheats at croquet, too. Man, the character writing in this game is absolute gold. Moving back to Constance's solo quest and her search for a new suitor, her second mission is called Home's Where the Haunt Is. I've been away from home, away from the attic, for too long. Who will keep the other 998 spirits company if not a ghost hostess? I must have guests for when I wed again. You then have to send her to the Haunted Mansion location to haunt the mansion for 4 hours. Upon completion, she says the following. Ah, sweet Gracie Mansion, returning is always such sorrowful sweetness. Ever since inheriting it, I've always been proud to call New Orleans my home. Or was it New York? Yo, sick meta joke, Connie! Ah well, it does not matter. Either place is lovely enough to hold a proper reception. Her final quest is called X's and O's. I don't like that. My husbands, my poor husbands, I think of them always. My love for them is undying, even if they were not. You then have to send the bride to reflect on her husbands for 12 hours. Upon completion, she'll, tell you about her husbands. Oh, Ambrose, poor Ambrose, and Frank, and the Marquis, and Reginald, and George, and and whoever's next, the 6 times the charm. This game's portrayal of Constance is pretty in line with what we've seen in a lot of other adaptations, though I feel this one puts a bit more emphasis on the sorrowful aspect of her character, something that we don't really see in non-Beating Heart Hride adaptations. She actually seems to have loved her husbands to some extent and actively kind of misses them. 2 years later, when the Hatbox Ghost was added to the game, Constance appeared in one of his quests, another pretty meta one, notable for being the only time they've interacted in a piece of media since he was brought back. The Hatbox Ghost doesn't talk in this, he just makes growling sounds, so you're gonna have to bear with me, I'm sorry. Oh, back haunting my chambers after so long, are you? All is as it should be. But why did you spend so much time away? Our visitors have missed you so. You then have to send the 2 of them to catch up for 8 hours, and once that's done, you'll see the following conversation. Hiss. I see. Chasing rumors of a haberdasher even more horrible than you. Not to worry. When it comes to hatters, I prefer them precisely as gruesome as you. How can mere madness compare to that? Teh-teh. I like that Constance seems fond of the Hatbox Ghost here. Much like in the Marvel comic, she's a very secluded character that everyone else is scared of, but she seems to appreciate that she's not the only one in the mansion. Also, are you telling me that this game's reason for the Hatbox Ghost being gone is that he was just trying to find the Mad Hatter? This whole time, that's where he was? Was it worth it? Did he go to see his sick dance like everyone else? In addition to her story quests, you can also send the bride out on a variety of different activities whenever you want, giving you different rewards. Some of these require different characters, or to have the Haunted Mansion location unlocked. These don't include any dialogue, but some do include new animations. For 60 minutes, we have Till Death Do Us Part and Lurk in the Shadows. For 2 hours, Floating About, Peruse Wedding Gifts, and Roam the Halls. For 4 hours, Here Comes the Bride and Leap Out at Guests. For 8 hours, Look at Old Paintings and Find Next Victim. And for 12 hours, we have A Happy Ever After and Bridal Gift. And finally, if you click on Constance while she's busy, she'll say, there is no way out. See, that's like a double meaning because she's in the middle of something and can't be interrupted, and also you can't get away out of the mansion. We now move from the 2010s into the 2020s, and the momentum really isn't gonna stop, as Disney continues to use the Haunted Mansion brand and the Constance character as significantly as ever. And our first bride appearance for the new decade is a very unique one. Disney Twisted Wonderland is a mobile game released in Japan in 2020 before making its way to the US in 2022. It focuses on Night Raven College, a boys' school where all the houses are themed after different Disney villains, and the students are very much inspired by them. As you'd probably expect, this premise absolutely struck gold, and Twisted Wonderland has been a big hit both in Japan and worldwide, even recently receiving an anime adaptation. Like so many other projects we've talked about here today, Twisted Wonderland only uses characters from on-screen Disney media, with the only exception being their very own version of the bride. This is Twisted Wonderland's bride, Eliza, introduced in a limited-time story event in July of 2020 called Ghost Marriage: Proposal of Destiny. The storyline begins with main character Yu and fellow student Grim getting kicked out of their dorm by a group of ghosts, who claim that the princess is now living there. Yu and Grim, go to tell the head mage about this, who reveals that once a year, a ghost bride takes up residence in the ramshackle dorm, searching for a groom. 500 years ago, Eliza lived in a kingdom that has since fallen. She dreamed of marrying a prince, but died before she could, and now she wanders in the afterlife trying to find the perfect partner. There's just one problem. She has a very specific list of requirements for her perfect man. In the words of head mage Crowley, the qualifications for her perfect man are, quote, at least 180 centimeters tall, with an air of nonchalance, healthy, lustrous skin, lidded eyes, a charming smile, bright shimmering hair, lips so arresting that you just have to kiss them. My grandmother watches this channel. Apparently the list goes on, but we don't get to hear it. Head Mage Crowley believes there's no possible way she could find her perfect man at Night Raven College, so he lets her stay here, even calling it an honor. This guy's in charge of a school. Terrible idea. Look, I haven't played the rest of this game, but he seems like the type of character that would make decisions like this all the time. Sick outfit, though. Crowley is interrupted by the news that a student named Idea has been kidnapped by the Ghost Bride. Idea, who attends the house themed to Hades from Hercules, is very antisocial, and was just on his way to pick up the next chapter of his favorite manga when Eliza swooped in and immediately dubbed him her prince. You're saying Idea's perfect husband material? Last I checked, he wasn't like any storybook prince I'd ever seen. He's all slouchy, never leaves his room, he's got that apathetic look going on, not to mention his creepy smile. Wait a second. Tall, nonchalant, healthy skin that's never exposed to UV rays, lidded eyes, and I suppose charming is one way to describe his smile. These guys are terrible. A student just got kidnapped by a 500-year-old ghost that's going to forcefully marry him. And they're talking about this. Anyway, the ghost guards, who, if you didn't already notice, are based on the lonesome ghosts from the classic Disney cartoon, a very cool touch, have taken over the cafeteria and plan to turn it into a wedding venue. Tee-hee-hee! Ooh, what a lovely day this is. I haven't felt so alive since, well, when I was alive. Finally, at long last, I've found you, my perfect prince. Somebody get me out of here! First, a bunch of ghosts surround me out of nowhere, then they tie me up, and now I'm being forced into marriage? Hey, there's probably someone out there who's very into that. Aw, Idea, darling, you're jumping for joy. I just love a man who's full of energy. Okay, let's pump the brakes for a second. I don't want to be that guy, but don't I get a say in this? You ungrateful lout! You should be ecstatic to have the honor of marrying Her Highness. Ecstatic? Is that the normal reaction with people who are forced to marry a ghost? You have no idea, do you? No idea how marvelous it'll be to spend eternity with our sweet, innocent princess. Oh dear, are you two quarreling? Puffy, don't be so mean to my darling Idea. Outside of the cafeteria turned wedding venue, several students have gathered, hoping that if they all try to be suitors for the bride, then the whole situation will just blow over. But the ghosts write them all off as random strangers. Ironic, because that's exactly what Idea is. Eliza is flattered, but claims that she and Idea have already promised themselves to each other. Idea clearly is not comfortable. Wow, he really does have a creepy smile. Eliza, regardless, lets the other students compete for her. Up first is Leona. She starts singing to him, he doesn't understand what's going on, and so Eliza immediately slaps him away, upset that a princess was singing to him and he didn't join in for a duet. The next student, Vil, successfully sings along with her, but then Eliza asks him, "What's your dog's name?" He says, "Of course I don't have a dog, I live in a dorm," and is immediately pushed out. Again, very specific requirement she has. Oh, and once again he gets slapped on the way out. "I don't believe this. Have you any inkling how valuable my face is? You're no prince in my book if you don't have a big dog who'll come running when you whistle for help." Eliza reveals here that she has the ability to paralyze people when she slaps them, and now Leona and Vil are both frozen from head to toe. For 500 years, the amount of time that Eliza spent waiting for a husband. The next student is Jack Howell. "How's your skill with the sword? What's the biggest monster you've slain? Do you have a legendary sword that's been passed down for generations?" Jack says a sword is useless when he could just punch people, and he becomes the next one to be hit with a paralyzing slap. Up next, Eliza asks Sebek if he plays any instruments. He starts gushing about the incredible violin music played by his lord, and she slaps him away. You know what's ill-mannered? Bringing up a totally unrelated person during a romantic interlude. The next student, Trey, approaches Eliza, only for her to immediately tell him that they can't see each other anymore. He realizes that he's supposed to give chase and try to win her back, which he does. He then realizes that he, like the others, needs to sing a song to her, which he does absolutely terribly. Up next, the student Floyd is slapped after immediately asking if he could squeeze her. Finally, Floyd's brother Jade steps in, and is actually successful for a while, giving Eliza a flower. But then Floyd reveals that that flower is poisonous, and he gave it to Eliza because, as a ghost, the poison wouldn't affect her, and he simply couldn't give it to anyone else because it would break their arm. The next time we see Eliza a few chapters later, she's still slapping away students that aren't right for her. She says that men these days are such brutish cads, and Idea's the only one for her, and that he'd gladly join her in a song, but he's probably just a bit shy right now. Idea then comes out in the wedding outfit that the ghosts forced him to wear, terrified as ever. Whoa, Idea's dressed to the nines. He's as frozen as we are. They wheeled him in here on a stand. She slapped Idea too? Bridie's downright ruthless. I resent that. I'll have you know I just gave him a teensy poke because he tried to run. Stunning rescue, guys. You crashed and burned and now you're nothing but a pile of wreckage. Grrr. Shouldn't you normies be good at all this vapid socializing stuff? Aren't you embarrassed? No way, this man just said normies. You are so right, honey dearest. Any other guy is a total wreck compared to you. You're just so perfect. I can't wait a minute longer. We'll hold the wedding tonight. Wait, tonight? Yes, darling. Just imagine. Tonight, when the clock chimes midnight, we'll seal our eternal marriage with a kiss. Then you'll shed your mortal form, and together our souls will depart for our honeymoon. And leave this mortal coil without getting to read my manga? No! Glad to see this guy has his priorities straight. After just casually dropping that kissing Idea will kill him, he desperately wants out of the wedding, even more than before. He tries to get the other students to help him, but they refuse because he's just been kind of an asshole to them. This part gives us one of the best jokes in the entire campaign. Azul, aren't we board game club buddies? You're a fast talker, talk some sense into this ghost. To think that Idea, king of all introverts, would get married. I can't see through all my tears of joy. My heartfelt congratulations. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful wedding. Eliza decides that all the students here will become her groomsmen, while meanwhile, the player collects a team of other students to try to crash the wedding. Idea Shroud, do you take this woman, in sickness and in health? Sniff sobbed, oh, I just can't stop from tearing up. It's all so moving. Silly Grampy, how can you cry on such a happy day? If you start, then I might... Oh, Grampy, this will make me so happy. They're really working themselves up. We have to stop this wedding somehow. But we can't move a muscle. I'm kinda checked out, to be honest. Agreed. My lower back is sore from being stuck in this position. Just give her the old smoocheroo, would you? You heard Lilia. Make haste and smoocheroo the bride. Dude, I will literally die if we smoocheroo. Oh my, we're not even done with the vows and you're already clamoring for the kiss? No need to rush. This kiss is coming soon enough, teehee. As the students egg them on, Eliza prepares to kiss Idea and his Emma Frost lips, only for the wedding crashers to come in, showing Eliza that Idea clearly doesn't want this, and she's just trying to force him to do what she wants. Adea, darling, must you keep evading me with this silly display of stubbornness? Well, you see, I just think a first kiss should be special. Look at Adea over there. See how he's bobbing his head trying to avoid her? Let's be real here. Your princess is clearly wrong, and you all know it. Everything we do is for Her Highness's benefit. We've watched over her since she was a little girl. She was so kind-hearted and hopeful. All in the land looked forward to seeing what her future would be like. Our neighbor attacked us without warning, and all was lost in a single night. Yet still she smiles. She never once blamed us for failing to protect her when she needed it most. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. Surely one day. That's all she ever says. With this, the ghosts begin to realize just how miserable Eliza truly is. She may say those things, but she's clearly not fine. She dreamed of meeting her prince for 500 years, and she never did. She must have lost hope somewhere along the way. We, her retainers, want but to help the princess get the one thing she desires. Our beloved, tragic princess. The Wedding Crashers speak of how Eliza doesn't need a prince. She just needs someone who makes her happy. They accuse the ghosts of enabling her and treating her with kid gloves, which they don't take very kindly to. Loyal to his princess to no end, Puffy Ghost begins to grow in size, resulting in a boss fight against him. Once he's defeated, he begins to fade away, having exerted far too much energy, and this is when we get an insane twist ending. Puffy, why are you fading away? I fear I exhausted all my energy in that fight. Your Highness, I hope you'll always have reason to smile. I wish good fortune upon you. May you live happily ever after with your prince. No, don't leave me! Your support is what's carried me through all the hard times and helped me follow my dream. I need you. Oh my, of course, I finally figured it out. My real prince. It's you, Puffy. You've always been the only one in my heart, ever since we were alive. Oh, Puffy, I love you. Huh? My injuries are healing. It must be the power of love. You've been saved by true love's kiss. Huh? What just happened? Am I the only one having trouble keeping up? They're clearly painting us as the bad guys. Realizing Puffy Ghost was her soulmate all along, she marries him on the spot. And goes to say goodbye to Idea. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I cannot return your affection for me. I feel terrible, truly. It's not you, it's me. You're a dreamboat, you really are. I'm sure that one of these days, you'll find someone even better than me. I love that she, after all of this, still thinks he loves her. Why do I feel like the one who got dumped? Worry not, Idea. Surely someone wonderful awaits you in the future. Have a good cry tonight, and you'll start afresh tomorrow. Dude, please quit it with the sappy pep talk. And so Eliza leaves, promising that she'll come back to visit once a year and let them know how things are going. Only for all the students to immediately tell her to just leave and never come back. And so Eliza and Puffy live happily ever after. And we end the story of yet another incredibly unique version of The Bride. It really is incredible how many different pieces of media have adapted this character in so many different ways. Like with most stuff in Twisted Wonderland, it pretty much focuses on its own stuff, with the Disney elements just being part of the backdrop. But I really like her guards being based on the Lonesome Ghosts, and I especially like that her name is Eliza, presumably a reference to the bride's name being Elizabeth in the movie. In August of 2020, a new Haunted Mansion comic was released as sort of a late 50th anniversary special. The comic, titled Frights of Fancy, was released by IDW and is aimed a lot more towards kids than the previous Haunted Mansion comic outings. Because of that, while Constance is the primary antagonist of this series, she's not really depicted as a super deadly serial killer, but instead as a sort of snobby rich girl, which is kinda great. The comic stars a young ghost named Sydney. Wow, is that the one-eyed black cat on her shirt? I've never seen Disney reference that cut character before, and they never will again. Sydney has recently moved into the mansion and wants to do her best at scaring guests, but she's not very good at it, and Constance isn't a fan of her. So this is the charming young girl who's caused a fuss in the Haunted Mansion. Hello, I'm Sydney Campbell. I came here from... The name's Constance, but you may have heard me called by a different name. Our visitors often call me the Bride. yeah, that's what you are. Like, sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Or a wedding bell? Ha. Ha. Oof, tough room. Wanting her out of the house, Constance strikes up a deal with Sydney. I'm willing to grant you some beginner's luck, but if you think you really have what it takes, how's about a small initiation? It's the Haunted Mansion's anniversary next week. We could stand to have an ambassador of sorts in charge of mansion beautification. Make this place scarier than ever, and you can stay. Sydney accepts the deal, and Constance tricks her by pairing her up with a group of the mansion's goofiest ghosts, which she claims are some of its scariest. But of course, this ragtag group comprised of a dead teenage girl, a girl who got eaten by an alligator, two guys constantly shooting at each other, a guy standing on a keg of dynamite in his underwear, an organ player, an old lady, one singular bust, and a ghost stuck behind a door, end up pulling through in the end. In November of 2020, Constance made her next mobile game appearance in Japan's Line Disney Tsum Tsum, a puzzle game based on the Tsum Tsum toy line. She was released as part of a theme park event and is just labeled as Constance, or Kansu Tansu in Japanese. Her ability is to clear random Tsum Tsums from the board, and when she does this, it triggers a little cutscene where you see her flying around the top of the Haunted Mansion before her eyes glow and, wow, they're gone! Constance would make her way into the international release of the game in June of the following year. And to this day, she remains the only Haunted Mansion character in it. In 2021, a little golden book adapting the Haunted Mansion released. Not much to talk about with this one, it simply goes through the story of the ride from the perspective of a kid riding it. A whole page is dedicated to the attic, and with the book's far younger target audience, Constance is depicted without her axe, instead in the pose she's in right before she reveals it. But they still did sneak a headless husband and headless wedding cake in the background, and it's still mentioned that she's a very unsettling figure that makes the kid on the ride apparently shrink down in his seat. For this year's Disneyland Halloween party, Constance made her overdue parade debut in the Frightfully Fun Parade. She took the place of the hitchhiking ghosts on the front of the float and just wears her traditional meet and greet costume. She's stuck around every year since, but sometimes she's placed on the back of the float, taking the caretaker spot instead, like she was last year, commanding her sick shovel man army. On October 8th of 2021, the Haunted Mansion appeared in a Disney Chibi Tiny Tales short. This is a series of shorts that air on the Disney Channel, where different Disney Channel characters cross over and get up to cartoony antics in a chibi-inspired art style. This episode, titled Molly's Haunted Mansion, features the characters of Molly and Scratch from the Disney Channel show The Ghost and Molly McGee visiting the Haunted Mansion. But Molly's over-the-top optimism and Scratch's tendency to mess with everyone ends up annoying all the ghosts. In the attic, Scratch puts himself in the place of the Hatbox Ghost's head, much to his annoyance, while Molly reads bridal magazines to Constance, who isn't amused and pulls out her axe. With Molly gone, Scratch moves in, trying to warm up to her, but the Hatbox Ghost appears because Scratch stole his top hat. At the end of the sketch, all of the ghosts that the two annoyed, including Constance, appear to kick them out of the mansion. The short's quick, but very cute and full of a lot of fun jokes, and it's also Constance's first appearance in 2D animation. It also stands out for being one of the only times a Chibi Tiny Tales short has crossed over with something outside of the Disney Channel. Usually they just stick to Disney Channel stuff, but once again, we see the Haunted Mansion getting some special treatment. And speaking of Haunted Mansion crossovers, a major one released on the exact same day as this short. Muppets Haunted Mansion. If you're a frequent viewer of this channel, which often talks about the Muppets and the Haunted Mansion, then no doubt you're aware of this one, and I'm sure many of you have been waiting specifically for this, so let's break it down. This 50-minute special, originally released on Disney Plus before releasing on Disney Channel a year later, stars Gonzo and Pepe the King Prawn as they're challenged to stay a full night in a haunted mansion. Inside the mansion, many of the ghosts have a striking resemblance to the Muppets, but a few of the most notable characters are played by human actors instead, including this mansion's version of Constance, who's portrayed by Taraji P. Henson. While the main conflict of the special is Gonzo coming to terms with his fears as he stays in the mansion, Constance acts as the main antagonist for Pepe's storyline. Pepe is convinced that there's going to be a big celebrity party within the mansion, and spends his time trying to find famous people to hang out with. At about the halfway point of the special, Constance makes her first appearance, fittingly, at the end of the ballroom scene. She floats down the stairs, and Pepe is immediately enamored with her. The special kind of hides that this is supposed to be the bride at first by giving her a different outfit, this sort of silk dress. And you know what's crazy? Throughout this video, throughout the bride's history, we've seen so many different versions of this character, so many different takes. We've seen her at different ages, we've seen her in different scenarios, we've seen her be different races and ethnicities, but I'm pretty sure this is like the only time we've ever seen the bride in the mansion as a ghost wearing something other than a wedding dress. But if you look closely, you could see a hint at her true identity, as her heart is glowing. Something that comes back a few times throughout the special. Constance seduces Pepe by repeatedly calling him Jumbo, in reference to the long-standing running joke about Pepe's size inadequacy. That came off very wrong. The words have a sort of aphrodisiac effect on Pepe, and the next time we see the two of them, they're together in the attic, with Constance now in her wedding dress.
King Brom. Yes, you are my big jumbo king.
This is another adaptation of the Haunted Mansion, where the husband's ghosts are in the mansion. Specifically, they're haunting their paintings, and they pop out to provide some commentary throughout the Constance and Pepe scenes. Of course, they're all played by different Muppets. Ambrose is portrayed by Walter, who's depicted as very innocent and naive in character with what we know about Ambrose. As a ghost, Walter is still very clearly into her. Very clearly.
Well, she did nibble my neck once, before she snapped it. So lovingly.
What's wrong with him?
While Walter is a pretty spot-on match to Ambrose, the rest of the husbands are more so generic husband designs. They're not as directly based on the ones from the ride. One of the husbands is played by Johnny Fiamma, accompanied by his monkey sidekick Salmonella, who goes out of his way to mention that he didn't marry Constance, only Johnny did. But it seems that these two are such a package deal that when Constance got rid of Johnny, she had to get rid of his sidekick. The other husbands are played by Beauregard, who plays one with glasses and a big poofy mustache, New Zealand, complete with his boomerang fish Alberta, and a Muppet penguin. The Haunted Mansion wiki claims that Johnny Fiamma's playing Frank, Beauregard's playing George, Lou is playing Reginald, and the penguin is playing the Marquis. I couldn't find any confirmation of that. It seems to all be speculation. I think some of those line up, and some of them don't. I mean, nobody is dressed in a military uniform to play the Marquis, so yeah, like I said, I think they are all just kind of generic husband designs, inspired by the ones from the ride, other than Walter, who's very clearly Ambrose, because, come on, these guys honestly look kind of similar. While it is mentioned that Constance killed each of her husbands with an axe, they all list different things that happened to them. Walter says he was chopped up, New Zealand says he was drowned, Johnny Fiamma was buried, and the penguin says something so vulgar it apparently can't be repeated.
What's the matter with you? You can't say that. This is a family show. What are you doing?
Beauregard says nothing. And it seems that Pepe is going to be eaten by Constance after she kills him. After the two sing a song together called the Tie the Knot Tango, Constance basically gets Pepe drunk on grapes covered in spiders, lulling him into a false sense of security as she prepares to marry him. Just like with her calling him Jumbo earlier, it seems that Constance has some sort of mind control seduction power in this version of the mansion. Her eyes also turn red at several points throughout the special when she's revealing her sort of true self. So clearly, there's something a bit more supernatural than usual going on with this ghost. Constance dresses up Pepe and calls to prepare the altar, with the wedding magically setting itself up. A really cool detail here is that one of the wedding decorations is the True Love Forever banner from the ride, and its text suddenly appears as it gets set up. After all the decorations are set up, the wedding officiant also appears, and it's Uncle Deadly, who is less than thrilled to see Constance getting married once again.
Here we go again. 6 times the charm, baby.
they say.
Uncle Deadly is the only character in the special that refers to the bride as Constance Hatchaway, and it is nice to see that they snuck her real name in there, although, strangely enough, she is just credited as the bride, and I don't know why. At the altar, Constance holds a bouquet of white flowers with her axe tucked into them. This is incredibly similar to the one her walk-around holds. A still, basically drunk Pepe is helpless as Constance goes on to read her vows.
Okay, if you insist, I'll go. Pepe, my one and only, my sixth love.
All of these scenes are intercut with Gonzo's plot, where he overcomes his fears and successfully escapes the mansion, but before he leaves, the ghost host warns him that Pepe is about to join the mansion forever. So Gonzo runs up a massive staircase in an attempt to save him. He crashes the wedding just in time.
Stop, Pepe! Stop! You're gonna be trapped in this house forever!
Well, he's right. And to be perfectly honest, dear fellow, it's not all wakes and weddings.
Ties Constance up in her own veil, and crashes through the window with Pepe, rescuing him. The two have successfully survived a night in the mansion, and they go back home to their friends.
How'd it go last night? Wait till you hear. I almost got married. Been there, done that.
Constance, meanwhile, waits by the window, begging Pepe to hurry back. This special is a really fun crossover full of great references for both Muppet fans and Haunted Mansion fans, and Henson's portrayal of the character is very, very fun. Though I will say, after having experienced every other adaptation of the Haunted Mansion bride, this one doesn't really feel all that much like her beyond the design and the dead husband and axe and wedding elements. She was very clearly written to be a Muppet villain, with Muppet-style humor that matches the rest of the special. It was really Muppet villain first, adaptation of Haunted Mansion character second. Which, of course, isn't a problem at all, and it works very well here. It's just interesting to see, now that I've consumed so much media of this character. One last piece of trivia here is that Constance's stretching portrait is not included in the special, while all three of the other ones are. I always assumed that this was done to hide the reveal of the bride later on, or maybe it was done because she would be the only human when the rest of the paintings were Muppets, and that would be kinda distracting, but according to production designer Darcy Prevost, Constance was excluded because she hadn't been cast when the other paintings were finished. Prevost explained that half of the Constance painting had been finished, all of it except for Constance herself. Since that bottom half was finished, I wonder who they made be George on the gravestone. There's a boatload of Muppets Haunted Mansion merchandise out there, with more still coming out to this day, but Constance hasn't been featured in any of it. Human characters in Muppet productions rarely are. You could, however, get a pin of Constance's Muppet husbands for a limited time at the Disney parks. The only other appearance of Taraji P. Henson Constance was in Disney Emoji Blitz, which held a special event to celebrate the release of Muppets Haunted Mansion. She wasn't playable, but she appeared in the background of several maps trying to seduce Pepe. To wrap up this year, we have Minecraft. In November, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Disney World, a special Minecraft map DLC was released for Bedrock Edition called Minecraft Walt Disney World Magic Kingdom Adventure. It let you roam around a Minecraft version of the Magic Kingdom and go on several of the rides, including, of course, the Haunted Mansion, which featured a full recreation of the attic, complete with Constance. She certainly looks interesting. So does everyone here. Can we talk about Reginald Kane for a minute? In 2022, a Haunted Mansion board game was released. Called Call of the Spirits, it was designed by Prospero Hall, released by Funko, and features absolutely beautiful artwork by Kirsten Hale, Sam Wood, Charles Deroux, and Lucy Zenwen-Coy. The game has you traveling around the Haunted Mansion, trying to collect as many ghosts as you can, with different types of ghosts giving you different points. One of the rooms on the board is, of course, the attic, complete with some of the husband paintings and even Reginald Kane's tiger pelt. The grooms act as their own category of card in the game. with each one only giving you 1 point, but allowing you to add another ghost to your collection for free, in reference to just how many Constance collected. All 5 husbands are featured here, and Constance is featured as well. One of only 5 special cards in the game, denoted by the bottom of the card being white and not being part of a category. She's simply labeled as the bride, and the way she operates is she's worth 2 points if you have her alone, but Constance will give you more and more points based on however many husbands that you've collected. A pretty fun way to incorporate all of these characters into the game. Also included here are the stretching portraits, which are all their own class of cards, with multiples of each in the deck, which give you more points based on how many of them you have. You'll also get even more points if you have a full set of all 4. Constance, of course, appears here, with her little icon being an axe. Many, many characters are featured amongst the game's 99 ghost cards. See what they did there? And this includes the entirety of the Sinister 11. Yes, even Opera Glasses Lady made it in, despite how nearly impossible she is to see in the ride these days. This same year, a second version of Constance became playable in Disney Emoji Blitz, this one based on her stretching portrait. Simply labeled Constance, her description reads, "In sickness and in wealth, Constance has a shiny surprise for that one special emoji." Her special move clears out every instance of one specific emoji from the board, and when she does it, it plays a brief cutscene where she shows up in a painting and swipes her axe at that emoji, only for them to run away, and then all instances of them are cleared. Constance's stretching painting also appeared as art in the game at one point, alongside a few other ones. The stretching paintings were not playable, and the decision to have Constance be a playable character came later. You could even see that the painting uses an earlier design for her. Constance is currently the only playable changing portrait in the game. I'm sorry to everyone who wanted to send their friends Alexander Nitrikoff emojis. 2022 was the 30th anniversary of Disneyland Paris, and you know what that means. No, there weren't pins of Melanie. Still, instead we have pin of Daisy as Melanie and pin of Minnie as Melanie. Thanks, guys. But to celebrate the park's anniversary, they briefly brought back the C'est Magique show, recreating the original basically scene for scene. This includes the Phantom Manor section, which simply updated the outfits to be the current costumes. And while it is cool to see all the same choreography done again, it's even more uncomfortable now that it's 100% canon that the Phantom is her father. Oh my gosh, guys, I am so excited for what we get to talk about next. Finally, we have something big for Tokyo Disney's Haunted Mansion, and it's really cool. From the end of January to the end of March 2023, Tokyo Disney's Haunted Mansion held a special event called Disney Story Beyond. The goal here was to showcase more of the lore of Tokyo Disney's mansion by temporarily placing new props inside of the ride that related to different characters inside of the ride. You could go to a corresponding website advertised outside of the Haunted Mansion and learn more about everything. And there's also a storyline that ties all of this together, all about a book called the Registry Tome, a documentation of every ghost in the mansion written by the maids and butlers, kind of like an in-canon version of the Ghost Gallery, which is super cool. A group of rowdy ghosts causes a maid named ZJ to lose 8 pages of the book that get scattered all around the mansion. She places a note outside of the mansion, which was actually physically placed there, asking guests for help retrieving all the pages. Each page, of course, corresponds to a different character being focused on for this event, with that page placed in a random part of the ride alongside some props that relate to that character. The characters who already had names and lore before this event, like the Hitchhikers and the Tightrope Walker, kept those names and that lore for this. And the same was actually true for the bride, who was given the Constance Hatchaway name and lore for this event. There was absolutely beautiful artwork created for this event and the corresponding website, and Constance's design wasn't actually based on her Florida design like we're so used to seeing. Instead, they actually drew her to be the Tokyo Disney bride. complete with the candles and bouquet, the glowing heart, the ring of flowers around her hair, and a lot of the other smaller details of the Tokyo bride dress. They just drew her with a far more sinister expression, and also gave her Constance's signature pearl necklaces. What great attention to detail here. Her page on the website just tells us the typical basic Constance lore we all already know, which makes sense as this was the first time Constance ever appeared at Tokyo Disney. Remember how I said that new props were placed regarding each of these characters? Well, Constance got her wedding photos. Unfortunately, they weren't placed all throughout the attic, and were instead just placed in a ring behind her. They also don't have the disappearing heads. But hey, they were just little props added for a 2-month-only event. It's fine. And in case you were wondering why they're so bright, all of the new props added here were made bright so that you could see that they were little pieces of the story. And just like in her artwork, the Tokyo Bride animatronic was given Constance's pearls to try to connect it to the Constance incarnation a bit more. Now, most of the characters didn't have their tome pages and accessories placed in the scene that they were in, since they were supposed to be scattered all throughout the mansion. Constance is one of the only exceptions to this. In addition to all the husband props being added right behind her, her tome page could also be found in the attic, where it's been burnt, implying that when the tome pages got scattered, Constance swooped in, grabbed hers, and burnt it so that nobody could read her crimes. After this 2-month event, all of the new props in the mansion were removed, and the Tokyo Bride hasn't been referred to as Constance since. As for Disney Story Beyond, it proved to be a success, and another Haunted Mansion Story Beyond campaign ran in 2024 focused on other characters. They're yet to do Disney Story Beyond for the Haunted Mansion again, or any other rides, but hopefully one day they do it. Do the Tokyo Tower of Terror, and mention George Hightower, you cowards. Hey guys, so since I originally recorded this segment of a video, a third Disney Story Beyond has been announced and completely happened. It's about a kid who wants to drive a gondola. That's all. In late July of this year, a new Haunted Mansion film hit theaters after over a decade stuck in development. The film stars a man named Ben, played by Lakeith Stanfield. He's an astrophysicist who developed a camera that can see dark matter. He fell in love with a woman who ran corny ghost tours in New Orleans, and while he never believed in the supernatural, he loved her very, very dearly. After his wife suddenly dies in a car accident, a depressed Ben gives up his dreams of being an astrophysicist and decides to continue running her ghost tours, despite, again, not believing in ghosts. Ben's life is turned on its head after a woman and her son, played by Rosario Dawson and Chase Dillon, move into Gracie Manor, which turns out is legitimately haunted. Ben is recruited by a priest/exorcist, played by Owen Wilson, to photograph the ghosts, and the two also team up with a professor, played by Danny DeVito, who's obsessed with the legendary Haunted Mansion, and a psychic, played by Tiffany Haddish, who claims she could speak to the dead. The group eventually successfully bring forth the spirits of the house, only to learn that they're being terrorized by the Hatbox ghost, who acts as the film's primary antagonist, and now they need to work to save the ghosts from his terror. Constance's portrayal in this film is pretty unique. She's played by actress Lindsay Lamb, who was given a more Latin American-inspired wedding dress, and Constance actually has the privilege of being the first ghost we see in the movie. In one of the film's first scenes, we see the mother and son characters, Gabby and Travis, first moving into the house. Travis is very scared by everything, Gabby isn't buying it at first, and she suggests that her son go and pick out his bedroom, suggesting that the bedrooms are probably upstairs. And the room he picks out seems to be Constance's bedroom from back when she was alive. It's full of covered up old furniture, you got some weird 1800s style wallpaper, and a very intimidating looking bed, which cleverly only has one pillow on it. And on the other side of the room, there's a massive painting of the bride from when she was alive, as Travis soon finds out.
Not today.
And despite his best attempts to make the room a bit more homey, he soon begins to hear maniacal laughter and then a voice. The Constance design here harkens back to a lot of earlier Beating Heart Hride designs, with the glowing eyes and a long veil obscuring her face and a large portion of her body. This really reminds me of the early 2000s version of the bride. I said earlier in the video that that's probably my favorite design for the bride character, and this one is honestly right up there with it. I think this does a really, really great job at capturing the look of this character. For now, we'll get to that. Constance haunting a painting is interesting. Of course, that's something we've seen with many characters in the ride, but this is the first time it's happened with her. Later on in the movie, we establish that she lives in the attic, just like in the ride, so this appears to just be her possessing a painting to freak out Travis, since he's in her room. It could also be because she and the other ghosts haven't fully materialized yet, hence why she's so flickery here. Also, next to her on the vanity, there's a little statue of a tiger. I wonder if that's supposed to be a reference to the tiger pelt in the attic. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but nearly every prop and detail in the mansion in this movie ties back to the ride in some way. Say what you will about the movie, but they did an excellent job incorporating things from the ride here. Much better than the Eddie Murphy movie, which felt almost ashamed of it. She then starts violently twitching and levitating, presumably just to freak Travis out, which she does successfully, and he and Gabby try to leave the house, only to realize they can't leave, and it kickstarts the whole plot that I mentioned earlier. A bit later on in the film, while the characters are investigating the mansion, we learn that after Gracie's wife died, 66 people have moved into the mansion, and they've all died in horrific and oddly specific ways, including Constance, who, as per usual, is established as a resident of the house when she was alive. Of course, we already knew this, we saw her bedroom at the start of the film, but it's really nice to see the continuity here being consistent with the ride. In fact, everything they do with Constance's backstory here is exactly what you would expect from the ride, as Ben mentions here that she killed 5 of her husbands, and we see a newspaper clipping on screen announcing Constance's death. It's not on screen long enough to read, but if you pause the movie, you can see it says as follows. Widow suspected of deaths of 5 husbands dies of mysterious circumstances at home. Socialite and recluse died in the former Gracie mansion. Constance Hatchaway, a reclusive socialite and widow, has been found dead in her home yesterday morning of no apparent cause. Despite having been married 5 times in her life, Hatchaway lived alone in the home, which was formerly the infamous Gracie Mansion, and then they just go over some of the Gracie Mansion lore from the movie, we could skip that. Many now worry the property is cursed after the bodies of her 5 previous husbands were identified in the cemetery on the property, missing their heads, possibly killed with an axe. Upon the discovery of Constance's body, authorities were surprised to find the 5 decapitated bodies of her former husbands, Ambrose Harper, Frank Banks, the Marquis de Doom, Reginald Kane, and George Hightower. And if you look at the other part, it mentions each died from, quote, natural causes, and buried the bodies without an autopsy. The location of the heads is still unknown. Constance will be laid to rest at the cemetery on the estate. So, some fun little information there about Constance and the bodies and nobody finding them until after she was dead, and the heads still being missing, which implies, much like in the ride, that they might be up in the attic with her. And while we can't read the full sentence about it, I find it really funny that she apparently claimed they all died of natural causes. Very natural to get your head chopped off right after your wedding. While this movie came up with a lot of new lore for several of the characters, I really appreciate that the backstory for Constance and her husbands stays really true to the ride. Past midnight, when all the ghosts come out again, the team tries to find Madame Leota, with Danny DeVito's character suggesting the attic. So, Ben goes up there alone, and Constance, once again, gets to be the first ghost we see in full. Before this, it's all just sort of little cameos and stuff. Late at night, the attic door violently rumbles, and Ben pulls it down with a spear. And the other characters go, whoa, when the attic ladder unfurls. Which, that's not really a scary thing, guys. That's just how, have you never opened an attic before? That's how they work. Ben ends up accidentally trapped in the attic, which is full of all of the things you'd expect, including all 5 of the wedding photos and their disappearing heads. From throughout the scene, here's Ambrose, Frank, the Marquis, Reginald, and George. And while some of them have slightly different looks, they're all put in the exact same poses as their ride counterparts, making it pretty easy to identify who's who. Though the Marquis and Reginald photos put Constance on their left side instead of having her on their right. Once again, knowing she has company, Constance begins to violently giggle, and Ben tries to get her to come out, thinking that it's Madame Leota. He actually does successfully find a trunk with Madame Leota in it, but unbeknownst to him, Constance has already grabbed her axe. She once again speaks, beckoning him to come closer to a mirror where he sees himself without a head. He goes to clear the mirror, only to see Constance on the other side, hurling an axe at him. And this is the design we see for Constance throughout the rest of the film. It's certainly pretty interesting. Instead of just using the actress's face like the ride does, here she's been given heavy prosthetics, giving her a far more monstrous, almost zombie-like look. Even her wedding dress and veil are tattered and rotted. She also doesn't speak in this form. In fact, she doesn't have any other lines of dialogue throughout the rest of the movie. Now, I think I get what they were trying to go for here, and it's a pretty good idea in concept. Throughout the whole first act of the movie, we build up to Constance on several occasions. We see her as a sort of mysterious figure, her face covered by a veil. She speaks in this seductive way, luring people in. We see she was an attractive woman in life. And now we see her true form, this hideous undead monster that doesn't even speak, she just growls and hurls weapons at people. I think that is a pretty solid concept here. The whole death brings out just how much of a monster Constance is thing has been done in several other places, like the Marvel Comics and even arguably the ride itself. But if that is what they were going for, she simply doesn't have enough screen time for that to work. I know I've spent a lot of time talking about Constance in this movie so far, but her actual screen time before this attic scene is, like 10, 20 seconds? Most of the time I spent talking about her is talking about her character design, and the fact that her bedroom shows up, and what it looks like, and the newspaper clipping. But yeah, Constance really isn't in this movie all that much before we see what she really looks like, so if that is what they were going for, then, well, it doesn't really work. This scene once again takes place before the characters could fully see the ghosts, so Constance only actually shows up physically in mirrors. Other than that, we just have an axe floating. Obviously, she's holding it, but, we can't see her. Also, Ben decides to call her, and I quote, Ghost Bay, and that's haunted me every day since I saw this movie. I think it's pretty funny in concept to have him try to calm down Constance by sort of flirting with her, and he goes on to tell her how much he loves and supports women, and I don't know, I think that's pretty funny in concept. It's one of those jokes that's clearly designed to kind of be like a cringy approach here, but the problem with jokes that are kind of designed to be cringy is that sometimes they end up as just cringy and not very funny. Your mileage is really going to vary on this one. Ben is successfully freed from the attic, but so is Constance's axe, which she throws down, only for the main characters to take and keep, with Owen Wilson later using it. This film's version of the axe is much longer and is double-headed, with rounded blades instead of the more traditional hatchet shape the one in the ride has. This is Constance's big solo scene in the film, and she doesn't appear again until an hour later during the film's third act. She appears in full finally with a separate but identical axe. And now that we could fully see her, I'm just going to say it, yeah, I am not a fan of this design at all. It just looks so obviously like prosthetics. It looks creepy, I'll give them that, but it also looks just so fake. And most of the other ghosts were able to keep their actual actors' faces. I wish that they'd done the same for Constance and maybe just done some stuff to make her look a bit creepier. Or simply just stick with the design she had in the first scene, which was far superior to this. It's like they wanted to give her a special design and special treatment because she's a prominent character in the ride, but they came up with this bold new design, so they decided to also incorporate the traditional design for the character. It's so weird. You can't have your cake and eat it too. This movie ends up having both one of the best bride designs ever and one of the worst. And I think it all comes down to the face prosthetics, because the dress looks pretty sick. And here, throughout the movie's final act, she's really just a glorified henchman.
showing up and chasing Owen Wilson's character all around the house alongside an army of other ghosts behind her, until he's able to successfully convince them all to fight against the Hatbox ghost. Owen Wilson later swoops in on Constance's back, flying on her into battle. This is what dropping the ball looks like, guys. And while I think what they do with Constance throughout the back half of the movie here is pretty lame, there is one really, really cool thing they do with her. Throughout the final act, she deploys the ghosts of her dead, headless husbands as bodyguards. So here we have another adaptation where Constance's husbands are ghosts residing within the mansion, which makes sense as the newspaper mentions that they were all buried on property. And I just really love this concept, and it's a pretty sick visual. And they even gave the Marquis a military uniform, which is a really nice touch. Though for some reason, we never see all 5 husbands on screen at once, we just see them in groups of 4. The Marquis is missing from every shot except for the one I just showed, and in the shot where he does appear, now another husband is missing. In one shot we see 4 husbands and then the headless knight who invited him. By the way, no, this isn't the movie saying the headless knight is one of Constance's husbands. Like I said, we saw that all 5 are the ones from the ride earlier, and he appears in a few other scenes. They're not associated. It's just where they placed him. I do like this picture, though. It's like, headless team, go! The attention to detail in this movie is really great, but sometimes it's a double-edged sword. Or I guess a double-headed axe. Constance appears one last time in the background during the film's credits, dancing alongside the rest of the cast, now that the mansion is free and has been turned into a tourist attraction, and she is still holding the axe. Much like in Muppets Haunted Mansion, for whatever reason, Constance is once again not credited as Constance, and just credited as the bride. You know who else isn't labeled as Constance in this movie and should be Constance? The stretching portrait of her. Yeah, in this movie, there's a scene where the stretching portraits actually come to life. As Ben and Travis try to escape, the Constance painting tells them not to end up like her husband. The film never confirms or denies if this is supposed to be Constance, but the credits don't label her as the character, just calling her elderly woman with rose. She's not played by the person that played Constance. The painting doesn't match Constance's ethnicity in the film, and even George's facial hair doesn't line up. I get not having this painting be Constance here, since you wanted these paintings to be alive and helpful, and this one being Constance wouldn't be a helpful figure, but considering just how well this film adapts a lot of Haunted Mansion lore, it's weird that one of the most well-known pieces of character trivia from the ride was changed for it. All in all, I think the 2023 movie is a pretty mixed bag for Constance. They do a great job at incorporating her ride backstory and fitting her into the film's plot in the first half. As per usual, you could tell they wanted to use this character as one of the mansion's more prominent ghosts, and even though she's not the main villain here like she is in so many other pieces of media, I think it still works really well. She works as an independent antagonistic force. But I think they really dropped the ball with her in the back half of the movie, taking what is a very threatening character in the first act and reducing her to big screams and Scooby-Doo chases. In the Haunted Mansion's constant battle for silly versus spooky, they took Constance way too far in the silly direction, when the spooky version was right there and handled almost perfectly. The movie was building towards a version of Constance that was a perfect combination between the original Beating Heart Hride and the murderous current version. But it just threw all of that away for this. Haunted Mansion 2023 is a pretty mixed bag as a whole. I honestly don't think it's all that bad, and I really appreciate how well it incorporates a lot of the ride's elements, including, like I said, Constance's backstory. But the film got pretty mediocre reviews and bombed at the box office. Probably because Disney didn't learn their lesson from the first time and released a Haunted Mansion movie far away from Halloween, this time in July. But perhaps another reason behind this film's failure is that it came out during the 2023 actors' strike, meaning that the film's actors couldn't promote it since they were off fighting for their rights, and rightfully so, of course. With no actors there to promote the film and none showing up at the premiere, Disney got creative, and instead had the Haunted Mansion and Disney walk-around characters show up at the premiere of the film, including Constance, which is, like, I don't even have words for this. This was probably such a daunting thing to have to do, and the woman playing her here was great as always.
Have a wonderful day, Constance. Thank you. It's good to get out every once in a while. It gets a bit stuffy up there. Any items of value? What are we all looking for here? That is a nice hat.
Thank you.
And you're resting it on a nice head.
That's the goal.
Yeah, the bow tie might be a bit...
Tight?
No, just in the way.
Oh, okay.
We'll work with that. We'll work around it.
By the way, they also invited different cast members from the Haunted Mansions all around the world to attend, which is super nice. To promote the ride the day after the film came out, Disney released a special promotional video featuring a few different costume characters, including Constance, who was prominently featured, but not in her traditional walk-around costume. Instead, this is her outfit from the bayou parade, with the same hair, makeup, dress, and accessory as that, just without the big wheeled base for the dress, and the light inside the bouquet of flowers isn't on. I can't praise this costume enough. It looks fantastic, even without all the lights on. It's just weird to see them use this instead of her traditional costume. Perhaps it's because this one is a bit more detailed and high-end, and, they wanted it for the promo video. The next month, at that year's D23, Disney brought out several archived props from the company's history as part of celebrating their 100-year anniversary. Among the Haunted Mansion props featured was the 1997 to 2007 Disney World Bride. It was incredibly cool to see her brought back, and it's just great to know that things like this are in storage at Disney. I've always appreciated the extent to which they've archived old items. Not only are you preserving pop culture history, who knows, maybe someday they'll need to use this to help inspire a future bride design. So cool to see this here. I'm sure it would have been awesome and pretty surreal to go up to her and take a picture with her if you attended the event. I didn't.
Thanks in part to his large role in the film, 2023 brought the Hatbox Ghost to Florida's Haunted Mansion, finally, after all these years. But remember what I said at the start of the video, the Florida attic was built without space for the Hatbox Ghost, so he was placed in the endless hallway, breaking ride lore in a really strange way, as you're not supposed to see any of the ghosts until after Madame Leota. Disney's reasoning for this was absolutely hilarious and pathetic at the same time. They claimed that the ghosts in the Haunted Mansion are happy haunts, and the Hatbox Ghost isn't happy. You know who else isn't happy? Fans, who frequently ask Disney to move the Hatbox Ghost to the part of the ride he belongs in. Unfortunately, this doesn't seem to be physically possible, and while I do hear people calling for them to place him where he should go the next time they refurbish the attic in Florida, I think if they were to do that, they would have already done it in 2023. So yeah, a shame that he isn't where he belongs, because they can't fit him there. But this once again goes to show that Constance has no connection with the Hatbox Ghost. In September, Haunted Mansion characters appeared in another Disney Channel short crossing them over with the Ghost and Molly McGee cast. This one is part of Disney Channel's Random Ring series, where characters from one show call characters from other shows on the phone and hijinks ensue. In the short Scratch Calls the Haunted Mansion, Scratch wants to move into the mansion so that he could get away from Molly McGee. But he needs a referral from one of the Haunted Mansion's residents in order to get in. And, well, it turns out none of the ghosts like him for a variety of different reasons, including giving the Hatbox Ghost, and I quote, ghost lice. He eventually asks to get patched into Constance, who refuses to give him a referral because she invited him to all 5 of her weddings, and he never bought her a gift.
Connie, it's Scratch!
Scratch, I've invited you to all my weddings, and you've never once sent me a gift.
What? And it probably lost in the mail. Anyway, back to me. I got a little...
Sorry, Scratch. Once I hold a grudge, it's hard for me to bury the hatchet.
Kat Cressida returned to voice Constance for this short, making this one of the few on-screen appearances where Kat Cressida says other lines than just Constance's park spiel. I'm also pretty sure this is the only piece of Haunted Mansion media where someone calls Constance Connie, and that was pretty fun. Altogether, a really well-made little Disney Channel short. Returning back to the world of merchandise, in the early 2020s, new key artwork was created for the Haunted Mansion characters, being used on several different pieces of merchandise, including pins, shirts, backpacks. I saw a decorative plate with these character designs on them last year. Constance has received several different pieces of artwork in this style, with many of them being altered from product to product. Can you tell me why this one doesn't have pupils? Let me just say, I absolutely love this art style. I think Constance looks really cool in it. I think all the characters look really cool in it. It captures the vibe of the ride really well, and they especially look great when used with each other. This artwork seems to have been rolled out around 2022, and continues to be used on merchandise to this day. A lot of the images I showed are actually products from 2025. This pin in 2023 featured that artwork of Constance with the caption, "I'm a heartbreaker." See what they did there? How funny. This was also sold on a t-shirt, and I only know this because I once took an animation class, and one girl in my class owned this shirt. Around this time, Disney started doing a lot of blind box series based on the Haunted Mansion, where each pin would feature a different character, and each series would be drawn by a different, distinct artist, giving us a lot of very cool, unique designs for these characters. A 2020 blind box series included both Constance and Old Woman Constance, who's standing, which makes me weirdly uncomfortable, and this same artist also did a couple other pins of Constance and other characters outside of the blind boxes. There's also a Constance from this very unique, almost sort of watercolor set from 2023. Easily my favorite of these pin sets is this one, released in 2023, which actually wasn't released for the Disney parks, but instead made for Hot Topic. Released in 2024, we had a very cartoony set of Haunted Mansion pins, surrounded by floral wreaths, and Constance actually got a pin outside of this blind box series, where she's smugly holding her wedding cake. I actually own this one. And finally for these pin sets, for the holiday season of 2024, a series of Haunted Mansion pins, but they're gingerbread cookies released. Here we have Constance, very happy, holding up her bouquet. Just don't tell her that you can't see her during the holidays at Disneyland, or she might flip. All throughout this video, I've been joking about the serious lack of Melanie pins out there, and in 2023, she finally received not one, but 3. Up first, this one that I've been showing off on screen the whole time, with Melanie and the Phantom standing menacingly behind her. Then there was this one of her on the staircase, where she's actually facing you with a very sad expression. And finally, easily my favorite, one of her crying at the vanity. This goes so hard. Melanie appeared on another pin in 2025, this one commemorating the opening date of Disneyland Paris. Hopefully, Melanie only continues to be on more pins as time goes on. Before this, your only options for Melanie pins were either ones where other characters were dressed as her, and this set from 2019, referencing Melanie's new role at the end of the ride, once again featuring several other non-Phantom Manor Disney characters. So it's really great to finally have ones that are Melanie, just Melanie. Moving away from pins, in 2022, a Funko Pop was released based on old Constance from the stretching room, though it was based on the original version of her with the brown hair and the birthmark instead of the modern, older version. It was number 803 in the Disney line, and 2 different versions of it were released. The regular release, meant to resemble her before the painting stretches, and the rarer Chase variant, which includes the full tombstone, complete with Dear Beloved George. In 2023, a glow-in-the-dark version of the original Constance Funko Pop was released, exclusively at Hot Topic stores. I actually own this one, and the glow-in-the-dark on it is really impressive. It glows brightly all night, every night. If you're in the market for some more high-end Constance merchandise, then the early 2020s have you covered. In the last couple of years, Disney has made some absolutely beautiful statues of this character. In 2023, this collector doll of Constance was released. another very detailed, high-quality collectible of her. It included both her axe and a candle, and was limited to only 6,000 pieces when it came out. If you want merchandise of Constance's movie design, they actually did make a pin of her in 2023, but I'm far more interested in this one of her Disney Story Beyond design, part of a set released exclusively over in Tokyo. And the final piece of Constance merchandise I'd like to talk about here is the Hallmark keepsake ornament of her, released for the 2024 holiday season, alongside a set of 5 other Haunted Mansion ornaments. This ornament is sculpted based on Constance's Florida design during her Sickness and Wealth line, where she shows off her ring and her axe at the same time. The ornament itself is made of plastic, but her veil is a very large silk piece, and she lights up and speaks if you buy a separate cord for her that plugs into her and all the other Haunted Mansion ornaments at the same time. When Constance is plugged in, she phases between a series of blues and greens, and when the button on her is pressed, she says 5 of her 7 lines from the ride in order. But if you own all of the Haunted Mansion ornaments that they made, they actually interact, and each one plays through their scene in the ride in order. Despite most Hallmark ornaments only being out the first year they were released, this Constance and the rest of the Haunted Mansion set have returned for the 2025 and now 2026 seasons. The Disneyland Haunted Mansion was under construction for large portions of 2024, as they worked on things like redoing the outdoor queue, adding a wheelchair-accessible exit, and putting a gift shop next to the ride. In the summer of this year, rumors began to swirl about new additions coming to the inside of the ride, with one of them being a new bride figure. This made perfect sense. Constance in her current form had been there for almost 20 years now, and the effect was certainly beginning to look pretty dated, so replacing her definitely seemed like a good idea. While Disney never publicly commented on this, people did notice something pretty strange during that year's Haunted Mansion holiday. The back left of the attic, where Constance typically stands in the non-holiday version of the ride, was boxed off and covered by other props. Even the big snake was rerouted to only fit in on the left side instead of looping around like he usually does. This made it seem pretty apparent that there was something going on behind there. But what? Well, we'll get to that in just a little bit, but first we have a few other things to address. Like Disneyland's new wheelchair exit, which opened in November of 2024. I really appreciate them taking advantage of this update that expanded the mansion's grounds to incorporate a better exit for people with mobility impairments. From what I've seen online, this definitely seems like an improvement over the previous system, which was not as inclusive as it could have been. And of course, with Disney being Disney, they didn't just leave this hallway blank, theming it instead to a sort of maintenance hall for the mansion. They even filled the hallway with paintings, specifically pieces of Mark Davis painting concept art. While these are static instead of changing portraits like they were designed to be, it's still pretty cool to see. Relevant to this video, they included the painting of the dancing couple, where the woman was going to kill the man, the sinister couple, where the woman was going to kill the man, and the carver, where the woman already killed the man. Really cool to see one of the main pieces of inspiration for Constance officially make it into the ride. Some of the choices here are pretty weird though, like why are the Medusa and Aging Man concept arts in here? They're in the final version of the ride. Same with the sinister couple. There is a finalized version of them in Florida. Why are we using this early sketch instead? Don't get me wrong, I love using this unused artwork in the ride, but a lot of these pieces are either already in the ride somewhere, or
are significantly less detailed than the paintings in the ride because they're concept art and were meant to be redesigned later on. I mean, come on, the Carver is clearly more detailed than a lot of these other ones. I think it would have been so cool to have these paintings be remade for this hallway, officially inducting them into the ride in the same art style as the other paintings. But unfortunately, they just took the pre-existing concept art and blew it up and put it on the walls instead. Which is fine, but it feels like they just kinda went halfway. Which is crazy, right? Because modern Disney would never go halfway with something. Do you hear that? That's the sound of me lying. All jokes aside, the Haunted Mansion having a better accessibility exit is infinitely more important than what Easter eggs they put up on the walls of said exit. And it is very cool that they decided to put details there in the first place. Now I know what you're thinking. Ty, this nearly 7-hour video is great and all, but you haven't talked about enough boats yet. And you know what? You're right. In December of 2024, the Disney Cruise Line launched a new ship called the Disney Treasure. And this ship became the first one ever to feature a Haunted Mansion themed section, an adults-only bar called the Haunted Mansion Parlor. The bar is full of a lot of Haunted Mansion iconography and characters. You have things like the wallpaper with faces on it, the armchair with a face on it, a marble bust with a face on it, and the bar also has a mirror that doubles as a screen, showing you characters such as Madame Leota, the Hitchhikers, and the Ballroom Dancers. It seems like all of the major Haunted Mansion characters are accounted for here, except for Constance, so where is she? Well, the Disney Imagineers pulled a Disney Imagineers and decided to give this Haunted Mansion bar on a cruise ship lore and a storyline. And alongside it, its own original version of the bride character. In-universe, the parlor belongs to a now long-dead ocean liner captain. He loved the sea, and one day he heard a distress signal coming from another vessel. When he arrived there, he saw a massive shipwreck, with only one survivor, a woman who he soon fell in love with. The two were inseparable, and were planned to be wed, but one day, the captain's fiancée lured him off to the parlor, with promises of having a special meal. And he was never seen again after that moment. Now, when you're in the parlor, it takes place during the captain's funeral, where several ghosts begin to materialize to celebrate. On one of the parlor's walls, you could see a series of changing portraits, clearly based on those from the original ride, but with a new nautical twist. One of these depicts the captain's bride-to-be herself, and it's clearly based on the werecat painting from the original ride. She wears a very ocean-themed wedding dress, with seaweed tying her veil together, and the dress itself having a lot of ruffles and ridges that look like waves or seaweed. Even her bouquet is made of some quite dead-looking ocean plants. She's laying down on a rock, completely drenched in water, and is it just me or are her legs kind of in a weird position? The changing portraits here are on screens, which allows them to be lightly animated once they're transformed. You'll see the captain's bride look around and scowl a bit, and some of the other paintings even sing along with the music in the bar. And speaking of those transformations, once Madame Leota appears and starts to do her seance, the paintings wash away, replaced with their transformed forms, revealing that the captain's bride is truly a mermaid. When the painting changes, the background becomes blood red, and the bride's true form is revealed. Her dress is left in tatters, revealing her naked purple mermaid body. That's somehow not the weirdest sentence I've said so far today. The bride's bouquet has completely shriveled away, revealing that she was hiding a hatchet. But the Constance references don't stop there. In fact, they're about to get even more direct. While I unfortunately couldn't find footage of it, at one point during the night, the parlor's music will switch to the wedding march and a heartbeat sound will begin to play throughout. At this point, the painting of the captain's bride begins to speak, reciting Constance's dialogue from the ride and brandishing her hatchet. I find it so interesting and honestly kind of strange that they just straight up reused Constance's dialogue Unfortunately, since I couldn't find video of it, I can't tell you whether or not it was a new recording, but I assume they probably just pulled Cat Cressida's audio from the ride itself and put it here. I don't think that this bar is like canon to the ride. It would be pretty hard to make it fit in, but if it is, I just think it's kind of funny that there are two characters who killed their husbands with axes in this universe that have the exact same voice. Just like with Constance in the attic, there are several little details in the Haunted Mansion parlor that tell you a bit more of the story. Specifically, you could find out just how she killed the captain. In the middle of the parlor sits a pretty gnarly looking aquarium. It's all dirty and grimy, and inside are skeletal fish. This aquarium is actually based on old Raleigh Crump concept art for the Museum of the Weird. So it's really cool to see it become sort of a centerpiece of this ocean-themed Haunted Mansion experience. Inside of the aquarium, you can find a hat, and on the outside of the aquarium, you can find a padlock. When the mermaid bride switches into her mermaid form, if you look closely, you'll see that she's wearing a necklace with a small key on it. So she chopped up her husband's body, threw him in the fish tank, where he was eaten alive, and then locked it away. So of course, the special meal she promised him was, well, him. I'm honestly a little surprised they didn't just say that the mermaid bride ate him, because, you know, mermaid, but who knows, maybe she got a couple bites in as well. I really think it's so cool that despite us being 20 years into Constance being the go-to bride, the Haunted Mansion parlor team recognized the history of the bride character constantly changing for different versions of the Haunted Mansion and decided to make their own version. One heavily inspired by Constance, but also heavily inspired by other things. And finally, after over 60 years, we have a Haunted Mansion experience about an ocean captain dying. Finally. Captain Gore closure. 2 drinks on the menu are themed to the bride, Happily Never After, and Final Vow. They also sold mermaid bride themed tiki mugs, though I'm not sure if they're still around. A second identical Haunted Mansion parlor opened on the Disney Destiny in 2025. The only difference here is that the drinks are reimagined with different ingredients and they sell different tiki mugs. Everything else, the exact same. The Captain's Bride also appears in the Haunted Mansion Happy Hunt game, a game where you go around different screens looking for ghosts, playable on both the Treasure and the Destiny. The game simply labels her as the bride, making no distinction between her and other versions of the character, really cementing that this is the Disney Cruise Line's version of the bride character. She's shown brandishing her hatchet in a very similar way to Constance, as well as winking at the audience. And the ghost host provides a small description of the character, saying, "Oh my, you've found the bride. This malevolent mermaid has had her fair share of betrothed. Curious that they never seem to make it to the altar. Maniacal laugh, maniacal laugh." This game continues to bring the character even closer to Constance by having her hold her hatchet the exact same way, and also revealing through the character description that she has murdered several men. However, unlike Constance, it seems she kills them off before the wedding. 2025 was another big year for Constance, with something important happening to her on January 18th. She had a cameo in the Disney Chibiverse episode Grown Ups Island, where a group of child Disney Channel characters try to go to a place made only for adults so that they can do adult things. They list many of them in a song, including watching gory movies, and we see a clip of Constance in the background, of course, reusing her design from the Molly Haunted Mansion sketch. Okay, look, I know this isn't what you were expecting me to talk about, but no joke, it happened the exact same day as our next thing. On January 18th of 2025, the Haunted Mansion reopened after Haunted Mansion Holiday, and with it came, officially, a new bride figure. Now when you enter the attic, everything's the exact same as it's been for the past 20 years, with one notable change. Constance's husbands now fully disappear, instead of just their heads disappearing. Yeah, now they just fully vanish into her. At the end of the attic, on the left side, facing the side, you'll see the new version of Constance herself, placed in front of a massive window, floating ominously. There's something so beautifully haunting about this image, and I think it was such a great idea to have the new bride be not only floating, but also backlit by this window. It really makes her stand out. A great upgrade to Constance kind of being tucked into a corner in California. The new version of Constance is clearly designed to harken back to the previous Beating Heart Hride incarnations of the character. And one great thing about it is that it finally brought back the physical beating heart showing through her chest after 20 years of absence. And also like the previous incarnations, this version of Constance no longer speaks or holds her axe. Surprisingly, she's not even holding a bouquet. She's only holding a candelabra in her right hand, while her left hand is actually kind of not visible. It's just a really long sleeve. This candelabra is actually incredibly interesting, as it was directly designed after the one that you see floating through the endless hallway. And alongside the new Constance during this reopening, they also added this candelabra in another place, hovering in the graveyard, replacing a floating ghost effect that had been there since opening day. Is this some sort of implication that Constance is in other parts of the ride, wandering the house, perhaps looking for deceased husbands? Or is it just continuity and making the house's furniture match, as furniture is known to do? Take your pick! I don't know, I mean, Constance used to live here. This is her house. Was her house at one point. I like to think that she picked out these candelabras and now she hangs out with them. Speaking of hanging out with Constance, this update gave her a pet. Now sitting directly next to her is the one-eyed black cat, an infamous cancelled character originally planned to be in the Haunted Mansion in scripts written by Ex Atencio. Originally, the one-eyed black cat was supposed to serve as sort of the main antagonist of the ride, a role that would eventually be given to the Raven in the ride, the woman from the Sinister Eleven's dead husband, before eventually being sort of phased out. For reasons I just don't understand, Imagineers over the past few years have become completely obsessed with referencing this one-eyed black cat. Back in 2011, they put a carving of it into the side of one of the tombs in Florida's new extended queue. Over in California in 2021, they added a statue of it to the inside of the ride in the queue right before you load, next to April through December. And now, it's officially fully in the ride, alongside Constance. The bride having a pet isn't a new idea. While I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, it does harken back to some of the early concept art for the character, depicting her with either a cat or a dog, such as the piece that later became Opera Glass's lady. I do like the concept of Constance no longer being alone up in the attic, especially now that she's a silent character again who looks a little more somber. We don't have the official lore for the one-eyed black cat, and who knows if we'll ever get any, but if it is as evil as it was originally intended to be, it makes sense to have it be the pet of arguably the most evil character in the ride. Unless, of course, you're Disney, in which case it's the Hatbox Ghost, because he's not a happy haunt. Dude, there's a literal serial killer in this house. Do you think she's happy? Actually, no, Constance is very happy, so maybe they have a point there. Now that we're done talking about the cat, though Disney clearly isn't, guys, I'm calling it now, by 2040, every character in the Haunted Mansion will just be this guy. Let's talk about how the new Constance works, because it's a very interesting combination of factors. Much like the previous version of Constance, this figure is, at its core, a mannequin with a projection mapped onto it. Disney claimed that the previous Constance figure was now requiring frequent maintenance as the technology had gotten older. So, part of the plan here was to update the projector technology. But that isn't the only thing they did here. In order to successfully pull off the floating effect Constance now has, they used Pepper's Ghost, an effect that, if you know the Haunted Mansion, you're no doubt familiar with, where glass is placed at a very specific angle to reflect figures onto another plane, making them appear ghostly. You see, apparently, the new mannequin for Constance is actually placed underneath the floor. She's under this whole apparatus, and in front of you is a 45-degree angled sheet of glass that reflects Constance from underneath to above, floating in front of the window. This gives her a very unique ghostly effect. Combined with the window, it makes it look unlike anything else in the ride, and it's also the first time ever that an American Bride has utilized Pepper's ghost. Though I will say, incorporating a giant sheet of glass has led to some occasional funny mishaps, such as these images where you could see the wedding gifts from George that are right before Constance reflected upside down in the pane of glass. This is similar to an issue that's been in the ballroom for the last 2 decades now, where, at the end of the scene, you can occasionally see a reflection of the Constance and Ambrose painting in the glass in front of you. Constance's nose was also being projected kind of strangely at first. It looked a little bit messed up, but this was fixed by early February. Altogether, this is a pretty solid design and effect, and it's gone over pretty well with fans, though I have heard complaints that she's a bit too far away from riders. That's unfortunately something that I think had to be done because of the glass and the window. And while I do wish she were a little bit closer, and I think the angle that she's in the attic is a little odd, I'm just so happy that that window's there. Easily one of my favorite additions here. I especially love that it's broken, which adds a super cool storytelling element, and also sort of adds to the fact that you're supposed to fall out of the top of the mansion after seeing her. I've also seen a lot of criticism of how the face looks here, which I don't think looks that bad, unless you look at it up close, in which case, yeah, very valid point. It's definitely awkward. She's not even, making a facial expression, and it's especially awkward considering that Julia Lee's likeness is still used for Constance all throughout the rest of the scene, and this looks nothing like her. A statement on Lee's now-defunct website implies that she was contracted to play the character for 20 years. If that's the case, and Disney, say, chose not to renew the contract or something, then that explains why this update happened when it did. But that contract must have only been for video because, again, Lee's face is still used for the bride throughout the rest of the ride, and now the bride in the photos don't really look like the same person. I think the best option probably would have been to just take new wedding photos? Of course, one of the biggest changes that came alongside this update is Constance no longer speaking or holding her axe. In an attempt to return her to a bit of a more classic form, they've created a very interesting version of the character that combines the Constance Hatchaway version with the previous Beating Heart Bride. According to the head of the Haunted Mansion, Kim Irvine, the goal here was to make the new version of the bride not only harken back to the previous version, but do that by making her more of an ambiguously tragic figure. So, as she described, we now have the husbands vanish, which leads to a sort of open-ended story that reflects the previous version of the bride, with Kim Irvine suggesting that perhaps her husbands disappeared and she doesn't know where they went. And I think this ambiguous tragedy element is a really great idea, allowing everyone who rides the ride to come up with their own answers about what this character's story is, just like how it was in the pre-Constance days. This fixes one of the biggest issues a lot of fans had with Constance, which was the fact that, well, we had too much information about her in the ride. Compared to other Haunted Mansion characters, Constance had the entire story of who she was and what she did laid out. That was something that I always really liked with the character, with the amount of details they put in to add to her story, but a lot of people weren't big fans of it, and now, well, you could really have the best of both worlds. If you're someone who doesn't like the concept of Constance murdering her husbands, well, now there's nothing explicitly stating that she did it. If you're someone who did like Constance, there is now nothing explicitly stating that she didn't do it. Of course, with how well-themed the Constance stuff was and how little was changed in this 2025 update, it's still pretty clear that the character is a murderer. Her last name is still officially Hatchaway in merchandise that released after this update. She's still the old woman on the tombstone, and her other story elements, like her wealth building up with each husband and the Hatboxes, are still there. As for the headless statues, the one on the cake topper was not only removed, the entire wedding cake was redesigned for this update. As for the other statues, when the ride reopened, they stayed as is. It wasn't until June of 2026 that one was altered. Frank had his head superglued back on, but he's still laying on the floor, clearly dead, and Constance is still clearly reacting to that. Making this change was a good decision because you're trying to make the character more ambiguous, and this removes an explicit reference to what happened to him. But I'm just baffled that it took them a year and a half to change this. This is one of the most basic Constance Easter eggs, and something that should have been changed on day one, since it disrupts the new story they're trying to tell. I'm also baffled that they didn't even build a new statue, they literally superglued the head back onto the old one. You could see the seam line. As for Ambrose, well, here's a picture of his statue 2 days before this video releases. Stuff like this really makes it feel like the team that designed the new Constance were in over their heads. Not to be the type of person who goes, oh, new Disney is always worse than older Disney, but it's pretty clear that in trying to remove the axe murderer part from her story, they didn't realize just how deep the team had intertwined it in the attic in the mid-2000s. Constance's storyline permeates through nearly every second of the attic, and almost every prop there. And while I appreciate that they combined the two versions of the characters and kept all the Constance stuff, everything adds to that very specific 2006 story. Supergluing the head back onto one statue and making the husbands fully disappear doesn't undo everything else that's in the attic. Unless the items in the attic and Constance and her husbands are all fundamentally changed, this will never be the story of Constance the ambiguously tragic bride. It'll always be the story of Constance the axe murderer, and the weird ways you tried to cover that up. The original Constance team did such a good job incorporating her story into the attic that now it just makes the details not make sense, unless you go in knowing that she's supposed to be a murderer. Why would she still be amassing all these gifts in the attic? Why do each of her husbands get richer and richer? Why is the last husband she has the guy with an axe in his head in the stretching room? And in case you're thinking, oh, well, maybe they retconned that. They didn't. She's still canonically Constance Hatchaway. This came out a week ago. It reminds me in some ways of the Hatbox Ghost Edition in Florida. You know, the other big recent Haunted Mansion change. Where, yeah, it looks cool, but when you start thinking about it within the context of the story of the ride and everything they've said over the years, it doesn't make sense. Of course, this isn't stuff that most people going on the ride are gonna notice, but with how avid the Haunted Mansion fanbase is there, and people like me who made a 6-hour video about this topic, it does sting a little when they start doing this stuff with their continuity, because it makes it feel like there's a lack of respect from the people currently working on the ride. Now that I've addressed the continuity errors, it's time to talk about the elephant in the room here. Because the main change this update did was removing the explicit references to Constance's axe murders, which to a lot of people seemed like Disney just trying to censor the ride. I say that because of an interview that Kim Irvine did, where she stated that these changes were made in part to remove the serial killer element out of concern that they were glorifying serial killers. As I said before, when this new bride was first introduced, I don't believe I'm in the proper position to say whether or not this is the right choice, or whether or not it's ethical to have a character that's a serial killer in a Disney ride. I don't speak to the comfort levels of everybody. I don't speak to Disney, massive billion-dollar corporation, and what they choose to do to appeal to different demographics or markets. But I can say personally, as a big fan of the ride, and as part of the generation that grew up on the Constance version of the character, I think it's a bit of a silly and disappointing thing to say regarding her. I don't think that you're glorifying anything. This is clearly a villainous character. One who's designed to be pretty cartoonishly evil. And sure, she's celebrating her kills, but this is a haunted house. There are two guys shooting at each other in the scene directly before her. I think removing the murder element entirely is erasing a really cool villain, and a female serial killer, something that isn't all that common in media. Additionally, some of Irvine's other comments, like one where she says the Constance version of the attic was weird, come off as weirdly disrespectful. Not only to the version of the ride that's been there for the last 20 years, but also to the very talented team that incorporated the Constance storyline into the ride far better than the current team removed it. There was a lot of love and dedication there, and regardless of if you like the Constance version of the character or not, I think we could all agree that it should be treated with respect, even when being replaced. Irvine's also made comments about how the original story was a sad thing, and a story about lost love and a bride mourning her husbands, and that's also kind of inconsistent. The original bride didn't really have a story, and the story that was there on opening day implied that she killed the Hatbox ghost. The story of the bride being a sad figure alone in the attic only came about because he was gone and there was no longer a connection there. The original bride wasn't really designed to be sad, she was designed to be scary, and the sad part is what the character evolved into over time. That's the part of the story that the Constance character dropped when they decided to go all in on the murderer element, which was always implied. She even goes on to say that the original bride was mourning the loss of her husbands. What do you mean, husbands? Constance was the first version of the character to feature husbands. To me, as a diehard fan of this character, it doesn't feel like this was a change made as a labor of love to restore the previous Beating Heart Hride. It feels like they wanted to censor it because Disney said censor this, so they got rid of all references to the axe and kept everything else. If you want even more proof, according to the Haunted Mansion blog site Long Forgotten Haunted Mansion, which is full of insider information, the projector being used for the new Constance is allegedly the exact same one that the previous version of the character had, suggesting that this being an issue with the technology of the old Constance isn't true at all. If that is the truth, then I think that makes it pretty clear that this update wasn't about changing the ride and bringing back an old beloved version of a character, it was about censorship. The final product gives us a new version of the character that, yes, looks really good, and keeps the Constance stuff, which is nice, but the end result is something that I think is disrespectful to both versions of the character. Constance isn't Constance if she didn't kill those men. And the Beating Heart Hride isn't the Beating Heart Hride if Constance's story elements fill her scene. It's a character combination that works on paper. But as soon as you look closer, as soon as you know anything about Constance and what's in the current attic, it all falls apart. And it all falls apart because the only changes made to the scene were lazy ones done out of a need to censor it. And that breaks my heart, and makes me want to float around in an attic with a candelabra and my one-eyed cat. Regardless, fan reception to the new Constance was pretty positive. Fans tended to agree that lore-wise she still killed her husband, but the removal of the decapitation element brought about some fun new fan theories, such as her being a witch, complete with her own black cat. There have also been some interesting new non-murderer theories now that that's back on the table. So while a lot of those smaller details don't really line up, the ride is doing what it intended, creating an ambiguous version of the character where anyone could put any story onto her. If you want to know my headcanon, I think she's still an axe murderer because there are still so many references to that in the ride. But I like to think that now, maybe she does a better job at hiding that from guests. Maybe she's trying to lure people in by posing as a sad, lonely figure. I also like to think that, since the George tombstone is still there and it has an axe in his head, maybe she killed her husbands in different ways with the axe this time, instead of just decapitating them. I also think there's a high chance that Constance and Opera Glasses Lady could now be the same person. Considering that we see her right before the attic in Florida, she's based on bride concept art behind the scenes, and now Constance has a cat. See, this version of the character makes it pretty fun to speculate, and I really can't wait to see how future creators adapt this current Constance in future books, comics, etc. I think we could be soon entering a new golden age of Constance content. I just hope that her story not being explicitly stated in the ride anymore doesn't mean that people will shy away from using her. Now is the perfect time to create new stories, whether you make her a murderer, a lonesome figure, both, neither, whatever. Also, please, I need to see her with her cat. So while this update has its issues, it went over just fine without any major controversies. Well, there weren't any controversies with the ride. There was a pretty big one with the gift shop. Alongside the new Constance came a Haunted Mansion gift shop called Madame Leota's Somewhere Beyond,
On the walls, there is some absolutely beautiful artwork, including some really great pieces of Constance. I love these. They're really good and pretty freaky. But one image caused quite the stir online, as people realized that Disney had accidentally placed an AI-generated image of the bride stolen from Redbubble. Unfortunately, over the past few years, we've seen more and more instances of companies capitulating and stooping down low enough to use AI art, and I'm disappointed that I even have to talk about this in this video, but this situation is insanely weird. It's not your typical company-used AI thing. No, you see, this wasn't a Disney employee getting as lazy as humanly possible and telling a computer to make his drawing for a gift shop that'll be seen by millions of people every year. No, this was someone somehow being even lazier than that, if that was possible, and stealing AI art from Redbubble. They stole someone else's AI-generated fan art and put it on the wall here. That's insane! Unfortunately, as AI art continues to improve, I'm doing air quotes right now, you can't see them, but trust me, they're very large. This is going to continue to happen. There are going to be more and more companies accidentally using AI art in places. So, yeah. Luckily, Disney quickly responded to this and removed the offending artwork. That's artwork in air quotes. That's not art. Despite receiving a new appearance, the rest of 2025 continued to be a pretty standard year for Constance. For Valentine's Day, during Disneyland's Sweethearts Night event, Constance's walk-around was brought back, and she continued to use the same design that she'd used since her 2018 debut. But as the event went on, Constance's accessory changed. Initially, she had the typical bouquet with the axe in it. Later on, the axe was removed, and eventually, she was given a candelabra instead to match the current incarnation. So over the course of just this one event, Constance went through 3 different props. And if that doesn't summarize this entire video in one sentence, then I don't know what does. When Halloween came around to the Disney parks in August, you know, the month that Halloween is, Constance continued her typical parade appearances in both California and Florida, once again, her design unchanged. Over in Florida, Constance has continued to use her design that's been there since 2007, and in my opinion, she looks better than ever now, with them doing a great job with the lighting on her, the veil, and the wind. We'll have to wait and see if or when Disney chooses to update Florida's version of the character. There has been speculation that Florida will replace the bride due to a couple of different permits that Disney's filed for interior work within the Haunted Mansion, but nothing has come of those yet. They've spent most of 2026 repainting the mansion, with it literally just being finished like a day ago. But no changes have been made to the inside of the ride, and if any are coming soon, they're yet to be announced. Perhaps something will come at D23, we don't know. Notable Constance merchandise in 2025 includes a cup made to promote the new version of the character, though it more so uses its own original design, featuring a flower crown and the pearl necklaces and a bouquet that she's no longer holding. Regardless, it finally allows you to do something everyone's always wanted. Split this woman in half and drink from a straw embedded in her head. One day Disney's gonna learn that not everything needs to be a food container. But I hope that day doesn't come soon, because stuff like this is hilarious. This is really the only piece of merchandise out there currently for the new California Constance, with most merchandise of her, like this 2025 Hallmark statue, continuing to use the Florida design or some sort of original interpretation. This year, Constance received a PVC figure as part of a Disney Store set, and it's one of the only pieces of Constance merchandise ever to include a bouquet in one hand and axe in the other. Over in the pin department, to celebrate 25 years of Disney pins, 2 special Haunted Mansion themed sets were released, with different pins you could connect together to show the full layout of the ride, with Mickey and friends riding through it. These pins have a really cute art style, and the sets are actually different for both California and Florida's mansion. Both pin sets place Constance in slightly different positions, but use the same artwork of her. Based on her Florida version, with her eyes closed, holding a bouquet, standing next to one of her wedding photos, and the classic headless wedding cake.
I think easily the coolest Constance pin to come out this year was one based on her parade look for the first time ever, released as part of a set to coincide with the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party in Florida. But to anyone out there who's attempting to collect Constance pins, congratulations, because 2025 gave you a new insanely rare one. In October of this year, a Constance pin was released exclusively for the Disney Pins blog. It reuses her 2014 45th anniversary artwork with those creepy, beady eyes and her axe hidden beneath the bouquet. It's a glow-in-the-dark pin and was limited to, wait for it, only 250 made. So again, good luck with that. Another first for Constance pins in 2025 wasn't a pin of Constance. This year, for the first time ever, they released a pin of the Big Snake from Haunted Mansion Holiday. Finally, Big Snake fans rejoice. I'm so happy to see a pin of Big Snake. I love Big Snake. Big Snake is my favorite character. I'm going to be making a 12-hour video going over the history of just Big Snake. Most Constance merchandise in 2025 and 2026 have continued to use her early 2020s key art. There are two different versions of it used frequently in merchandise, and they've sometimes been altered to remove or replace the axe, though not always. Take, for example, this shirt that released in California in 2026 that not only features the axe, but also some of her dialogue. A bit weird for this shirt to come to California's version of the ride, yes, but not as weird as the other place this art was recently used. A collectible trash can, released in November of 2025. Yes, really. This month, Disney released a set of blind boxes based on trash cans. Some of them being real trash cans from around the parks, and others, like the Haunted Mansion one, featuring the Hatbox ghost on one side and Constance on the other, being made up original trash can designs. Have fun buying the trash can blind boxes and seeing which trash can you'll get. In case you didn't believe before that Disney would put Haunted Mansion characters, and specifically the bride, on anything, well, here she is appearing on actual garbage. Or I guess, simulated garbage. I had way too many jokes written about this, okay, so I'm just going to call her Constance Hatchaway and move on. Easily, the most significant piece of Constance merchandise released this year was a new plush of her. This is the fourth plush of Constance released over the years, but it's only the second one that isn't part of some super stylized line like the Tsum Tsums or Wishables. This is another piece of Constance merchandise that I actually own, and it's incredibly well detailed and high quality, using a variety of different materials and a lot of unique patterns and techniques to create parts like the roses that surround her veil. These are folded so uniquely and multi-layered, and the same is true for parts of her like her collar, the cuffs on her wrists, and the ribbon on her back. Constance includes two veils so that you could put one in front of her or behind her if you so choose, and easily one of my favorite details is her dress. This is a multi-layered piece with 3 different layers to the dress. The first one is somewhat translucent, and if you lift it up, you'll see that the dress part underneath is printed with the Haunted Mansion wallpaper design. And another great detail, almost a bit of an Easter egg, is the pattern on her wrists and waist, which include a skull and 2 hatchets. The tag is also surprisingly high quality, with metallic silver lettering and logos, and the Haunted Mansion wallpaper design embossed onto it. It also features an image of Constance, once again her 45th anniversary artwork. If you can't already tell from just how much I've gushed over this, I genuinely believe that this is one of the best pieces of merchandise ever released for this character. As for this year, notable pieces have included the For As Long As We Both Shall Live shirt, released in California back in January, and a few months later, a shirt of Constance's new design released as well, and I really like the art style here, it's very unique. Constance's cat also received a pin. I'm really surprised it took over a year for this guy to get merchandise, but there you go. It was featured in a 4-pack of pins depicting Disney ride animals. He's sitting in front of the window, next to a wedding cake which has an added paw on its base, and on the other side is one of Constance's wedding photos, where she's holding the axe, which isn't accurate to any of the wedding photos in the ride, or to the new version of the attic that the cat is actually in. It's a nice pin, though. While the new Constance is missing from most merchandise of the character, you can now officially crochet her. Thanks, Disney! This is genuinely very cute, but it doesn't come with enough yarn to make Constance, and it also calls her heart her chest glow? Other than that t-shirt and the crochet kit, really your only other option for merchandise of the new Constance design is a rubber duck. Constance Quackaway is very real, and she will hurt you. As 2026 has gone on, less Constance merchandise featuring the axe has come out, but nearly all of it still uses the Florida design. Something that I think we'll probably continue to see for a very long time, considering that's how she appears in the character's key art. That design is still recognizable as the bride, it's still technically in the ride because of the wedding photos, and they could just continue to use these modified versions that don't feature her holding the axe. This is what the current graphic design for Haunted Mansion merchandise has Constance look like, and I don't think that'll change even if it no longer 100% matches the ride. As I've said all throughout the video, bride merchandise has never been consistent and rarely exactly matches the character in the ride. This, and this are all recognizable as the same character, thanks to her design constantly changing and the fact that a ghost bride gives you a lot of leeway and creative freedom and ways to make the design your own in merchandise. I think the future of Constance merchandise will continue to be constantly changing and inconsistent design-wise. But that's okay, because it gives us so many interesting, unique, and genuinely beautiful items that commemorate this character. Also, they just announced that they're releasing a Halloween costume of this character. How did it take 57 years to do this? Now that we've covered recent merchandise, let's take a look at what's been going on with Constance and the other brides throughout the rest of 2025 and into 2026. In the summer of 2025, the Haunted Mansion was closed and reopened for Haunted Mansion Holiday, as per usual, because remember, Halloween starts in August, thank you Disney. I was really hoping that Constance receiving a new figure and having her own little section in the attic with the window and everything would make them finally include her in Haunted Mansion Holiday, but unfortunately this wasn't the case. This year they did exactly what they did when she was under construction and just put basically a big black tarp in front of the sheet of glass with a few Jack-in-the-Box toys in front of it. I gotta say, it looks pretty lazy to me. I assume this is just a temporary thing to do while she was under construction, but it seems like this is just what they're gonna do to cover her up for the foreseeable future for this version of the ride. And like, out of everything in Haunted Mansion Holiday, this looks the most like there's obviously something that's supposed to be there behind it. It would have been so cool if instead they took advantage of the attic having a window now. You could put snow in it or something. Speaking of Halloween updates, in October of this year, you know, the month Halloween actually is, Disney, Disneyland Paris rethemed a restaurant in Frontierland called the Lucky Nugget into the Unlucky Nugget, theming it to Phantom Manor and saying this is where Melanie was supposed to have her wedding reception, and now the restaurant has become cursed. The inside of the building was filled with all sorts of Phantom Manor memorabilia, basically making it look like the ballroom inside of the ride. I think it's pretty cool. The world building of Paris's Frontierland runs so deep, and I just really like that they incorporated this restaurant in the story, since everything in Frontierland is supposed to be part of the same town. There are a lot of cool details here, like the shadow pianist. It's just cool to be in a place where you get up close to that effect that's been so famous in several versions of the ride for years. There's also a pile of gifts, which is really fun to look through, especially because one of them seems to be from the Hatbox ghost. It's pretty cool to include one of the most iconic American Mansion characters in this thing. I would have loved if they included some sort of gift from Constance, but I think that would be wildly out of character. There's no way she's giving things to other people. The Unlucky Nugget seems to have been a success, because it was just confirmed that it'll be returning for 2026. Disney Magic Kingdoms held a new Haunted Mansion update this month, and their Constance was given 3 new missions. Glide down aisle behind Veil,
fade in and out of dark halls, and present a ghoulish Hatbox. As you would expect, that one requires Lightning McQueen. What do you mean I said the wrong name? This update also added a Haunted Mansion Story Pass. So they made a battle pass for the plot? Are you kidding me? This storyline features the ghosts of the mansion panicking because Constance isn't materializing. What do you mean the bride ain't materializing? She always materializes. She's an institution. I know, Gus, but try telling her that. I waited outside the attic for hours, and not only did she not show up, she plumb kept the door locked too. I'll be. That just ain't lack, old Constance. Sorry guys, Ezra's gotta be Southern now. The Ghost Post told me so. And she's one of the scariest specters we got. Hitchhiking won't be the same without her to warm up her guests. Precisely. Nor will this evening's entertainments in the Grand Hall. Without her as the finale, our wailing waltz shall suffer by contrast. I really like how this all centers around the attic being designed as the scariest scene in the ride. And Pickwick saying that she's the finale to the Grand Hall is a fun reference not only to the order of the ride, but also to the fact that the attic is the final scene in the house you see. Madame Leota tells everyone that with Constance out of commission, they need to rise to the challenge, and she gives herself a new look. A ice crystal ball that acts as an alternate costume for her in the game. I know Madame Leota was a new character for this update, so that's why they gave her the new costume in the pass, but what a missed opportunity to not include a new costume for Constance, either referencing a previous version of the bride or the new California version that debuted, before this update came out. Instead of making a new costume for the only Haunted Mansion character in the game with more than one design, they just made one up for Madame Leota. As guests come into the mansion for the night, the hitchhikers, Madame Leota and Pickwick, try their best to entertain them without Constance. It's even noted that the doom buggies are rerouted straight to the graveyard as to not disturb her. In the Story Pass's final chapter, the ghosts all decide to let Constance be. Yeah, better for all our sakes that we leave her well enough alone. I second that. Either she'll be sorrowful to see us, or hoppin' mad that we busted into her room, and I don't know which is scarier. Nor do I. Let the bride rest in peace as she wishes, and recover her strength for frights yet to come. After all, tomorrow is another night. Yeah, so that's pretty underwhelming. Unless you pay up, because this is a battle pass, and in the premium version, you get to see Constance. This is so scummy. Constance? Are you decent? It's just, all of us here are a little worried about you is all, and who dares disturb me? Nobody. I mean, not us. No, ma'am. In fact, we were never here in the first place. My apologies. As I was saying, who dares disturb me on my night off? Because whoever it may be, I thank you. I'm happy to have the company. Well, in that case, it's our pleasure. Didn't rightly know you were in the habit of taking personal days, ma'am. Not exactly a habit, dear Ezra. But when one has had 5 dearly departed husbands, it does, on occasion, fill a whole evening to take inventory of all my wedding gifts. So a pretty fun ending there. This game's character writing continues to be really, really nice, and their version of Constance is always a joy to see. Moving into 2026, with the exception of occasional new pieces of Constance merchandise that I've previously discussed, we haven't really seen anything big or new regarding the bride or the Haunted Mansion in general. There are some things to look forward to. For example, Disney California Adventure has announced a Haunted Mansion themed street party that will start in mid-August, replacing their traditional Halloween parade for the year since construction in the park is preventing the parade route from being how it usually is. Constance does not appear in the concept art, but I'd look out and see if she's incorporated when this opens in a few weeks. D23 is also in mid-August. I'd stay tuned to see if they make any announcements about the Florida Bride being updated here, and if not, just pay attention to whether or not the Haunted Mansion is closing at some point in the rest of 2026. Those permits end in January, unless they extend them by another year like they did at the start of 2026. A new Haunted Mansion comic is planned to be released in October, called Stray Spirits. It features a girl who ends up lost in the Haunted Mansion after chasing none other than the one-eyed black cat. I told you they were obsessed with him! I can't wait to see a piece of Haunted Mansion media that uses this cat as a significant character. And the comic's plot synopsis suggests that he's actually the main antagonist,
a plan from, again, back in the early days of the ride. Constance's involvement is not confirmed, but come on, it's a Haunted Mansion comic. I'm sure she'll be there, and I'm very interested to see what they do with her. This will be our first new Haunted Mansion story post-2025 Constance update, so I really want to see how they'll interpret her. And now that we've come to the present, it's time to wrap up this very, very long video, which I'd like to do by looking at each mansion's bride, where they are now, what that means, and why it's important. Tokyo Disney's bride continues to be the same one that's been there for years. In her Japanese-inspired wedding dress, she sits in an attic in a version of the ride that's remained nearly untouched for decades. To fans of the other mansions, it's seen as a time capsule, a reflection on what Florida's mansion once was. A version of the ride untouched by modern changes, both well-liked and disliked. There's some charm and comfort in knowing that at least one version of the Haunted Mansion is going to stay as is, even if the others are frequently changing. Phantom Manor continues to be one of, if not the most beloved versions of the Haunted Mansion, and is typically considered one of Disney's best rides, period. When it comes to storytelling, Phantom Manor shows just how much you could do in a theme park ride. And while new rides made by Disney may be full of new technology and ways to make the storytelling more immersive than ever before, the simple techniques and storytelling used to bring us the tragedy of Melanie Ravenswood will forever be beloved and appreciated. In Florida's mansion, Constance Hatchaway continues her reign of terror in the attic, surrounded by photos of her dead husbands and the countless gifts they gave her. She stands at the end of the room, gleefully reveling in her past murders, preparing to find the next person that she'll marry and give the axe to. Maybe it'll be you. Constance's attic is unlike any other scene in the ride. It tells a full story with build-up and payoff, and while that story is inherently simple, the Imagineers filled this scene with so many small details to obsess over and add to it. It's a testament to the dedication those who have worked on this ride over the years have. To add little things like headless figurines and even the wedding certificates, things that people will likely never even see while going through this ride, goes to show just how much care Disney has put into the Haunted Mansion over the years. And with dozens and dozens of appearances outside of the ride itself, Constance has cemented herself as one of the mansion's most important and impactful residents. While this version of Constance Hatchaway might soon be replaced, she's no doubt left her mark on the Haunted Mansion forever. As Kat Cressida put it in a post last year, while this unique Disney character who haunted our killer Tomb Sweet Tomb for over 20 years might one day move to regions beyond, I will eternally cherish this dream come true, and look forward to continuing to share the many long-lost secrets and mysteries of the mansion, as long as we both shall live. And finally, let's move back to the original Haunted Mansion in Disneyland, with their new incarnation of Constance. I think this version of the character perfectly encapsulates what I've been trying to say throughout this entire video. The bride is an inherently interesting character. She has been ever since day one. There's something about this character that's so mysterious and alluring and fascinating. But another thing that makes her so fascinating is the fact that she's constantly evolving and changing, both in the ride and outside of it, constantly getting new versions and adaptations. While the rest of the Haunted Mansion stays nearly the same as it was on opening day decades ago, the bride has been consistently changing ever since the beginning. So what better place to take the character next than by combining all of her past incarnations into one new one, creating something new and old, the same but different, a little scary, a little silly, a little contradictory, a little controversial, ambiguous but full of story details. She is everything this character is, all in one place. And that is the complete history of every bride from the Haunted Mansion.
For better or for worse.